At the look at like say the lights they affect anybody with the part of Freetown. Right now we get light issue. And really I expect say if for don't modernize and modern this kind of way because really the lights we don't struggle for quite a long time. So with the expectancy and this 24th century for don't modernize and now like to say we stop this kind of scramble for really lights, particularly in the capital city, now part of the life now. Lights then now sustainable because most of the world they do business, a part of life they survive. But going lights they go on and off. Like a miss or I ran our students are not get free. I began to free the all done point because of this on and off. And fast month like this or I read now, everyone they grab a night for or either for prepare food, you know it's what they eat. Pass over the chap cockroach sometimes can be pass over don't bet the cockroach, you know, say don't champ something. Because it's lights no day. So then thing they very pertaining to be and difficult for me. Well, to me, your side, I look alike. I don't know because we don't see no better changes it. The time we can just say in the we been the grumble small box, we been the get small light. We be expect really yes, kind like a candy in Kela when somebody will be doing about them for quite a long time before they can that position there. We expect really yes, when you hold that position there, people foresee something when a good change. But for now it's convincing to we and with a recent dream for letting work hardly for make things change well. So that's the problem and really we continue for big in the people where they part of energy. Let them work hardly for help the citizens for light issue. Because lights now we lights we don't use to run now. So really we struggle behind light and light begin struggle. And this 24th century, kind of like a candle in Kela when a competent man, he don't give you a lot of confidence, lot of topics. He hold that kind of position with expect the changes for take place. But really when the things not happening, we feel struggle. And we the baker, to please let work hardly for help with the president the agenda for work well.
I'm Chef Mariama from Nafra Fast Food Restaurants.
So tell me the difficulty of this light business as you get to restaurants, especially the on and off the lights.
Yeah, actually the lights we get tough time with the lights because the lights now they stable on and off. It will make when they will buy a large quantity. You know, say like kind of business here what they do, or for buy like fish, chicken, and they buy cartoon. But now possible for they go every other thing at the market. So then down they cost me more. And we buy by cartoon, they will preserve them more because of lights now we can't.
So how this don't be challenging to now and customers and when they come for play and cold drinks and other things that we involve lights. How this
well that don't affect me. At the same time, the customer they crumble. They call like they will give them cold drink every day. Therefore, they go extra buy for light generator or for go buy extra ice block. Sometimes and they say we go for ice block back when they get every customer they crumble. No say now like crisis in the sun.
So what do you have for left out to extra and the one that we are doing for energy business?
Well, with the big no more, especially we where they do that kind of business here with the big Papa governments make them help with it and put extra attention for the light business because it will help with for grow lifestyle will be the proper service way the customer need.
Well, those were views of citizens on the recent power outage in the city, Freetown. While speaking to Jonathan Turner, the Director General of EDSA, Dr. John Lahai, emphasized that efforts are underway to address the disruptions and bring relief to affected residents. Here's the interview.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So usually as we approach the dry season, what naturally happens is as the temperature goes up, the demand for power increases significantly. And also, recently with the improvements in the network, we've expanded our network in Freetown in particular. And also you add that to the fact that during the dry season, the water level in Muna reduces significantly, and that reduces the amount of power available to us. So when that happens, it makes it very difficult and challenging for us in terms of our ability to distribute power, because now we have limited power available for us to distribute, but also the demand has increased in the dry season. What we observed yesterday, March 1st, was a mechanical issue between the different energy sources that we are using, right? So we currently rely on Bumbuna Makut in Makut solar power, and also car power ship and Nigata engines, which are government owned, to actually give us power. So for us to do this well, all these different power sources have to be synchronized, meaning they all have to be combined, and then once they are combined, we can then distribute to the public. But yesterday in particular, we were having some challenges in terms of being able to synchronize and combine all these different power sources, and that was the reason for the frequent outages. But internally, we came up with a modification to our operating procedures, which allowed us to at least overcome that hurdle. As you may know, we are currently stable, even though again we don't have as much power as needed for the entire network, and that's a result of the fact that demand has gone up, but available power has reduced. But again, we are managing that through load shedding, and we try to ensure that we do shed equitably, so at least the people of Freetown in particular are getting their fair share of power.
Okay, so over the weeks, including yesterday, the issue of shortage of lights in other areas within the capital has been a concern for many. So how you hope to put strategies in place to ensure that we address the power of shortages in the capital?
Last night, when the frequency of the outages increased, our engineers and technical experts came together from ETSA, EGTC, and operators from Car Power Ship and Bumbuna, and they modified the way we operated just to minimize and reduce the frequency of the outages, in which we really succeeded. But just to ensure that we have a better handle on what's really going on, the chairman of the energy sector, Dr. Yomkela, asked the Deputy Ministers of Energy 1 and 2, Dr. Jallo and Engineer Edmond Muni, to convene a meeting, which we held earlier this afternoon today, which included the DGs of ETSA, EGTC, and the two Deputy Ministers 1 and 2 of Energy, and also the experts in the field, the technical guys of both ETSA and EGTC that actually run the operations. So at this meeting, we tried to understand what the challenges were, which were presented to us, and we were given clear instructions as far as what to do next to ensure that this does not happen again, or if it does happen, we're in a better position to handle it.
To citizens out there in terms of operating their businesses, because many of them do believe in preparing their food for the freezer, doing their restaurant business. So what's your message to those type of people who really relied on electricity to carry out their trade?
I want to reassure the public that, look, from a government standpoint and as ETSA, we are doing the best that we can to ensure that what's available to us is distributed equitably. So what we try to do is to ensure that everyone gets a piece of the pie. We know that demand has gone up. We know that we have limited power available to distribute. So our primary focus now is, with the limited supply, we have to ensure that everyone is getting a fair share of it. That we hope will at least help all of us to go through this dry season period before things improve a bit. Just taking a cue for us in the energy sector, taking a cue from our sector leader, Dr. Yomkela, we want to give the people of this country hope. Yes, we understand that there are challenges. We understand that the amount of power available for us to distribute does not meet the current demand. So it's our obligation to ensure that what's available to us is distributed equitably, so everyone gets a fair share. But with all the plans in place, we are very confident that in the near future, the issue of power availability should be a thing of the past, wherein we hope to have enough power that we can distribute to the citizens, wherein we will not have this frequent load shedding as we do right now. But again, the plans are in place and they are being worked on, and I'm very confident that we will get to the point wherein there will be enough available power for us to distribute.
Well, that was the Director General EDSA, Dr. Joe Lahai, talking there to Jonathan Turner. For another issue this afternoon, the Guma Valley Water Company has raised grave concerns on the spate of destruction of the main water catchment areas and the forest close to the Mine 13 Dam. Recently, Number 2 River and Bobo communities saw massive deforestation close to the dam, which raised alarm on the safety of the dam. There have been several demolitions in the Western Area National Park. However, encroachers seem determined to continue to put up illegal structures at the detriment of the dam. Well, in the studio this afternoon, I have the PRO of the Guma Valley Water Company, Peter Edward Lamin, PhD. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
And now, how far have you gone in deterring some of these encroachers?
The issue of encroachment and deforestation is seriously affecting the mandates given to Guma to supply clean water to people of Western area. That is because there are some individuals or group of individuals or institutions who are seriously encroaching within the water catchment areas. And this issue has developed over the last 10 years. And it's like every year we have to blow whistle, we have to inform government about these ugly situations, because it has a tendency to distort water supply, and we don't want to get to a point wherein we are not able to give people water within Western area, which is our primary mandate. And it has been grave, it has been severe, and even February this year, on the 4th of February, we received information that some individuals, land grabbers, have set the forest covers ablaze. And the forest covers, these are bush that keeps our water catchment areas intact and our dams intact, so that the water that we get from the dams does not dry up easily. And but we observe that there are still people who are still deliberate in deforesting our water catchment areas and also grabbing lands that are prohibited by law for them to even access those areas. So it is very, very severe, and we are concerned.
Okay, so what have you done with regards to that?
Yes, we've raised the issues with the law enforcement agencies, NPAA, National Protected Area Authority, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and the Ministry of Lands. We've engaged them, we've taken them to the scene. They have seen for themselves the level of encroachment and the massive encroachment within our water catchment areas and within the greenbelt. And they have assessed the situation, and they are working on it to see how best they can fish out those perpetrators and bring them to the law.
So in the meantime, let's talk about what solutions have you offered to take care of the area close to the dam?
Yes, sometime last year, the president himself gave an instruction that every illegal structure within the greenbelt, within our water catchment areas, should be demolished. So those instructions was given to the law enforcement agencies, and ONS and the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change led that process. Guma, we are just a water utility company. We are not involved in demolition in any form or shape, and it is the law enforcement agency, the government, that is trying to see how best they can sanitize, the situation. And the demolition started last year. I think they are still on it, but we want to still try to appeal to government to see how best they can support Guma by protecting our water catchment areas, because we don't want to get to a situation where in Guma will also give an ultimatum to government that in the next 3 months, if this is not stopped, we will just put our tools down, we will not supply water to Freetown or to Western area. And of course, you know the implications. Exactly. You know what that will cause, because there's no substitute to water. Yeah, if you don't have EDSA light, you have other means you know, to light your house at least for some period of time. But if you don't have water, what else will you use? So we don't want to get to that point. That is why we are calling on the government and the law enforcement agencies to man up to their duties to see how best they can support Guma in protecting the water catchment areas and the dam. And if you go to places like number 2, Biobaye, and all those environments, and even at Mile 13 where we have our dam, you will notice that there have been a lot of encroachment, human activities within the forest reserves, within the water catchment areas, and that has exposed even our dams, you know, to sunlight. And when you have the forest cover, it keeps the water, you know, intact. It stays longer period than when the forest covers has been vandalized, has been set on ablaze by fire or by human activities, which exposes the dam, which exposes water catchment areas to direct sunlight, which keeps our water to evaporate. Yeah, and within the dry, in fact, by the end of March, if this is not stopped, we have drastic shortage of water to supply the people of Freetown and the Western area in general.
Mr. Lamin, what do you think is holding government back in taking action? Because sitting here, I envy the Takogama Sanctuary,
Right.
because close to nearly a month, crying wolf, and now action has been taken. But water, everyone uses water in Sierra Leone. So what do you think is holding them back?
Well, 2022, the year 2022, the president himself, HE retired Dr. Julius Madabio, visited the main Guma Dam at Mile 13 to see the effect of deforestation to our water facility, and he instituted an interministerial committee and gave the mandate to the chief minister to see how best they can look into the situation, to find out who are these people building their houses or their structures within the green belt, who gave them papers, who signed those papers, and who are these people, you know. And that investigation was done, and the report was submitted to HE, the president, and it was even that report that the president had now to look at the recommendations and give his final verdict on those recommendations by giving the responsibility to ONS and that of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change to lead the process of this demolition. Yeah, but the president did say at that visit that he doesn't need to go there because there are law enforcement agencies who are supposed to do their jobs. You know, you don't need to move the president to go and stop people from encroaching the forest reserves. There are institutions who are mandated by law to do their work, and so HED say he expects those institutions to do their work well and to see how best they can continue to protect our water catchment areas and the dam, because of course we all know water is life. It is very, very crucial to our daily existence. So after that visit, we saw a lot of some kind of shake-up wherein the demolition started last year, and we expect that this year, when they are done with that, Guma will now see how best they can rally around institutions or individuals who have trees that we can plant and to reforest the deforested areas, because the areas are vast that has been encroached. Okay. So if we cannot plant trees now. If you plant, because we are already in the dries, yeah, the sunlight is heavy, it's very high. So we want the situation where we get to the rainy season, either early the rainy season or just after the rainy season, we are able to have enough trees to plant those trees at those areas that we have reclaimed. And
also, now, you mentioned that action was taken.
Yeah.
Are these buildings still there?
Well,
or are new ones sprouting out?
We actually want SLBC to turn the mic to the NPAAs, that's the National Protected Area Agency, the Ministry of Lands, and the Environment Ministry, because they are the ones dealing with demolition exercise.
No, what I'm asking right now, because I know that the team paid a visit to these areas.
Yes.
Are these buildings 2025? Are they still there?
The demolition exercise started, as I said.
Okay.
Some of the buildings are being demolished.
And new ones there.
Some are still there.
Okay.
And I will not say new ones are coming up,
Okay,
but we are experiencing a kind of deforestation still, where people say the forests are ablaze, bushfires everywhere, from number 2 to Bobo.
Okay.
Yes, even on the 4th of February this year, as I said, we received an information that our forest covers have been set ablaze, and we did a public a press release on the 5th of February to alert the public about the happenings, about the situation, that if this is not looked into and stopped immediately, it has a tendency to cause even landslide and mudslide, because the soil has been exposed. Those trees that was well rooted in the soil, that keeps the soil firm during the heavy rains, will now be exposed, because the trees are no more there and people have encroached. So when it rains heavily during the rains, there is tendency that it will cause landslide, mudslide, and people living at the foot of those mountains that has been deforested will eventually lose their lives. And of course, it has a direct impact on our water catchment areas. It will expose our water catchment areas to a lot of dangers, a lot of risk. So that is why we are still calling on the law enforcement agencies to man up to their jobs, to see how best they can protect our source of livelihood, because we all depend on water for existence.
Okay, so what's the relationship of your institution with the Ministry of Lands, the Ministry of Works? You know, the lands, they document land papers. The Ministry of Works, they're responsible for building permits and all of this. So what's your relationship like? Because we know that people cannot just be building without permits, without land documents.
Yes, our relationship with a ministry like Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, the EPA, is very cordial, and we are also trying to appeal to the Ministry of Lands to see us as partners in development. That we are not trying to bash at the Ministry of Lands for giving those people papers or land documents to erect buildings, because those people alleged that they got their land documents from the Ministry of Lands, some of them. And when if you interview Ministry of Lands, they will also say that most of those people have fake documents. So we want the Ministry of Lands to partner with GUMA in protecting our water catchment areas. When we don't care about lands elsewhere, we are concerned about lands within our water catchment areas, within our dams, because that is where the bulk water, more especially in the peninsula, the bulk water that supplies the people of Freetown comes from. Our dam at My 13 do supply over 90% of the water we use in the western area, over 90%. So imagine if that particular facility has been exposed to danger, we lose a lot of water. So and the percentage will drastically reduce, and we don't want to reach to that point. That's why we are still calling on the government and the law enforcement agencies to see how best they will still man up and continue to protect our water catchment areas, because we are just a water utility company. So we need them to put their own structures to see how best they protect our water facilities.
Okay, so now let's talk about how does all this affects the water quality?
Yes, it will pose something we call pollution to the water, because if you have human beings living close to restricted areas like where we source our water, there is tendency that they can even do their laundry in the water. There is tendency that they can even go and do swimming. Because similar things like this happened at Wellington, where a water catchment areas in Wellington, a place called Hilltop, and that of Phillip Street, we have a blue cemetery reservoir, and the water catchment that supplies that blue cemetery reservoir, we notice that people go there on outings. So yes, to launder their clothing, to wash, and all. So we went there with police and soldiers, and we stopped there. We used we had meetings initially with
there are no
the
security guards in those places.
Well, now we have arranged that with the community stakeholders. In fact, we made some arrests that particular day, and now in fact, the recommendation that came from that engagement was how can we come together, Guma and the communities, to fence, to put a demarcation, a physical boundary around our water catchment areas, so that when people see those boundaries, they will know that this is no-go area. But we are still looking forward to more collaborations to see how best we can source more funding to do that, because the landscape is vast. To fence that one requires a lot of financial intensive projects, so we are looking forward to that.
Okay, now whilst you were talking, you mentioned the dries.
Yes.
March is here,
right,
and we know what obtains in these months, the dry season. How prepared is Guma Valley Water Company to make sure that people get water, if not the full supply, but some that will suffice for the moment?
Yes, well, people refer to Guma currently as a Kumbra company. With that, we have embarked on series of projects to see how best we can increase water supply to Freetown and to the western area as a whole. And if you go to Babadori region, there is currently a project going on there to erect storage tanks, raw water storage tanks. 9 of them very big storage tanks wherein we can store raw water, and those raw water will be processed, and be treated. And of course, when it is treated, we have to, of course, on a daily basis, we do a water quality test in our lab to make sure that it matches up to the WHO standard before dispensing it to the public. That is why over the years you've not heard about cholera outbreak or any sickness that has to do with water, because Guma prioritizes the health of its customers and of course the people of Western area. That is why we spend a whole lot in buying chemicals overseas to treat the water. And the project at Babadori will benefit not only the Babadori regions community, but will benefit Hill Station, Gloucester, Imat, and even Bambayila by Malama. So all of those communities, we have sufficient water, not only during the rains, but after the rains, even the dry season, just after the project will have been completed. And also that particular axis, we also have a dam there called Congo Dam, and Congo Dam is one of our oldest facility. So what we are doing right now under the same project called WASH, we are trying to rehabilitate the Congo Dam, because over the years our engineers have found out that there is leakage to the dam. So we have tried to start to mend those leakages last year, and because the rain was so severe, we stopped. And now we are in March. We are trying to empty the dam and send those water to our raw storage tanks that are already been erected at region Wadori Gate, where we have another water facility, to see how best we can continue to fix that problem. And maybe before the rain season, we'll be done with that project, and the dam will be okay to contain even more water than before.
Okay, now let's talk about revenue generation.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm asking about water rates and how you get money to run the company, because you mentioned a place where people were using your facility for swimming and laundry and all of this. Yeah. Who takes care, who gives security to these places? Because someone might get through to the whole of Sierra Leone through those places. How do you get income to protect these areas?
Like to start with my 13, where we have our main dam, we do have internal security arrangements where we outsource security from those private security agencies. And also we also had a kind of MOU with the army, and of course with the police, that they gave us police and soldiers to man the entrance of the dam. Okay. If you go to Mile 13, you will see a checkpoint just close to the entrance of the main Guma staff quarter and the Guma Dam Road. So the securities are there, and the other water facilities, like the one at Wellington, the one at Looking Town, we are working with community stakeholders to give us viable youth who can also serve in that area in protecting water catchment. Also, we have understanding with all the LUCs, local unit commanders, the AIGs, to see how best, when we call upon them in terms of emergencies, they can respond to us swiftly, to at least to prevent or protect our water catchment areas.
Okay, so what about water rates? Do people still comply? Because now I seldomly see taps in houses,
right,
because most of the pipes are on the streets and people cut them to get water outside in drainages, which is very unhygienic. So let's talk about that. Water rates, are people still paying that?
Yeah, we have customers that are very law-abiding. They get water from Guma and they pay their bills. And we have some that thinks that all government services are free, and they should get it for free. And these are the ones that we instruct our disconnection team to go and disconnect them. And people get...
And even for those whose pipes are out on the streets and the water does not reach in the compound, are they supposed to pay water rates too?
If your pipe is at the street and it has been vandalized by other people getting water from the street, and you that is paying the bill, you're not getting water, it is your own duty as a customer to get to Guma, visit any Guma office and report.
So you fix that?
Yeah, we'll fix that. Of course, we have a team that we will send there to fix the issue, and maybe we can even hide your pipe, we'll concrete it to make sure that people cannot easily access it. You know, but this issue of cutting off pipes, getting water in the gutters, we have tried to put structures in place to minimize that.
Okay.
Yeah. Just as yesterday, we concluded a project called a project funded by UNOPS, one JICA project that is focused on eradicating all those long spaghetti pipes on the street, all those faulty pipes, all those leakages you see on the street. But it was done on the pilot phase. We did some of the Central 1 and Central 2, like from the hospital by Kenema Road, Ecomed area, Kenema Road of itself, Brookfields, and to St. John areas. We identified prone areas that we have massive leakages. Okay. So those projects covers all those areas to see how best they can address the issue of leakages, they can address the issue of long spaghetti pipes, and of course not only at Central, even at the eastern part of Freetown. Yeah, East 1 and East 2 was also captured in that project, and we are done with that, and we've realized that the pressure has increased because all those leakages, we are weakening the pressure kind of to the water. The water will not reach places because somebody else has cut the pipe somewhere and getting water, and at the end of the day does not fix the pipe well, and water leaks in the gutter all over the streets. So that project has solved that problem in those areas I mentioned.
Okay. Thank you very much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is the PRO of the Guma Valley Water Company, Peter Edward Lamine. Well, the podium is going for a short break. When we come back, we shall have an interview from Save Malaria, Sierra Leone, and also the PRO of Guma Valley Water Company is still with us in the studio. Watching is the podium, coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. Send your messages to 0300738719. For another issue this afternoon, the Chief Executive Officer of Save Africa for Malaria Infection, Malaria Fish Project, is to distribute water tanks and ponds across Freetown with the aim to combat mosquito-borne diseases. The organization has been operating in the country for close to 8 months and has distributed hundreds of artificial fish pumped to hospitals and communities with the aim to drastically reduce the spread of malaria. Well, for more on this, the CEO of Save Africa for Malaria Infection, Malaria, Artem Volchenko, explained in this interview.
I'll explain it now to our new viewers or those who haven't heard about us yet. Shortly we call us SAFMI, and our foundation stands to, from the name, we would like to save Africa region from malaria infection and not just prevent people from getting sick, but specifically not to get sick in the first place. We came out with an innovative idea which have been implemented in some other countries before, but not in Africa. Therefore, Sierra Leone will be a pioneer in that. And what we do is we brought and bred some of the fish, so-called gambuza fish, or how they also call it, mosquito fish. This fish lives in wild nature, but we've placed those in water tanks, 5-gallon water tanks, basically recycling those water tanks. We put 4 fish inside each tank, and when mosquito flies in and is standing in the shallow water of our water tank, it leaves its eggs, or so-called larvae, in it, and after that mosquito dies. So basically what the fish does is it eats the mosquito larvae, mosquito eggs, therefore decreasing the possible population of mosquitoes and decreasing the possibility of a person getting sick, because there will be no mosquitoes around the area where the water tank is placed.
So you use fish to fight malaria?
Yes, we use natural and eco-friendly methods, which doesn't require any chemicals, nothing to put in the water or anywhere else, and it's just the fish which does job for us. It eats the eggs, and that is it. And you have to keep it near your home, near the hospital or school, look after it, and it will do its job even while you're sleeping.
Okay, so let's talk about the project in Sierra Leone. How far have you gone in distributing the tanks and the fishes and all of it?
Absolutely. So as we started on 14th of November, we had an official launch day. We've made a great progress from that date. But I'd like to highlight also that we have been placing water tanks even before the launch date while we were getting all the documents ready. Before that, we've placed more than 150 tanks around Freetown, and many of them went to hospitals. So we got already initial results by that, which were subjective. And after the launch, we have placed more than 200 water tanks since that. Therefore, we gave out more than 1,000 fish for the last couple months. And we place those water tanks strategically in specific areas which are more dense, more populated, and we place those in schools such as St. Edward's School, Prince of Wales School, and many hospitals such as Crew Bay Hospital, Jenny Wright Hospital, or the Aberdeen Women's Centres. Therefore, we try to cover as much of the Freetown area as possible, and so we've made a huge progress also with our cooperation with government, as we're looking to get more data from the malaria control program as well as the Ministry of Health. So we do understand which areas would need more of those water tanks, which area each water tank covers. So understand, for example, whether some specific schools or hospitals need 2, 4, or even more of those water tanks to completely eradicate malaria in that area or in that specific region, as we say. So we've also placed a number of tanks in Makeni, and we are overlooking them as well currently.
So how does one get access to the tanks? Do they ask for it, or you just put them in strategic areas like you mentioned?
As of now, we were mostly putting those in strategic areas, as I said, which are more dense, and coordinating that the water tanks are placed so that the mosquito will fly only between our water tanks. We've also placed them in schools and hospitals to get more information, more data, and to save the little ones of us.
Just in Freetown for now?
We had some in Makeni, but mostly we work in Freetown now, so we get more information and get it going. So starting on that project, we didn't have much info, but each day and each month we understand more of how it will operate.
Okay, so now let's talk about how are the tanks, including the fishes, maintained?
This fish doesn't require much maintenance, and the first month or two we try to help people and organizations where we place those water tanks. Every 2 weeks our specialist will come to your place and show you how to change the water, which is quite simple, that you have to grab it with your cup, all the fish from the aquarium, change the water, clean it, and put the fish back in. And every day you need to feed the fish and put a small pinch of food, which we also provide free, absolutely, to those who receive the water tank. As I said before, we provide the service every once in 2 weeks, and then most of the people who received it, or hospitals, maintain it on themselves.
Okay.
We had a great example at Dvorak Hospital, who had their water tank since August, and they were taking so much care about the water tank, the fish, that the fish even started breeding inside the water tank. So now they have even more fish. And people who come to that hospital, actually, they even ask, can we get those water tanks? And we would like to spread, for this work, for this foundation to spread among people, and therefore we put some more extra tanks in the hospital so people can take them by themselves.
Okay, so how do you get these fishes? Are they African breed?
This fish is mostly North America or South American. They're coming from there, but there are many farms across the world.
Okay.
But initially we brought just 200 fish here in Sierra Leone back in spring, and since that we've organized our farm. We made an innovative type of aquarium. It's called we call it incubator. Inside our foundation is that it's more or less automatic, where the fish gives birth and all the small fry is pushed by air to another side of the aquarium, so that they are separated and it's easier for us to take those fish. So considering that since spring we've made more than, I'd say, that 6,000 fish, and after a big give out in January and February we now have around 4,000, and looking to give to bring and to breed about 10,000 fish by next month. We'll never have any problems with supply, so anyone willing to receive their water tank can write us to info@safmi.com, or can come to 7 Lumley Beach Road at Aberdeen area and take their water tank, as we already had examples
So
of people
it's
doing
given
that.
free?
Absolutely. The water tank, the fish, the food, maintenance, everything what is related to our foundation or to this fish is completely free of charge. We don't charge anything. We're just an NGO whose main goal is to save as many people as possible.
So how cost effective is this, the fish? Initially, did you buy them to bring here?
Yeah, those 200 fish were initially bought, then brought here, and we made approximately 10 large aquariums, including some of the equipment and food and medicine to accommodate this fish. And initial mathematics which we had when we just started was $2 per fish, which we spent, but it's all on the founder and those who are willing to invest. But now those costs have reduced, considering the amount of fish we have, and that now we have all the equipment already, and we have our chain of supply completely ready and working perfectly. Therefore, if we compare it to, for example, any chemicals that you use around your house or some medicine, most of them might be more costly
Than the fish.
Because for the person, the fish costs absolutely nothing, and if we compare it to medicine, from what I've heard, medicine are costly here, unfortunately. And the main difference between those as well is that it's not helping you while you're sick, but helping you not to get sick. Therefore, you won't need in the future to pay for any medicine or those chemicals, and your health won't be also affected by the chemicals which you spray around your house.
So how effective has this method been? And have you done a statistics to gauge whether it really stops malaria infection?
By this point, we mostly get more or less subjective opinion on the effectiveness. We've made some research, made some interviews around schools and hospitals who have those water tanks. As I mentioned before, the Varzak Hospital, they said that after 1 month of having 3 of those water tanks, they have seen a reduction in positive malaria cases which were acquired while they were in hospital, as well as they've seen reduction of malaria cases which have been acquired by people who are living around this hospital. And from what I've heard, the testimony of one of the workers of that hospital, he said that no more bed nets are being used in that hospital, because even at 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. when he works long and nights, when he's most vulnerable to the mosquitoes. As of now, considering we just started not so long ago, the funding has been only internally from the founder of the foundation to get this project going, but in the future we hope that we'll be supported by random individuals who are having an open heart towards our project, as well as the governmental agencies, and not only in African region, but hopefully even outside Africa region, outside Sierra Leone, because this disease is known to absolutely everyone in the world. For whom you say the word malaria, they will completely understand. And bad thing is that they stereotypically always link it to Africa, and that's what we're trying to end. Therefore, we're looking for funds from all over the world.
So you wanted to mention the people you work with in this country. So let's talk about that finally.
Yes, we have many workers who are currently studying and working at our farm to give more job places for the local people of Sierra Leone and Freetown, as well as we made a lecture at IPAM University regarding possible innovations and for their entrepreneurial ideas, and what we're looking at their help in terms of IT and app programs where people will say that we have many malaria cases in this area, please come here, or they need change of water tanks. And I was glad to see so many bright minds and students who were willing to help. So in the future, I believe that our foundation's goal is to interpret our job and intervene into lifestyle of people of Sierra Leone, so that they will take extra care of the fish and extra care of their families and kids.
That was the CEO of Save Africa for Malaria Infection, Artem Volchenko, speaking there in that recorded interview. Well, still with me in the studio is the PRO of the Guma Valley Water Company, Peter Edward Lamin. As we round up, let's talk about the revamping of street taps.
Yes, we do have communities that do have street taps that are functionable, that people get water from it. And also we have some areas that are not functionable, because we've realized that there are communities that do vandalize the street pumps. There are some that get water from the street pump, and at the end of the day, when they tap is faulty, they just leave it like that, and water just waste. And we want to see how best we can conserve more water and give water to people that really need it. So we don't want a situation where we experience a lot of wastage within our pipe networks. So that is why we say to community people, if your taps are not functioning, come to Guma and let Guma get a particular understanding with you, and you and your stakeholders, to see how best we can operate on the same page, because someone has to be responsible for the tap. We don't just want our water to just waste on the streets from those taps just like that, because of course it affects our operations, because these are non-revenue water. We don't get revenue from any water that is being wasted on the streets or gutters. Okay. So we have control measures. Okay,
so finally, there was a time the Guma Valley wanted or introduced the water meters.
Yes.
Let's talk about that.
Yes, the water meters are just there to see how best to control the usage, your consumption of water. And we have two types. We have the postpaid meters and we have the prepaid.
How workable are they working?
Yeah, they are working. The postpaid meters, you pay at the end of the month.
Okay.
Wherein at the prepaid meter, you buy the cheats for the water and then put it in your prepaid meter, and then before you start using it. But we realized that some customers don't want to use meters at all because they don't want the meters to read their consumption. They just want to use water in large quantity and pay little peanuts. Yes, so Guma came about this decision to see how best they can introduce water meter to our customers to control the usage. So at the end of the day, you just pay for what you consume. And we do have some technology now in phones that captures the reading of those prepaid meters. We don't necessarily need to enter your compound, but for the fact that we stand around the surrounding where the meter is, it captures, it reads from the meter to the phone. And it is from those readings, Guma now bills the customer and tells you, you have consumed this amount of water and this is your bill.
Okay, so finally again, how hopeful are you that this problem of encroachment, preservation of the dam, security, and all of it will be solved?
We have a listening president who is very, very much passionate about catchment protection, about the health of his citizens, and we believe he will ask questions to those law enforcement agencies because even last year, the 23rd of July, at the town hall meeting at Bintumani Conference Center, organized by the Minister of Information and Civic Education, I did remember that he asked a question to the President about the protection of the catchment, water catchment areas. And the President did say that no one is above the law. Anyone who is found wanting of encroaching the water catchment area within the green belt, the law will take its full course, and we hope that that will be done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. He is the Public Relations Officer of the Guma Valley Water Company, Peter Edward Lamin. Well, that's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to Peter Edward Lamin and all the production team, especially my producer Salma Taba. Our quote for today came from an Indian politician, Piyush Goyal, and it says, electricity can transform people's lives, not just economically, but socially. But that's how we end the podium. Thanks for watching. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. The podium returns tomorrow, same time. Goodbye.
President Julius Madabio is in Nigeria taking a major step in boosting food security and agriculture in Sierra Leone. He arrived at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja, where top officials welcomed him. President Bio touched down in Abuja, met by Sierra Leone's High Commissioner, Dr. Julius Sadi, and Nigerian Foreign Affairs officials. His visit follows an invitation from the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture in Ibadan. It highlights his push for food security through the Feed Salon initiative. Already, President Bio has met Nigerian President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Their talks focused on agriculture, trade, and investment, key areas for strengthening ties between the two nations. This visit signals Sierra Leone's commitment to transforming agriculture and expanding partnerships in the sector. The China Media Group, through the Chinese Embassy in Sierra Leone, has donated a consignment of modern equipment to the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation to enhance its capacity as the national public broadcaster. The donation, which includes a digital audio mixer, portable audio recorder, HD, camcorders, LCD TVs, microphones, and other high-tech broadcasting equipment. Board Chair of SLBC, Dr. William James, described the donation as a blessing that would strengthen the institution's capacity. She expressed gratitude to the Chinese government for its continuous support, highlighting that the collaboration between the SLBC and the Chinese Embassy has yielded tangible benefits, including training programs. Chinese Ambassador to Sierra Leone Wang Ring reiterated China's dedication to deepening bilateral ties and fostering immediate development in Sierra Leone. He emphasized that the partnership between China Media Group and the SLBC would contribute to the country's media development. SLBC Director General Josephine Kamara welcomed the support, noting that it is an investment in the corporation's future. She highlighted that the impact extends beyond the studios and newsroom, contributing to the national development by ensuring the public reviews accurate and timely information. Recently, some people raised concerns on social media accusing fuel stations of tampering with measuring seals. This prompted the Sierra Leone Standards Bureau, accompanied by civil society organizations, CSOs, and journalists, to conduct a monitoring exercise at 4 fuel stations in Freetown. They included MP at Cotton Tree, Connex at Brookfields, Leon Co. in the main motor road on Congo Cross, and Manado Fuel Station at Dozak Junction. The unannounced monitoring exercise aimed to verify whether these fuel stations were adhering to the regulations set forth by the Bureau. By using a standardized 10-liter measuring can, officials assessed the accuracy of the fuel dispensed at each station. According to them, the results were positive. All 4 stations were found to have intact measuring seals, indicating compliance with the Bureau's standard. National Coordinator Sierra Leone Civil Society Organization Alfonso Manley supported the Bureau's finding, calling the allegations circulating on social media as baseless and unfounded. And finally, on News Brief on the hour, as part of its corporate social philanthropy, Harvey Ford Construction Company has embarked on significant maintenance on Water Street, located in the west of Freetown. The state of the road has been a concern for many residents during the rainy and dry seasons. Director of Operations Harvey Ford, Joel Lawson, said the move was part of the company's commitment to developing community through, which also aligns with government's vision to improve infrastructure even at communities. Well, that's the end of News Brief on the hour on SLBC. Thanks for watching. I am Cecilia Alice. Say goodbye.
Hello viewers, Welcome to this special interview. I'm here at the head office of MSF, or that is Medicines Sans Frontières, otherwise known as MSF. Well, in English, it is Doctors Without Borders. MSF has been in this country since 1986. So, by calculation, by next year, MSF will be 40 years in Sierra Leone. But this organization has decided to take a decision. The reason we're here, to know why this decision, and just provide a brief background as to what they've been doing and what they'll be doing in the future, insofar as the country's health sector is concerned. Well, the person I'm here to talk to is not just a person from the head of mission of MSF, and he is Yashu Vadan. Welcome to this special interview, Mr. Vadan.
Thank you.
Now, MSF has been in this country since 1986.
Yes, sir.
And you've decided to, to take a decision, and that is to stop your operations in some parts of the country. You're not going anyways, but you decided to stop your support, in two districts, Bombali and Tonkolili. Do we know why? Why such a decision at this particular point in time?
Yeah. No, thank you very much for the interview. It is a very unfortunate decision. So we have decided to stop our support to the Ministry of Health in Tonkolili and in Bombali. In Bombali, we were specifically working with the Ministry of Health and the National Tuberculosis and Leprosy Control Program for provision of care for TB patients, more specifically for drug-resistant TB and drug-sensitive TB. While in Tonkolili, we were working in Mile 91 and adjoining areas, and in Magburaka Hospital, supporting specifically on maternal and child care, so where we were treating pediatric patients and maternal patients in the Ministry of Health facilities. So this decision was taking into account our resources that is available for our operations globally. You see, last year in 2024 alone, we were working in around 75 countries, and we had among that, it was a big chunk was emergency intervention in different parts of the world. So MSF made an assessment of the allocation of resources, and because the resources are limited and with the number of emergencies increasing around the world, we had to take this hard decision, unfortunately, to stop our support in Tonkolili and Bombali, whilst we will continue to provide the services in Kenema district.
So don't you think your absence in Tonkolili and Bombali districts, create a vacuum insofar as delivering of health or medical services is concerned?
We've had a tremendous working collaboration with the Ministry of Health over the past few years. So where during this period of time we've been able to work in a very close collaboration. Definitely there are areas that where we have been supporting. The Ministry of Health will continue to provide its services. So there will be some, we are working with them to make sure that with this transition is smooth, where we are stopping our services, stopping our support to the Ministry of Health. So to make this transition smooth, we are engaging with the Ministry of Health and other partners in a steering committee, where we are actually looking at what are the different ways in terms of like the provision of care, and the activities would remain even after MSF stopping the support from July onwards.
So now that you have decided to concentrate your support, to the health sector in Kenema, are you going like, for example, you are shifting your operations, and you have equipment, medical equipment in these 2 districts, Bombali and Tonkolili. Are you going to take along those medical equipment that you have provided? The equipment you've been working with? Or are you going to leave them there in these 2 districts where you'll be working?
No, for sure, because that is how our model of collaboration works. So we have been over the period of time. So it's not only about the equipments only, it's also with the expertise in terms of trainings and on-job trainings, and whilst skill upliftment, we've been working on that, and that is how we've worked, and this is what our contribution has been in terms of this partnership, and whatever resources and items that was brought in as a part of the project would remain here, would remain for the services that will be continue to be provided to the citizens of those districts.
Okay, now according to you, you've been operating, largely in the areas of TB and leprosy. Now, as you are about leaving, how can you assess TB and leprosy conditions in these 2 districts?
For tuberculosis, we were specifically working in Bombali district, while in Tonkolili, our focus was on maternal and child care. So we were working with pediatric patients as well as maternal patients. Talking about tuberculosis was also a very our collaboration with the Ministry of Health and with the National Tuberculosis and Leprosy Control Program was really amazing. So Sierra Leone was, as a matter of fact, Sierra Leone was one of the first countries that actually implemented the usage of 6 months all oral treatment for drug-resistant tuberculosis, which is a big highlight. Not many countries in the world have done so, which Sierra Leone did it, and we are very proud of the fact that we were working along with the Ministry of Health in terms of making sure that this treatment protocol was available for the patients, which is the latest and the most cutting-edge treatment that is available for drug-resistant tuberculosis patients.
Okay. Now, let us talk about Kenema districts. Now that in the first place, let us know the phases, of your, can I say, redeployment in a way, because according to your calendar or your schedule, in July you'll be closing your operations in Bombali.
Yes, sir.
And in August in Mile 91.
Yes, sir.
And Mabroka in September.
Yes, sir.
So these are the phases in which you are going to withdraw. Had you made a prior notice, or notification to your benefactors,
yeah,
those who've been benefiting from your facilities?
Yeah.
That come July, August, September, you be leaving?
Yeah. No. Yes, we did. So we've had different approaches. So for example, with our partners, with the Ministry of Health and other partners, we've devised a steering committee where we also include representatives from the administration as well as from the community, which includes the paramount chiefs, who are part of the community, who are part of the steering committee to define how the transition would look like. Whilst for the community where we are working, we have had a very big engagement program through our teams, as well as through multimedia channels, through radio, where we have been informing about our decision and also the reasons for the decision of why for this unfortunate decision. So we have been doing so, and we on a timely basis we continue to do so.
You say it is unfortunate. How do you say it's unfortunate decision? So the thing is, you really you hit the goal, but you have to.
It certainly breaks our heart to leave Sierra Leone. Our collaboration here in the country has been tremendous, and our engagement with the community here in Sierra Leone has been absolutely fantastic. It is really heartbreaking that we had to take such a hard decision to leave, but looking at the perspective of how things are shaping up, and in terms of the emergencies that are coming up and where services of MSF would be required, we had to take this tough decision to stop our support in Tonkolili and Bombali district.
But does this mean that having left, let's say for example there is an emergency at Albanic, and your services are needed in these two districts, will you be able to help?
Absolutely. We are committed for any emergency intervention if required. As a fact, during the Ebola crisis in 2014, we increased our operations in the different areas where it was required in the country. So it's not it has happened in the past where we had to increase our operations due to an emergency situation, which we did during Ebola, and perhaps if God forbid anything happens, but if anything happens, we will be ready to provide the intervention. We will be.
So let us now move to Kenema. I know your establishment in Kenema cannot be compared to any other parts of the country. You've got a hospital there, the MSF hospital. Now let us know how your operations in Kenema will be like. Are you going to be providing the same services you've been providing in Bombali and Tonkolili, or there are other interventions you intend undertaking in Kenema, owing to the fact that you've got, a structure, an infrastructure, you've got a hospital in Kenema?
Kenema, we have been working since 2019. And we have, in Kenema also, the focus has been on pediatric and maternal care. In Kenema, when we started in 2019, we had the commitment that we will be working, we will be supporting the Ministry of Health for the 10 years, for the subsequent 10 years, in terms of provision of care. And we still stay committed to that commitment. Which was done at the start of the hospital in 2019.
So, how many bed capacity do you have in Kenema?
It's over 100 bed capacity, so it's more than 100 for both pediatric and maternal care.
Yes, I also understand that not only in Kenema city, because I know that Hanga is at the outskirts of Kenema, but you also intend working in PHUs in the district.
Yes, so our hospital is in Hanga, while we are supporting some PHUs around the community around Hanga in Kenema district to facilitate and to provide access to care.
So 40 years, well, let's say 40 years almost, if we are to round it up. But the thing is that 40 years or 49 years of MSF's operations in Sierra Leone, how has it been like?
I told you we've had a fantastic working collaboration with the Ministry of Health and an amazing relationship that we've had with the people of Sierra Leone, and it's thanks to that we've had these 39 years of presence in the country, and hopefully it will stay longer. And I only have words of praise and thanks for the way what the support that we have received from the authorities and from the country, and also from the people of the country.
Now, this interview not without me asking you about, people here MSF, Medicines Sans Frontières, and in English, Doctors Without Borders. Do you just give us, a brief background to, to this organization? Because it has been very helpful. You just said you're operating in many countries around the globe, but now due to some, some financial constraints, you decided to scale down your operations in some countries. Just give us a brief background to MSF.
MSF is an international humanitarian organization which started in 1971. So we've been working for over 50 years, providing our services to our patients, to our communities. As I said, like till in 2024, we were operational in 75 countries. While our main commitment is to emergencies around the world, and that's part of our commitment, as then that we've been able to intervene in different emergencies. Namely, we are working currently in Sudan, we are working in Ukraine, we are working in Congo, where we see where there has been increase of needs in the recent times. So this is what our commitment has been, and we've strived to stay as true to our commitment to providing services to the people in need.
But why do you when somebody would like to ask, why is it that MSF is largely or mostly seen in countries, in crisis, countries in conflict? What's the motivation?
It's we don't differentiate. We are an independent organization. We stay to our principles. For us, our principles are our guiding light for our work. So we are a neutral organization which is independent, and our commitment is to the people who need support, who need the care. So irrespective of who they are, where they come from, what their background is, MSF is committed to provide their support in any parts of the world where their support would be required.
You've lost men, in some situations. You've lost, personnel in some countries.
Yes.
So what give you, why so fastidious, in the midst of all of these challenges that you face? You're always there to provide support for those who are badly in need of, your support. Why? Amid all the difficulties you face.
It's our principles. It's our commitment to provide the support to the people who need the most, and that is our guiding light. That is our source of energy to keep on doing so. We've been doing it since 1971, and we'll continue to do so in the future as well.
So what will be your message, to those who will be missing you? Those in Bomali and Tonkolili, and who will be missing you. Although you've said about if there is a need for you to, from time to time intervene in situations, you'll be willing to do so. What will be your parting words to your benefactors in Tonkolili and Bomali districts?
As I mentioned to you, and we are having this conversation with our community for the past year, highlighting them why we took the decision. This decision has not been an easy one. It's a hard decision where we had to take the decision to stop our support in Tonkolili and Bombali. But the reasons behind is also, as I said, it's like MSF, as the humanitarian organization, we have to channel our resources to some of the emergencies that are there. And people have been very understanding of the fact of why we have taken the decision, and we've got tremendous support and backing for the hard decision that we have taken.
All right, thank you so much. And he is the head of mission, MSF and Sierra Leone, Yashu Vadan, and they've taken a decision to stop operations in 2 districts in this country, Bombali and Tonkolili. Well, the phasing out the phasing out will start in July in Bombali and August and September in Tonkolili. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, and thank you so much for your time also. I mean, our viewers for having listened or watched this particular interview. I'm Shaku Smaila, and you've been watching the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television. Thank you, and have a good day.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now, so
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from ten. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Ask everyone a question. What's your goal for Ramadan? And I really mean this. Each one, and don't answer me, I'm in the same boat as you all are and will be. What do you want to get out of Ramadan, at the end of Ramadan? The day tomorrow is Eid. And believe me, it's going to be like a blink of an eye where you're going to hear the announcement, tomorrow is Eid. What did you achieve? And this question I always ask myself every single year. All the millions will be fasting, so I didn't do anything special. Most of the millions will be in the masajid, walillahi alhamd, praying Taraweeh. So I didn't do something special. Most of these people will continue to work or go to school or have exams, take care of their families. Whatever their usual life, it's going to continue in spite of adding the Ramadan requirement. So what I'm going to do special, as Ustad Majid was saying and came to my mind, when I am going to be meeting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He's going to be looking at me, and this is for everybody, we're all going to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as an individual, alone. What did I bring to Allah? As we say, what do I have on the table from this Ramadan that no one else has, or everybody has, but not the way I did it? So this is a question as we are preparing. There's less than 10 days. I normally get a little bit of anxiety when this becomes, because I don't know if I'm going to be alive. And I really want to be alive. Not to enjoy this dunya, but because this is an opportunity for me to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala after Ramadan as a better person, as a one who is more confident that I did my best to please you. You know, we just heard a beautiful talk about love, which most of us don't know what this even means. Allahumma inni as'aluka hubbak, wa hubba kulla man yuhibbuk, wa hubba kulla amalin yuqarribuni ila hubbik. Ya Allah, I ask you for your love, and for the love of those who really loves you, and the love for every deed that will get me close to your love. So each one of us need to ask herself and himself, young and old, what is your goal in Ramadan? You know, we are very good in planning. Every person I speak, especially since I moved to California, you know, it's an IT state, and everybody talks about planning, which is nothing wrong with that. And every time somebody talks to me or mention planning, I ask myself this question: what is my plan for akhirah? What is the plan for akhirah? I can't guarantee anything. I know Allah is generous. عند مليك مقتدر الرحمن. This is one of the most beautiful ways of learning how to connect the end of a surah with the beginning of the surah. If Allah was not Rahman, we will all be in big trouble. But alhamdulillah. So what is your goal? Do you want to say the goal is taqwa? And we have heard, alhamdulillah, beautiful thing about taqwa. I'm going to share two things with you. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept number one and make me speak the way pleases Him. What does Ramadan mean? What does the month mean? The name of the month mean? Does anyone knows that? There's more than 10, 15, some says even 30 meanings of the month of Ramadan, the word itself. When I learn the word, I learn the meaning, I learn the goal. And one of the meanings, and I'm just going to share one, is from Ramadan. It's from extreme heat. You live in Florida. I was told in the summer it gets very hot and very humid. So you feel the heat even more, as we call it heat index. So why Ramadan is called Ramadan? What it has to do with heat? And it's not hot. Beautiful weather today. I came from California. Actually, it's what's cold for California. And one of the scholars says, what does heat does? It melts things. First goal, I'm going to just share some goals and you pick and choose. Let's make Ramadan the month that will melt my sins. How many of us have piles of sins? Show me hands, everybody. Let's be honest with Allah. He knows. It's piles. Small, big, major, minor, you call it the name. I didn't mean it, it just happened. I love it, I enjoy it. I was forced to do it. It doesn't matter, I did it. Let's make Ramadan the Ramadan of the righteous. So I'm going to talk about a little bit of the Ramadan and a little bit of the righteous. Let's make one of my goals that this Ramadan is going to melt my sins two ways. The ones already piled, and I'm not going to add to the pile. I am not going to add to the pile. You know the number one cause of adding piles or sins to the pile? Please forgive me, correct me if I'm wrong, is in the masajid during Taraweeh. True or false? And I'm going to share some experiences. And I've seen this even in the haram. 8 rak'at is done, and half of the masjid follow the sunnah that Taraweeh is only 8 rak'at, and there is no extra. Alhamdulillah. So what do? Now, I would love to say they walk and go home and sleep because tomorrow they need to be ready. They start, and this is men and women, no difference. Stand outside talking. Well, you just said it's only 8 rak'at. And Quran is being recited. And I am in the month that will melt my sins. And what I am talking about, Allah knows. Don't pile your sins in a place meant for you and me to melt my sins. 2, and I learned this from one of my teachers actually, especially if any of you is going to be in Mecca or Medina in the Haram during Ramadan, one of the most challenging times. And she said, and I love this every Ramadan, I remember this word. She said, when you are in that masjid, or even here, because here also there is multinational people, multinationalities. When you are sitting there, and someone comes and sits next to you, young and old, what do you feel inside your heart? If she is from this or from that, or she is not like what I want, or I kept it for my friend, or I want this person to come and sit next to me. She said, look inside your heart. That's a sin. That's kibr. I am arrogant. I'm looking down at the person next to me, although كلكم لآدم وآدم من تراب. All of you from dust. All of you from Adam, and Adam was created from dust. Don't pile. Don't pile. Third, and beautifully, Sheikh Abdullah just shared with us beautiful things about the Quran. I hope it melted your heart, right? And some masajid here in the States, they have this like habit of having Quran recitation before the Taraweeh. And some of us go early because we want to go early to get a good place. Alhamdulillah, run. And the Quran is being read. And what do we do? And talk to me about love. What do we do? I'm looking at my phone. I'm talking to my friend, right? I'm listening to something else. And the words of the beloved is being recited. I'm piling sins. I'm in the masjid. I just broke my fast. I ran, especially mothers ran. I know some mothers run. Actually, they have their iftar in the car because the masjid is a little bit far or there's no parking and all the difficulties we go. And we are piling sins. And this is Ramadan, right? And what the ahadith that you all gonna hear repeatedly again and again and again. And one of them that's close to me because it's related to Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam and to Ramadan. And the meaning of that the person who will leave Ramadan, Eid day, and he did not achieve one of these three, if not the all three, he's a loser or she's a loser. And what's these three? And one of them is about Ramadan, one of them is about Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam, and one of them is about parents. And he said, is a loser. He was actually getting up on a mimbar and they heard him saying, Ameen, Ameen, Ameen. And it's like, what is that? They asked him, Ya Rasulullah. And he said, Jibreel said this to me and I said, Ameen. Ta'isa, or is a loser, the person who reach, and this is for the youth and not very young, especially living in this country. When one of your parents get to old age, with all the challenges of old age, and you did not get to Jannah because of them. You did not take good care of them. Rather, let someone else does that. Second, and he said, "Man dhukirtu indahu lam yusalli alayhi." When my name is mentioned in front of him or her, Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam, and he didn't say, alayhi salatu wasalam, I don't hear it. And the name is mentioned repeatedly in all the speakers. Make it a habit. How much it costs you, that's how I tell myself. Not even a breath. But this is my path to Jannah. And the third is what we are talking about. Who comes through, live through Ramadan, leave Ramadan, and he was not forgiven. وَلَمْ يُغْفَرْ لَهُ. What is your goal? What do you want to get from Ramadan? Don't tell me I want to do this, I want to cook, I want to invite people, they are all nice. But that's not the main goal. What is your goal with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? What is your goal with the Jannah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And what is your goal with the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Let's be lofty people. We all at work, in business, in dunya, we want to be the best. I say this to myself all the time. Want to be in the best house, want to be in the best job. I want my children to be in the best colleges. Alhamdulillah, there's nothing haram. But why not in Jannat al-Firdaus? Why don't I make this as my goal? And there is nothing cheap and nothing easy in dunya, do you think, in akhirah? So look at Ramadan. Number one, as this is your last one. Someone came from Allah, gave you a letter, exactly like what Sheikh Abdullah said about Sayyidah Fatima, who Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam told her, you're the first one to follow me, and she smiled. Someone come to you and says, that is it. No more Ramadan. How are you going to look at it? What are you going to be doing? Keep it this way, number one. Number two, taqwa. So I'm going to connect both the title. Ama ya muttaqi? First question. Everyone can claim, am I really a muttaqi? And one of the definitions of taqwa, alhamdulillah, I didn't hear it, so I can share something new with you. Is Talq ibn Habib, he said. This is one of the most famous definition of taqwa. What is taqwa? What is this word that everybody hears and we all get scared when someone says, ittaqillah, have Allah taqwa. He said the following. Taqwa is تعبد الله على نور من الله ترجو ثواب الله وتترك معصية الله على نور من الله تخشى أو مخافة عذاب الله. You do what Allah told you, but who said so? You know your deen. Don't tell people this is haram and it's not haram. And don't say to yourself this is haram and it's not haram. And that's knowledge. You need to learn. Put a goal, second goal, plus the sins. Every day in Ramadan, I'm going to learn something. One thing, practical, one thing. One thing about this deen. You choose. Make it the month I'm going to learn about the Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam. It's going to be the month I'm going to learn every single day one verse from the Quran well, not like a bird. So you need to learn. Do it for Allah because you want His Jannah. Not to please people. Not to look for praise. But I want Him. I'm teaching myself not even to want Jannah. I want Him. I want Him to be pleased with me. I want Him to look at me and imagine all of us. And Allah looks at you and says, نِعْمَ الْعَبْدِ إِنَّهُ أَوَّابٌ. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to the prophets, especially Sayyidina Ayub, what a servant of Allah. Allah says this, what a servant, what is a she-servant of mine. She always comes back to me. Make it a goal. Every single day. Don't waste too much time at food and eating and cooking. Alhamdulillah, things are easier these days. But every single day, I'm going to learn something new about Allah, about this deen. And third, which is the opposite of the taqwa, stay away every single day. Because I don't know if I'm going to live again of this month. And I told myself this is the last month. Every day, I'm going to stay away from a sin. And I'm being very generous, if you want to use the word. No sin. Ask yourself this question. What will happen if I didn't disobey Allah just 24 hours? 24 hours. Don't backbite. Don't look down at people. Don't look at haram. Don't listen to haram. Don't eat haram. Don't waste time, food, energy. What will happen? Wallahi, nothing. On the contrary, you will see what Allah will give you. And I'll share this verse, which is, as one of the scholars says, one of the most verses that was given to Muslims, and many of us don't know it. وَمَن يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَل لَّهُ مَخْرَجًا وَيَرْزُقْهُ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَحْتَسِبُ. Staying away from the sins is basically taqwa. You want Allah to be pleased with you, and you want to go to Jannah, and you don't want to be punished. So taqwa, what will happen if I do that? And this is the verse. It's in Surah Al-Talaq, by the way. The chapter Al-Talaq, divorce, is very short surah. It's only 2 pages. But the highest word frequently mentioned is taqwa. Because rejection, as you heard from Ustad Majid, is very hard on the nafs. And it's hard for me to practice taqwa. So here you go back. What will I get if one day only, and please, Ya Allah, forgive me, but I'm trying to be practical and realistic. One day only, I'm not going to disobey Allah. If I smoke, and I normally smoke after iftar, I'm not going to do it that day. If I normally go and watch whatever I watch after iftar, I'm not going to do it that day. If I'm going to be speaking this way, I'm not going to do it this way. And then everybody look at their sins. No one is perfect. يَجْعَل لَهُ مَخْرَجًا. He will open the doors for you. How many people in this room, show me hands, want to go to Jannah? Actually, 2 hands. Right? Then practice taqwa. Because one of the meanings of makhraja is an exit, actually. See, they put the exits in red because it will save me. Makhraja, one of the meanings is Allah will give you Jannah. One of the meanings of makhraja, exit, is going to make the next act of worship easier. And He's going to make the next act of disobedience harder. The best way Allah bless me and you if He makes me hate or dislike disobedient. I don't like it, then I'm not going to do it. And this is one of the du'as you have to do it for yourself. Ya Allah, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said it in the Quran, حَبِّبْ إِلَيْنَا الْإِيمَانِ. Ya Allah, make us love faith and beautify our hearts with it. وَزَيِّنْهُ فِي قُلُوبِنَا وَكَرَّهْ إِلَيْنَا الْكُفْرَ وَالْفُسُوقَ وَالْعَصْيَانَ. And make us hate and don't like the kufr, rejection, ungratefulness, and fusuq, immorality, public disobedience. Ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, one good deed you do, consciously, and especially if it is difficult, and see what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you with it. It's together, because they say, وَمَن يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَلْ. It's right away. Practice it. It's a big word. Most of us think it's very difficult. Wallahi, it is not. It just needs practice, needs focus, needs desire. I want to do it. I want to go to Jannah. I want this Ramadan to be the best Ramadan in my life. Then I need to do something different. I say this to myself, one of the goals is I'm going to want to do something. Ya Rabbi Ameen. 99% of the people can do it. Like I always wish one day I stand up all night like Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam and I say, أَفَلَا أَكُونُ عَبْدًا شَكُورًا. Just stand up all night, read the Quran. And the feet aches, but I'm going to say, I want to be grateful. And if Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam can do it, Allah will make it easy for us if I really wanted. Be a person of a goal this Ramadan. Be a person who will start the change this Ramadan. And the change is number one in you. Don't ask anyone to change before you change. Don't ask your children to change before you change. Don't ask your spouse to change before you change. وَمَن يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَلْ لَهُ مَخْرَجًا. Last thing about taqwa, there's so many things about taqwa, but I'm going to share one last thing. Our biggest problem in Ramadan, we say it's shaitan. Well, shaitan is chained, right? But still we disobey Allah. And Allah taught us something in Surah Al-A'raf, the end of it. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ اتَّقَوْا. People of taqwa. That's my goal. إِذَا مَسَّهُمْ طَائِفٌ مِّنَ الشَّيْطَانِ تَذَكَّرُوا فَإِذَا هُمْ مُبْصِرُونَ. If I am a person who's going to practice taqwa from today, practice. And Ramadan becomes a habit. Every single day, I'm going to do something to obey Allah, based what He taught me, to get to His Jannah, stay away from a disobedience, based on what He taught me, because I don't want to get the punishment of Allah. And when I fail, or I am weak, but I am a person of taqwa, Allah will send something to me and you, and we will remember not to do it. That's not my words, that's His word. تذكروا. They remember. Allah will make the disobedience difficult for you. Allah will make you don't like disobedience. You remember. فَإِذَا هُمْ مُبْصِرُونَ. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Ya Rabbi Ameen. First dua I make to myself and to everybody, بلغنا Ramadan. Don't take it granted. No one knows. I could die as I am standing. Anybody can leave, anybody on the chair. We don't know. So number one, Allahumma balighna Ramadan. Ya Allah, give us life till we live to Ramadan. 1, 2, make it the best ever. You make it, Ya Allah. I'm telling Allah I can't do it alone. It's not me. I'm weak. I don't have the energy. I don't have what it takes, but Allah can. Al-Qawi yuqawini. The strong can make me strong. And number 3, make me live till the end of Ramadan. And I will be of the people who بلغنا ليلة القدر. That I will live and I will hopefully know, please forgive me, know the night of Al-Qadr, and I will give it its due right. And when the day of Eid will come, and I'll share this with you, it's a true story. I was in the Haram in Mecca, in I'tikaf, and there was a woman next to me, sometimes behind me, did nothing for the last 10 days other than Quran and Salah, Quran and Salah. And obviously she was hafidha because she was reading and reading. So how do you know when you are in the Haram that tomorrow is Eid? And this was before the time of the internet. There was no Taraweeh. So when they call for Isha, no more Salatul Qiyam yarhamukumullah. So we knew tomorrow is Eid. Wallahi, and Allah is my witness. This woman started crying as if she lost her child. And I kept looking at her, and she does that. It's done. It's finished. Because right away, the cleaners comes in, they ask you to leave the haram, because they need to clean it for the Eid. She was crying like a baby. I looked at her, and I said, Ya Allah, what you gave her, give me. So when Ramadan leave, my beloved left me. The awaited guest left. Not tomorrow is Eid, and we go back to where we are. Ya Rabbi Ameen. This is not difficult for Allah. We just need to be honest, sincere, and Allah will give us بإذن الله. جزاكم الله خيرا. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك. أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت. أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه تسليما كثيرا.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that. For Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown. I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from Bo and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen.
A case on behalf of Africa for urge Denmark for maintain 0.7% of the gross national income commitments to global development. Denmark, one of the biggest spenders per capita on international development, and as we know, big debates there around the world now, countries in the cut foreign aid. So major organization in Denmark invites me and the minister from South Sudan, as two of the ministers, they wouldn't think say, go help them make the case. So I met with the Minister of Finance, Minister of Development, Foreign Affairs, all the major political parties in the parliament, and are able to secure some commitments about the impact of development and why development and security. So this be happened just last week, and a very short, I think it'll be 3-day official visits to Copenhagen. Number 2, the Ministry of Fish and Marine Resource don't announce a fishing activity, then non starts now again. When I remember say the ministry they put stop, say for 1 month, they will close shop. I've been seeing some people been complain online, propaganda, is bad. The fact of the matter, not so Sierra Leone are the only country to do that. And today we have to talk about the environment. The evidence say when you do that, it help. Even you, the fisherman and the fisherwoman, it help the fish then and they replenish. And we don't see plenty video now. Say when they resume, they go meet plenty fish. And the government will do something way and a big thing as well. The government will give food and other items them to fishermen them so that they will augment them during this period. So this now they will do according to the law of the country, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act of 2018, which mandates the Ministry for manage, conserve fish stock and maintain the ecosystem. So if you're a fisherman or fisherwoman, you can go fish now. Fishing season is back on. Number 3, the Cybersecurity Coordination Office don't start one 4-day cybersecurity workshop with the UK government on the Africa Cyber Project. This is not for let them make sure say then the workshop in goal and for let them do assessments and work with different stakeholders in creating the cybersecurity framework in this country and for address other challenges there. Ministry of Planning and IOM don't conclude one 2-day meeting on it's trying to develop a national global compact for migration implementation plan. When we say migration, one of the major issue there. So the ministry don't do this. Number 5, Ministry of Land, Housing and Country Planning don't start one exercise for reclaim Sakugama Sanctuary land. We government may not designate as a national tourist asset. We can discuss this more. This news, when a part of the news, the Marco gets there as well today for reports for the one that we don't know. The Honorable Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallo don't call on NGO them for let them position themselves for let them help for promote sustainable development in the country. We make this statement where we launch the first NGO Week celebration with Slango in the organization for NGO in the country and the Ministry of Development will come together for do. Dr. Turan Senesi, Minister of Land, now hand over a survey plan for 168-acre tract land of land for the leadership and residents in the Charlotte and the Western area rural district. This now the community they asked 2 years ago, say they want for this land for development purposes. The minister don't go through the process. They don't hand that. This minister they do very good work, especially in that sector for ensure say all man get access to land. Some of them will attend the NEEV Salon Battery Charging and Swapping Center. They take major step where they may launch the new electric vehicle business. You know, they call different people from all sectors them, and then go launch this new energy salon battery charging and swapping center. So that'll be big news that will happen. And then on the 28th of February, along the Bo-Waterside Liberia border, the UN, the government of Salon and the government of Liberia, they come together for launch a project with them called Gola RIP, Resilience, Empowerment, Access and Peace Building Project. They will bring together civil society organization then for improved border management and for promote local governance. So that thing I will tap for now for the news. But one issue they normally I can also use this platform for clarify some issue we can in the news. And today I get one major bit where I wish for clarify. First, the Salon Embassy, the High Commissioner Kenya, sent me a short message, notice what I wish for read. I read them and I will give the context. The Salon High Commission na Kenya don't note false statements with their attribute to one Augustine Sori Segbe Mara. We see personnel of the High Commission be act on the instructions of the Secretary to the President, Dr. Emmanuel Gaiman, for allegedly threatening one Madam Faith Uyambo, President of the Kenya Law Society, say the government of Salon no go guarantee in safety if you travel can Salon for one event where one community-based organization where they call themselves Lawyers Society then be organized. The High Commission wanted the public to know say that statements they will this person and make it categorically false. At no point the High Commission not discuss or receive instructions from a very distinguished secretary to the president, and at no point the High Commission not even talk to this person for tell and say we not go assure the safety and security in Salone. The government of Salone not the inside that business day for tell peaceful citizens everyone can. If not assure, then when they organize the event here, their own safety assure. Why the one when they come, we will tell you say we not assure your safety when upright individual. We don't also now secure the very official communication from the lady, this individual, with the president for the Law Society of Kenya, a formal state-recognized institution, where we write to this community-based organization as alone for telling say, you know, you can. One for make the public know say, inside this letter, the Madam Faith Odiambo, they make it clear, we read the paragraph with relevance. You see, unfortunately, while I would have loved to join you in Freetown, as earlier intended, my travel has been constrained by supervening circumstances. Consequently, I'm unable to join the session physically at this time, but will be available to join the session virtually and deliver my address to your members. I look forward to a fruitful, thought-provoking session with your members and hope that this sets the stage for future engagements between your society and the Law Society of Kenya. These women will take the pains for discuss this. Normally, I'm not in the business for use this platform for discuss social media banter or chatter or one especially baseless allegations against top government officials. But I also don't make a business with fake news they out there. We clarify and set the record straight. And in this case, we therefore deal with one of the most outstanding public servants in the history of this country. Dr. Emmanuel Gaima, a governance expert, and one of the finest people that teach a lot of we. He don't be in this business for a long time. You know, subject himself to that and I think the people that will make that statement, they ought to know better. Because I know it's not for drag somebody in that kind of way without any evidence. So we hope say this will put this matter to rest and then will advise themselves accordingly. All right. After that now, we can out to the business we can have for today. I want to take this opportunity first for welcome the very distinguished panel that we're gonna have. Number one, on my left, I'm a sister, the Honorable Mima Yema Mimi Soba Stevens. We are the Deputy Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Madam Minister, we're glad that you joined me today for the first time. This is a platform, and we look forward for your voice. I also get here the Executive Director for NPAA, with Mr. Thomas Faya Kamara. NPAA means National Protected Area Authority. See my presidential order, the guy explained. Very important. Next to me, not for the first time, I'm very privileged for getting here. Somebody I think at this stage you don't need introduction anymore. Professor General, people let me forget the general part. Fodesa, Executive Director for the National Public Health Agency. Glad to see you here. Thank you for your time. And last, but by no means least, a very good friend of the environment, a good friend of nature, a wonderful friend of Salone, who do fantastic work over the years for helping for preserve some of the national treasure there. Bala, your last name, I can't try, but I apologize in advance. The last name, Amara Sikaran. How's that? Yeah, you got it? Alright, good. So, founder and program director for Takogama. I'm glad you will Kaya today for joining me. What I don't decide for doing, and I apologize to the minister and seeking permission, is we do public health first. Because normally you go there and the minister are the most senior person, so they enforce the talk. But because within the minister they talk, now they lay the foundation for them go into the other speaker there. I want to get quickly, Madam Minister, with your permission. Thank you very much. You are my sister, so I can take some liberties. I want to start with public health. We will declare a health emergency. We don't see images and updates about mpox the day. We also declare public health emergency with Kush. Recently, we also see reports come out about Kush and all these things. So, Professor, this is an opportunity for make you give an update on the public health outlook of the country. Usaudi, we come to the issue of mpox, just give you some updates with Infambo need for know, and then on other public health issues, including Kush, we also take the time for let you updates. Because we want for me to be comprehensive in updates, I will give you 7 minutes and see how you do with that 7 minutes. We'll get time and I have for what we don't know. The time there and when you reach to the 7 minutes, you will hear sound. Normally I can leave it if you don't know gets to that in 7 minutes. So you will adjust on that and then we'll keep the ball going. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At the start of the mpox, on the mpox issue, since the 10th of January to date, we don't register 38 cases. Of the 38 cases, nobody don't die, and we don't discharge 22 home. The center now will have the highest number of cases in the western area, urban, followed by western area, rural. The contacts that we don't actually identify for 10 cases, we will make sure we identify contact for any case we get. So we don't like list about 406 cases that contact them. We don't like list so they follow up, and of them 406 cases, 366 don't complete the 21-day follow-up. But anybody who identify as a contact will follow you up for 21 days for make sure they out of the rules. And then the next level, we don't find out for most of the cases they're not related to each other at all. Hence, we don't confirm say we get active community transmission. Because of that, we actually couple them up with what we call genomic sequencing and the new trend now in our way, because you have to look at what's in the happen at the genomic level. We work with the colleagues then at Dakar, and we find out for say 18 cases that we don't actually identify for way. It confirms say indeed the mpox virus will not circulate in Sierra Leone from 1994. And it been introduced from Ivory Coast. This is a very new thing, and from last week we get this report. They introduced from Ivory Coast into Sierra Leone, and they circulate, move from person to person, and then we said export them Nigeria in 2002. And that's the phylogenetic treated way. Then in 2021, they introduced them back as Sierra Leone from Nigeria. So this circulation don't happen within the community. Hence, the final for say active community transmission don't happen as Sierra Leone since 2021. This is now part of a bigger picture of transmission what happen now the West African. So they do certain things. And one, for make sure they will do active community engagement for find out from house to house. Now all the communities then for look for cases then, because of London, according to the trend we tell we this virus will continue for transmit until 2028. and the prediction landing. So therefore, we use all the rubrical transmission piece. So now the activity landing, I mean the question and answers, I will go more specific into what we do as an organization. For the bush, His Excellency, the President announced a state of emergency in April last year, and it put me as coordinator for the task force. They do very well. We don't stand up treatment center now. Freetown now, today we just promote admit the fourth cohort of victims then. Between now and the next 2 or 3 weeks, we want to stand up another treatment center now Bo for the southern region. Then we start up another one at Budama. Nagaru for the eastern region, and Bombali for the northern region. So now that they do so get active case investigations, look for the one that way they get affected with push and bring them into treatment, because this government and responsible government, the responsibility of the people, like primarily, I mean, is close to our hearts. So therefore, we make sure that anybody where he affected may not afraid, may just reach out to we try for make sure they will bring that person into rehab, and we provide all the services and are free of cost. Nobody pay 1 cent, penny only pay. So on that note, some of the highlights and then the way we don't do as an organization. Thank you, sir.
So Germany, there a lot of discipline. Sharp. Give all the headline, quick, stick to the time. So since you get a couple more minutes, make I just maybe do a quick follow-up. When I see the Mpox vaccine recently, tell me what's not mean in terms of this projection we just gave for 2028 versus whether with the presence of the vaccine now. I mean, so maybe just give me an update on the vaccine, how many, and if the vaccine will help me for expedite following end and as alone before 2028.
Thank you very much, sir. The vaccine are just one of the resources one used for first the Mpox. We received 61,200 doses of the Mpox vaccine, and we'll use them for give to frontline workers, people that were high-risk individuals. So that activity will start very soon, hopefully in the next one week or so. So we make sure we don't rely only on vaccine, but also on active case search into the communities. So now just one of the ways and another one used for the Mpox.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. We'll come back to you. Now make a come to my sister, the Honorable Deputy Minister. Madam Minister, last week and the week before, you spent some time, the lead on a campaign they call Go Circular campaign. Today, I want me to take time for explain to family what's in the campaign they want, why Ministry of the Environment believe in and they champion this campaign, and what people for expect on this specific campaign. You said there's 7 minutes, Madam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say I'm glad for being on this platform, because I've always look forward for a way forward make people to understand what we do on the environment, ministry, and all that in any. For the Go Circular, first of all, I want to say Go Circular was very, very successful. And we're glad for the turnout and the results we were able to get out of that. For example, we make sure it was 1 week, and every day in a different people in different sectors. And Go Circular about how we therefore manage with plastic in the country for reuse and recycle and reduce plastic in the country. So what do we do first of all? We don't start last year. Now the Ministry of Tourism started. But when we attend last year, I see say we can use this platform for really make people that understand the kind of problem with plastic don't cause in the country, and how we as Sierra Leoneans, citizens of this country, can champion and get rid of it. Because until when I was a creator, not a God made, not man made. So we can all decide to come together and solve that problem. So I decided to, I tell the World Bank and Slbc and RSLP, I say, why would not just make this something when a yearly event? So that every year we will raise this kind of awareness that people will begin to understand and see. And then one day we will don't begin to comply. Let me give them award. Just to encourage them, maybe they don't say yes, they don't rise up or make sure see this country go great. Now, we do 7 days, we do 5 days. The day one, which we do, we call most of the ministries. For example, the Minister of Education, we did Fisheries, we did Tourism, we did even Maritime, we did and Ministry of Finance, they all we did. So because when we do that, we say, now we call the policy makers then, for let them talk on the implementation and the importance of the school circular. Then the two, we decided to let we launch the 2 associations then we already formed, but they're not launching. So we officially launched them because they're very key. So for help for managing plastic business. That now one, the Sierra Leone Association, Waste Management Association, we launched under DD. And in fact, the mayor will also be DD, can give you the support. Then the National Recyclers Association, they said we launched them that day. Because then today I still need for work together. With the way that they collect, waiting for happen to that waste day, especially in plastic. We need people that way who can take them and turn out to wealth and create jobs with them. So we find say then today are so very key and we launch them the same day and honor me gladly for that. And at the same time we use the opportunity for connect or to make them work together, let them network and know themselves and know see I can't do without you, you can't do without me. So this is how we situation we all come together and work. Then we also get one other company we call this a Dirty Box. If I don't create an app. This app is very interesting. This app, it just sounds like a way they take money in a bank. And what this app they do, what they don't do. When you want they go for work with the waste management team, the association, and any other person really into waste management, not necessarily just the association, but yes, some people they wouldn't even register with that. So then they work with them one day, then they connect with them. So if you've been at the host, you can download this app here soon on your phone. And any phone, absolutely, not necessarily Android phone. There, if you don't go up to button phone, for make sure say all man get able to access the service. So you download that in there, and then you connect to the service provider within your locality, and then ask them for make them come, call them, and then they will come, they can collect your dirty, and then you pay through using that same app. That's what you did one. So that one you will be able to connect all them people that did. Then day 3, we decide for launch the Green Label Initiative scheme. We have for them hotels, them restaurants, them beach bars, them any other bar there now. We need to have space there. And when we launch them, we make sure we create a lot of incentives that we EPA and NTB, the National Tourist Board. They come up with some benefits and with the hotels that will benefit if they decide for plastic free. Then we also, the 4, we bring together the beach communities. We bring together the Mahera Beach, we bring together the Lumley Beach, Bue Beach, and all other beach there. We did the Hamilton Beach, all the beach there. Because we know how plastic don't lot to reach them. So bring them together for we can talk about 2 things then. 1, the plastic pollution. How we get for hair for clean we beach them. And secondly, we're also very key how we get for protect we beach from sand mining. So there are people, there are communities that we come, they talk a lot, they all my benefits. In fact, number 2 beach we did. Then now we case study, because then they protect the beach. Then they go, nobody knows they go by any beach. And secondly, when you want to enter number 2, you pay for good. So then they use that money for clean the beach, for keep the beach clean and make them, eco-friendly. We tourists and they glad for good, even with Sierra Leoneans, we glad for good, for relax day and make shows and they, especially when Christmas or festive seasons. Then we decided day 5. We allocate that to the plastic leadership platform. Also, we get the ministries of finance. If I'm ministry of finance, I don't host them. The Ministry of Finance, we did it, the local governments, we did it. We get tourism, there's a minute, sorry, don't listen to Bob. So they all we did it. And we also get our stakeholders, they did it back. We get the World Bank, we did it. We get other NGOs, for example, the EHA schools, we did it. And obviously the public, we did it. Online, we did it. So we sit down, we talk on a lot of things. We talk about how we get from move this year and before. In 2025, we try to map out certain things. So not only we actually do for the Go Circular business.
Madam Minister, thank you. Since I may not add 2 minutes, so I'll follow up with you. One big question about the Go Circular campaign, by the way, very impressive initiative. The idea, circular means for go through a circle, so which you use, and they end up in the waste, we process and back it down. That means they live in a more sustainable way. So instead of we continue to buy new things every day, we deplete the environment, we go circular, the same thing we use. The big question people in the ask, Minister, is what if we not just follow the example of countries like Rwanda and many others now across Africa, and just ban plastic? And whether as part of this campaign, they work towards getting to a place where government just provide the policy incentives, say, not only for use plastic. Why not?
Well, I mean, say we'll get it gradually. It's a process. You know, say anything we do, just like we born picking. That picking there for take for so land for tina, land for sidom, land for crawl, land for tina, and then begin land for waka. So it's a process. We don't just can't all of a sudden say we ban plastic. Because one, it's difficult for people to go buy the idea. So you gotta sell the idea to people. Many people don't understand.
If not ban, plastic no day.
When they will begin to undercover. And then that's it now, all kinds of things will happen. So what do we decide for do? There is a law in the country. Okay. And that law they will pass on a parliament this year.
Inshallah. Well, me talk as an individual now, personally. The environment in challenge organizers alone is huge, and plastic is one of the worst things for the environment in this country. Most of the waste and the dirty they happen on the beach, they threaten the ecosystem, they threaten the lifestyle because of plastic. So I join you now. I want to tell you thank you for the leadership you play in this, your minister as well, but the Minister of Information as well. They put on fully and support on follow and work gradually, quick, no ban plastic.
Well, just before you come out to me, I just want to say a quick thing. You know, one of the things that we make back, we decided to say, no ban plastic completely. Yes. Because it creates also wealth, it creates employment for people. Then recyclers are interested for sewage and the makers of plastic. Yeah. So that they make back now, not only create jobs for people.
Okay. Well, thank you. So now, we stick to environment, but with the transition. And this time as well, and the switch typically how I do. Normally, I would go to the government side, and then I go to the private sector side. But today, I want to start with Bala. Because, Bala, I think as I know, they call him the chimpanzee man. He left the chimpanzee and taking the chimpanzee one for Bala. Because in the people of this country don't know him. As years ago, some of you don't know, Bala to Saloya Igbo, he can't work. he gets this in contact with one green chimpanzee, and he realizes huge issue there. The chimpanzee and they at risk. And that risk, it means we they at risk. Because if we lose wildlife, we lose, then we treasure animal again, it affects we all in ways most people don't really understand. You know, the one that we study scripture, they can say, no love, no day we create because somebody they left in life for other person. This man here, he left in life. You can't see him here, he don't dedicate years of his life. See, government don't recognize them, support them some way, for build Takugama, for get a reserve, they will help we in big ways. Keep the reserve, the environment, the life, tourism, everything we talk about tourism, who go across the country. Sometimes we don't get nothing for sure as we say Takugama. And that's because of one person in sacrifice. As a Sierra Leonean, as the Minister of Information, the government spokesman, I often just say thank you for the work we do. And that make me, as you know, fully support, but the person who supports you pass we all. And His Excellency, President Julius Malade. We don't take on himself personally for champion this campaign, for save Takugama, for save the chimps, for save wildlife, and for stop them people will try for encroach and threaten with all the life there. So, but I want you 7 minutes for them to tell me a little bit about why Takugama important and paints the picture to family of these threats on the land, on the area, and what that threats they mean, how it affects not just the chimpanzee in their life, the Zaro already, but we all life as well as a people. I just want to set the scene, and then I will come over to NPA for them to talk about the execution, because how they protect that land and way to make this important for government. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, most of you here. First of all, I want to clear the air about one statement Minister said, government and private sector. Bala is not from the private sector. I am government also. I was given this task 30 years ago to establish a sanctuary for the government with a memorandum of understanding between government and myself. And with that, I have run this place for 30 years. There is nothing at Takugama that belongs to Bala. It's not an NGO. It's a 100% government agency. But I decided at some point I will dedicate my time to give something back to this country that gave me home. I was not born here. I come from far place, a place called Sri Lanka. This makes 47 years in Sierra Leone. And I have run Takugama for 30 years. And you'll be happy to note that I'm very proud of something. 30 years I ran a project for the government of Sierra Leone without $1 budget line. So that shows again that what you can do for your country. It's not all, everything is about what country can do for you. Sometimes it's about that. So for me, it's like a passion. It became into some sort of thing that I want to leave a legacy behind. And that's the reason I've, continue to do what I'm doing. So when you say Takugama, when I say I'm a government servant like the minister, it is like I help the government in many ways I could. One thing I do is support the tourism sector. The sanctuary was established to be an orphanage to implement the wildlife laws that the government will get. But they're not really able to implement them because then we get a place to take. They rescued confiscated animals from traffickers and pet owners and things like that. So they established the orphanage. But with time I decided that just an orphanage is not going to make a difference. We need to transform the institution into a conservation project, a program. This is what I've been doing over 30 years. I'm proud that at least we worked on chimpanzee conservation for 30 years, and 4 or 5 years ago, His Excellency felt with all the line ministries to even give more prominence to this particular species because it's an endangered species. It's very rare. Sierra Leone has the second largest population of the western chimpanzee. So this is something we can help the tourism industry so much. If you look at Rwanda, the amount of money they make out of gorilla tourism, why shouldn't we dream of something like that for Sierra Leone? So I stood by Ministry of Tourism to see what we can do to increase the tourism potential for this country. And I'm very proud to say if you go to any search engine and look for Sierra Leone, Takugama will come up as the #1 choice of place for you to visit. That's one. But I'm even more proud of something I've done over 30 years, is to protect the Congo Dam and the Kenema catchment. I don't know how many people realize all these mountain communities, even all the way to SS Camp, all the way down to Hill Station, water comes from Takugama. That is your prime source. If Takugama was not established and if I didn't fight all these years for 30 years to protect that place, there won't be any water there. Right now, if you speak to Guma Valley, they will tell you they have completely damaged the Sugarloaf catchment. There is hardly any water coming into the tanks from there. The only water source you have to send it to Barbadori to treat it and send it to all these people, nearly 200, 300,000 people depend on this water. And if not for Takugama, you would have lost both Congo Dam and Kenema Dam by now. Because when I first stepped into that place, it was a charcoal pit. Everywhere there was charcoal burning. We closed over 500 active charcoal pits over 30 years. And we planted trees throughout, and we even allowed some natural regeneration over the years. That is how we managed to save that. But at the moment, I mean, as you know, there's a lot of problems, there's a lot of things in the news in terms of the catchment is being burned down, a lot of encroachment taking place. So we are at a very difficult situation. Whether are we still valuing what we have created over 30 years? If it is, what kind of protection we can give to this place? How do we go about re-establishing the glory we had? When I first moved in there was no settlement, there was nothing. 30 years, there was nothing. Only some invaders will come in to burn charcoal or cut wood, they run away. That's it. Then, as you know the history, you had it was a Western Area Forest Reserve at that time, when government allowed me to go and set up this together with the Ministry of Agriculture Forestry at that time. Then, 12 years ago, government, with all our work, with other campaigners, other conservation organizations, they realized Freetown is under threat without the water source. The water comes from the mountains. That is how 12 years ago it went through Parliament and they declared it as a national park. That means it came with some higher laws in terms of protecting it. And when they created this national park, they also created a buffer zone, 1 mile all the way up to the Grafton Highway. And National Protected Area Authority and Ministry of Forestry at that time, they put pillars all over to say, this is a buffer zone, nobody should go in, because it is to preserve the sanctuary and to preserve the catchment. That is your major catchment. But with time, with all the lawlessness, they broke all the pillars and they kept coming up further and further. Now it has got to a point, they're damaging all around that place. And that is how I think the news went to even His Excellency, and I think he took it as a priority in terms of bringing some sanity there. And I think he got the security apparatus and the agencies like NPA, EPA, they all got involved to see how we can fix it. So what is going on there? There's a lot of misconception, Bala Bala Takugama. It's nothing to do with me. I am doing work for the government, and there are government agencies who have undertaken this job, the ongoing thing at the moment. It is basically, there are 2 areas. And also one thing you need to know, 1.5 years ago, Ministry of Lands carved out the buffer zones, and they mapped out and they handed it over to Ministry of Tourism, and they declared it as a TDA, that is a tourism development area, and no one should go there. So whatever is going on now, it is between the security apparatus, the agencies that have been created, they are trying to bring back sanity into that area. It's got nothing to do with Takugama or Bala, just to want to clear that. I'm doing this for all Sierra Leoneans and for our next generation.
Thank you very much, Bala. We are grateful to you for your service to Salone. And as you say, we clarify it's not a private sector and governments own. All Bala they do is a labor of love. As you say, that place is so important. The way you preserve the sanctuary, then you could get water with the land. Even clean water for all drink. If they may not left here now, all man will build host the water on the air again. They could only suffer. You know, so very important. So you waiting and also with the watch, we pay attention to this. We get person where they go billionaire. We did try for if people like the person waking up morning while they will all die, one kill me. They are big, they will not kill me. They are left for one day after so picking on one day they are back. Mr. Thomas Fire Kamara, National Protected Area Agency. We see video we by the way, very good video. The ministry will decide for share that video for as well, so people will see. You got big caterpillar. It's about today. It broke, people was another example for the sets now. Because Solomon he believes they will encourage landlords you get. He said, what's your bills they make broke up? Man, they look pink dry, go bills. But in this case, like Abala say, the first gentleman present, you give a very clear order. I want to address how they go about this campaign, explain to people why it's important, specifically for Takugama. But I also want to address that law talk about other protected areas in the country. Because we get many protected areas that people don't continue for violate. So what's our role in that? Talk about the steps the owner they take so far. You said it's 7 minutes, sir.
Family, good afternoon. I'm glad for there today. My Honorable Minister, I thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I will also look forward for more opportunities for me to come educate Sierra Leoneans about conservation. We made a go school here. I carefully choose this path. I left for England. I continue with this because I get passion for the environment. I get passion for biodiversity. I come, President Duncan give me the assignment now. 82 above 1 year. But I tell God thank you. I think we don't do plenty thing. In the first place, the National Protected Area Authority, they may create first in 2012 with clear mandate, and then review through the Act of Parliament, then review this Act 2022 before they come. So now this Act 90 MPAA the power for make it go protect and manage the landscapes we were supposed for keep. For we now, we begin them, and then you begin them tomorrow. Then protected areas, so we get them right to the country. Like the minister said, we get for can't talk about them. We get about 8 terrestrial ecosystems that are dry lands. Then we get 7 wetland ecosystems that are wetlands. Then swamp, of course not all kinds of swamp, because we get IPS, inland valley swamps. Then swamps then for like agriculture. We have specific wetlands where then we mangroves then where then we own concern in terms of protection. But make I dwell first on the Western Area Peninsula. The Western Area Peninsula are one of those 15 protected areas, or in other words, one of those 8 terrestrial ecosystems of the country, where they under the purview, under the supervision and management of the National Protected Area Authority. Family then, any country not able to protect in biodiversity and associated cultural resources and manage them in a more sustainable way that country on the grow.
Bushfire, illegal encroachment.
This thing, I don't talk about not to new thing.
The forest will surround the beating out of
anytime we get interviews, anytime we get
all the good
opportunity for talk,
where we can benefit.
I tell my fellow Sierra Leoneans and say, we need for manage the biodiversity well.
According to one report by the World Food Program,
and the one that we then get for carbon, we get for passport or something they will for them for
December 2023. And
if you don't do that one day, we begin and we blame we tomorrow.
That's not about 700.
What did they happen at Takogama now? Not only
over 4,000
activity or action or operations, it new.
That's not about 5,000.
We start this operation from April last year.
Forest we don't left now, not about 18,000 hectares.
And we get with demolition plan.
Anyhow,
we for continue throughout.
Nothing, no go left.
Then we can end up with Takogama. What do you mean? We just feel say for take care of Takogama now, because the level of encroachment is too high. Bushfire is too high. And we get valuable resource to that landscape. We now we national animal, we charismatic species we now the chain. When fire they come, then the fed from men then go jump over the fence. Would I go see fire in Timaka? Fire, they see fire, although we don't get from each, but then you see I'm saying this fire with the council, they come now we area. Then the fed from men then go jump over. Now I say then jeans and they jump over then fence then. How we go there? How we go there in a town here? People that will begin call on government. Government help to die. Without them first will begin call. Now Charlotte and region communities. So that panic, when I go through the city, you know what's responsible. So government they take proactive steps.
For the first time ever,
when NPAA don't get series of complaints about the spate of bushfire, about the spate of encroachment,
even one cup water, nor did it.
The management of Takogama called for more reinforcement
inside the forest
and send more forest guards, additional forest guards to make a deploy.
Anytime when
people see the country, I think what makes sense for the French soldier now because they get gone. Because my own, I call them my own army, NPAA army. Because they're not getting gone, they don't respect themselves. They don't respect them at all.
Two other landside them be happen near the tech.
And our women and they do say they are government workers.
That's a good side for make people them.
They are government workers and are then lawful duty. Then they execute.
Everlasting scar of mortality.
Next and they don't say these are government workers. People still they're supposed to be respected. If you do not respect them, when I not respect the leadership, when I'm in at the head, me Thomas Fire Kamara as the head of NPA in this country.
Anything can happen next.
And by extension, when I not respect government, authority. So that not just smaller class outside the term where they
inside the WhatsApp in
we do it because the government order, executive order. So if you see within Takogama, and for me, we able for protect the environment, for Una, and for we begin them, and for then you begin them for campus. Do you want to support government for help protect the natural resources in this country?
Flooding and mudslide during the season, drought and bushfire during dry season.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas Fire Kamaya. That's all get your army. You want to army, we get the use. A very important point that we for respect the environment, respect government officials ready for enforce the land, the law, and this now law is very, very important. We get a set of videos that will on the show in the background. One is a video of Takogama, where Mr. Bala and team make available to me. We play them before, they play them throughout. We get an English and Creole version, we make them available to the media as well. In a report, we include them. We can share to all my media on our WhatsApp group, so I will use them as well in the media. We also get video of the school circular campaign, part of within Luna Beach. And one of the videos I want to see just now. We will go and do it, and then when they're not done, how they left the which really want clean. We'll get images of that as well. We will make available to una all for make una get access to it. Before we come to una follow up and ask questions, as usual, we get a few questions when we come online. So I want to ask the question really quickly. We get a response and then we'll come to una to make una ask. Mr. Protected Area, the question say, what's if you put sit down on a wait, say people are mobile, now protected area before they take action. It's now somebody sent this question online 22 hours ago. The other question say, what's in the plan for protect the land that we said they don't build structure them, or they don't demolish them? Say because when they go and demolish and commodity as one commodity will come back. So 1, 2 questions. One, when I left Sidon, people that go build the force, land protected. Why is my army man there, soldier man they won't get? They know they just proactively protect. 2, go demolish. What will they do for make sure they don't go again? Madam Minister, the question is, every year you celebrate Go Circular. What's not the strategy for letting you maintain this campaign with the World Bank money not done? Me and Nick is easy question. And your job. The people of this country, they get voice to this platform. Any Sierra Leonean, they send question. 818. The commitment to again, I send 1,000 questions, they read all. All they read there, they ask the panelists them. Was that a democracy? Finally, question, I think this question is still not for protected area. Or maybe I think Balaki will comment. He say, if disconnect day between protected area, Ministry of Lands and Forest, say not people like so are connected. People like this they go so, this they go so, this they go so. Say if I get network connection. I know, I for you the question card. So since you get more questions, let Minister first answer. Madam Minister, how will they ensure the maintenance of this really do not want to know?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, we try to raise awareness for make we people to understand the cleanliness is a part of godliness. And as we want a man, where God make we say make clean an image, and God now God will let clean it. And make you say you have to clean. So we say self as God in image for enjoy for them a clean place. So now make we raise the awareness for let people to understand, see, therefore take ownership. You know, interestingly, Mr. Minister, we get a national pledge where they say we for take pride, not also. Now we country for put country interest first above everything. And one of the things that we wanted to understand is not for just recite that national pledge, but now we begin to look at the words, what they mean, and how we can live by them words saying. If you go offline people, they Mr. Minister, the village, government they come for country, you hardly see plastic, even though they drink, they don't begin with plastic water, maybe. But you don't see a scandal. Because we don't clean, all man they clean front in front here. All man they clean front. If we say 7 and 8 begin implement the kind of thing, we begin clean with front here. Because some man they always see clean inside the compound. What if be any fence now? It's not government. We know they take pride for clean even beyond the fence. And make sure see them we got at the only before we clean. And see people they say, well, what person want in plastic? Say, hey, we'll not in plastic, we'll take a car, we'll go in another put another. You know. But having said that, we as government, what would we try for doing at the ministry? One, now for institutionalize the framework, that now the plastic policy, we get for pass into law. And inside here, we get the governance structure, the Ministry of Environment, they take the lead. And we also get EPA, where they get for house the secretariat for which is inside a plastic bill, policy there. Not say no more when you're doing collaboration with the local government, so all the councils they get for daily. They also get for in collaboration with the National Tourist Board as well. And then also the plastic, also create plastic platforms then who are established in all the districts because we already don't know one and Freetown as I say. Then secondly, we also try to make sure we get financial sustainability. That now we face the net tax system where we generate, government generates from net plastics as I say the policy get for all that. Then the importance of plastics then taxes the way they get for they pay, how we get for we direct them money then for help them the plastic business today. And also their tax and we also inside our policy they also talk about for the authority. For the one that we sell the plastic manufacturers and the users, the sellers and the business they for actually negotiate that amount we get for them. So now all I see we look and see the windows.
Minister, be ready for this question. Well, ask the question is if you know ready for a detailed answer. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Yes, sir, Mr. Kama, I'll go quickly on that question a little bit. To allow try to do in 3 minutes, so take enough questions today. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. If you ask the question when they come with, then require for detailed explanation. Anyway, I will summarize them. I will keep on short. The first one say, why make MPA then they don't take people that bill first before they take action? I tell an answer from them. President they give you appointment for make you go fix the problem within another office. Now fix me the fix now. A little about 1 year, now I don't take. From throughout this 1 year to go the one also now fix, I don't fix. I tell when I say April 30 last year, now begin demolition exercise. Right through the peninsula. This is not just emergency. Emergency. Now we left that side. We got to go back. Okama, Takogama. I call it emergency. So now fix me the fix. And I will fix the go. As long as I am working for Sierra Leoneans, and many Sierra Leoneans appreciate the happen, I will fix the go. The other one, we get plans for the other protected areas in other countries, in other parts of the country. We don't even dredges, like the Kenema National Park. People they go with dredges, and dredges nothing we will not like at all. It pollute the water, it destroy the environment, it destroy even the fishes who get the freshwater fishes, species who get now we water them. So that one we don't the cage and bomb, we get a whole store now Kenema National Park, hold on back then day. Apart from that one day, we get other Loma and waiting that. So
the question, sir.
Yes.
Who now don't demolish? What do you do for make sure say people can be back?
I like that question. I see with the demolish so with the rules we call restoration ecology. We get look at native tree species, we get for plant at the end of the day, so that we go good again. And we get natural regrowth where the forest can go through. But when it's season, they go with green back.
So address this disconnect one, because one of the questions that we want text us saying now we 818 number say when then people are already busy, say some of them they even get paper. Say they go Ministry of Lands, they get paper, they give them some director somewhere, sign them and mobility. So this disconnect question, maybe comment on that.
Now fix are the fix. Now fix are the fix. I made plenty of them things that don't happen, but we don't get an understanding in the Ministry of Lands. Before then they give anybody paper, then they send to the Executive Director, National Protected Area Authority, and they send the experts and the GIS, let them go check that landscape if they fall within we mandate. If they fall within we mandate, we can always advise, we're not going to forgive you now. If
so una need court order for book?
No.
So was GPS tell you say this fall with
they broke.
Oh, I don't come to one quickly, let us comment on this. And then I will come to one question. But just talk to us about, I think I'm familiar with some of the frustrations because I have the the privilege of speaking to you about these issues sometimes. But we just had Mr. Kamal talking about admitting that there's a, I think we can admit there's an entrenched problem in terms of, how they allocate land. So, but also to be fair to Ministry of Lands, for people in the go under UK as well. The minister not know about and all that. To talk about that disconnect, which you don't see, and what's in it for video quickly.
Yes, I think regarding what
2 minutes.
I understand what the head of NPA said about fixing. Fixing can be in two different ways. It can be short-term fixing. There is also long-term fixing. There has to be permanent fixing. The problem that we don't, it's about, we are becoming agencies or a ministry where we are known for breaking houses or pan bodies. Where are the prosecutions? That is where we are failing. If somebody goes and burns a forest that is within the national park, where is the prosecution? Somebody goes and builds a house within the tourism development.
Now, would I get the duty for prosecute? Any of the agencies on
they all have the mandate to do that. NPA has the mandate, EPA
so
has the mandate.
NPA can,
yes.
EPA can,
Of course, yes. So that is what is lacking. We are just breaking, but we are not following up. If there is somebody gave a paper from ministry which was a fictitious paper, right? Why are we not removing that person signing? We are just telling him, oh, he goes away and another one signs. So we are not setting examples in a way it can become a deterrent. People know that you break this law, there is a penalty, you will be paid. That is what is missing. We are breaking families, we are breaking houses, but that's not a permanent solution. It's not today. This has been going on for 30 years. Several presidents have helped me to break Pan-Korean houses over 30 years. But it's still happening because we haven't prosecuted even one person. That is the problem. Till we get to that, that is why, don't forget, all of you know, when the new Ministry of Environment was formed, there was even an environmental court was established. Where is that? Why we didn't continue with that? Because the environmental court was established so that they can fast track these cases, so that we can quickly attend to these things. And I also feel sorry for some of these people. They fall in the trap, they are given a fictitious paper, and they go and build. And if the hard-earned money they are using to build something, then they come and break it. So because you are giving somebody a paper in an area where you shouldn't be giving, then you go and break that person's house. You know what I mean? It is wrong. As for, if I'm a private citizen, I'll be angry about it. Yeah, there's a lot of problems around it.
Mr. Kamal, I think we'll go to the journalists when they ask questions.
On a journalist now.
Who will come to the answer the next round? I'll show you the question. You are the so that's the answer to the question.
What do you mean this means capital?
You know how it starts. The first time it starts making you yeah, or nature. Number one, number two. You want to go? Number three, number four, number five, grammar school. Alright.
Siba.
Yes. My name is Mahmoud Sila from the Nature newspaper. Firstly, Professor, what will you tell the people of Sierra Leone the amount of support from the donor partners in the fight against mpox? That is one.
Wait, almost donor the lobby?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then MDA. Are you telling me that you are only fixing the problem when the proposal was made by the former Minister of Environment that he is going to deploy military officers to ensure that the national protected area or the national park be protected? Why does it take so long when it comes to the MPA to implement that pronouncement that was made by the former minister, Professor Fodemori Bajawad? What does it take long to ensure that this is implemented?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Next.
Bobodan Kamara from Slbc Tv newspaper. Mr. Minister of Information, requested the director to a couple of weeks back, the Vival State Brigade Inspector General of Police for the periodic update about how the preliminary investigation is going. So I want to back about a year ago, they intercept 20 cartons of 225 tramadol and the Sierra Leone, now the Freetown airport now, what they call the airport back then. Since that investigation they be there, we don't know who that sent them or who that for the receiver. Done at the twilight of last year, then we intercept another Kush factory na some partner Allentown. That investigation will be on up till now. We don't know who that manufacturer, whose arrest then they make, or they will be some of money they fed into the computer. Then we come back to this cocaine scandal. Up till now, we don't know as a nation, the Dutch citizen, where they are let's say if at all a mistake of identity or another individual. Done, but the Guinean, the sacked Guinean ambassador, you know, to the investigation deal, we don't even know whether the 7 suitcases or so I start to be collected of cocaine and fentanyl utility vehicle, if at all not true or just like me happening. So I just wanted to light on that the way the IG know to well.
Thank you. Number 3, over there.
My name is Jaffa Davis from Radio Democracy. My first question will go to Mr. Bala. I want to know how you would describe government work for protecting the coastal area, the hills and the mountaintop as part of the environmental plan for protecting area. Then also to the EPA. The question is NBAA. Okay, NBAA. The question is with regards to the question where one other texter from online asked about when I only react to waiting they tell now about when and how we will demolish. With specific time, if I get a sector plan of how to protecting the country, the protected areas, when and how to work.
Yes. Thank you. Next. I think it's the lady.
What happened there? Good afternoon, everyone. Beyond Fati was the Moderator of Content and I report for the Women's Voice newspaper. The first question will go to Mr. Kamala. Yes. It's on the top about encroachment because I watched an interview where they interview one man where construct a building and he say, you know, even near the site when they say for demolish and don't cost you know spend thousands for build that building. What are the time for us case? Because me no say una not compensate them here. I stand to be corrected. Okay. And another thing is most of the perpetrators they find out from the Ministry of Land. So I want to know how una they collaborate with the Ministry of Lands for end this. And secondly, the question will go to the Deputy Minister of Climate Change. Last week, FCC launched the second phase of the Climate Change Action Fund, where they give thousands of dollars. So how will they collaborate with them for at least help for build plant trees in the deforested areas and at Freetown? And the question that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Me na Alan Campbell, and me na indigene of Bathurst Village. The question I will ask, Mr. Bala, personally between me and him, 1 or 2 terms, 1 term, we give me lift. Don't tell me about awareness. Properties, in that place, some of the properties that are privately owned properties. I felt bad for us to be described as encroachers. With me personally, I born at a village and I live in Mamabon. And I want to make you understand, see, there is a distinction between Tekukama and Congo Valley. And who side them post and this one at Congo Valley. Now, my question what I will ask. Waiting una go do for the people them where they don't begin broke their host, because as far as me concerned, we think say they need to be engaged. Secondly, nobody will tag me as a talk. I'm a peaceful and respectful citizen. I have documents of a property, legal documents there. And I believe say it is the responsibility of the government for support indigenes or locals for let them improve their business. If I have a business that is in line with ecotourism and waiting they want to do so, and I get documents from a place, would you encourage me to move on with that business? Because I have engaged Ministry of Culture and Tourism and told them that I want to do orchard with guest houses where they in line with waiting Mr. Baladi do. Would they encourage me as a citizen of this country for make a work in that line, for improve my own personal life and for create job for people in the village?
Thank you. All right, we get some really interesting questions there. We can't try for answering sharp. Only with time. So we'll do one more round, okay? We got some very, very good questions, huh? All right, so Madam Minister, your question now be about how they collaborate with FCC. Also, it's the question I never again for you. So yes, are you on that day? That will be the only one for you also. Okay, so take that quickly.
Well,
you have any question I can say? Yes.
Well, first of all, the ministry will work with local government. That is number one. As I say, with the plastic business, we work with local government. So not just FCC, no, now with all the other councils as well. But each council also gets in your own way itself they do. So if FCC then gets money for go plants, they will go plant trees. Definitely, that's part of which we expect all local councils therefore take up the task for plant trees. So in terms of collaboration, ministry to ministry now we collaborate. And then when it comes down to we arms now, all man they do what it is supposed to do, because once we don't collaborate at the top, that disseminates down to the bottom. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor, nature one know almost money donor them not spend for vets, mpox, and salon.
Yes, let me start with basics. Primary responsibility for mpox and government. All other posts
Please, allow me to send person out. And if the guests they talk, somebody they talk, I will be forced to send you out. Please.
So the government responsibility and government I take the lead for actually provide resources for this fight against mpox. All other partners then are support them, support government. And definitely in our engagement, both national and international organizations, some really comfortable like begin to talk, say, so they don't support government. However, we operate a transparent institution. So if you are on one-to-one, we will share that with you, but we can talk about public. But definitely the primary responsibility and government and take the lead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kamara, you get a few questions. One, why it take on so long? You see, after the declaration by the last environment minister, for let you do the thing that we're supposed to do for fix this problem. You don't say nothing fix. And then the other question is if you get sector plan specifically for fix this issue. And then the other question concerning, I think Fatima question concerning compensation. Also compensates them, and then also work and collaborate with the Ministry of Lands, particularly in this way. So go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In the first place, like I just left down here quickly, like I say, under my leadership, MPAA don't begin jail people with interact negatively with the environment. So make I clear that one day. As I'm talking to you, somebody is running a jail term up country for negatively interacting with the landscape, automatically the national landscape, for dredge mining. So don't play around one. As I'm also talking to you now, most of the grabbers, I can tell when they fed me in garden, they are not armless, peaceful workers. Then they fed them. Even where the very government, the one they were sent from there, they go deploy the additional troop, they fed one, the whole chainsaw, then fed her, they try to seize the chainsaw, they won't. The case right now, the police don't charge the matter, therefore appear court. This morning, left from Mexico, may I go, they don't invite them. So these are small things where I don't do, where I don't take over. Before now, we're not going to get any case like that, of course. But I don't know what do you know they happen before me they come. What do you make I tell them? I say, me they fix. Now because plenty things don't go bad before they come. And when they send you the problem where they did, if I go fix them. And when the president sent me, I forgot fix whatever problem they did. So that don't clear. If the if the minister don't make pronouncement from last year, it have been Professor Jawad had a long time before me they come. So when me don't come, all which I meet bad, now they try for handle. So I'm not be doing any pronouncement, so not to wait take too long. Okay? Me don't come. When I just support me in this country, make I manage the natural resources for now, make I manage the environment. If you talk about land,
set of land. Okay, we don't know the land part.
All right, set of land. These are administrative documents that we put together for make we go manage we protected areas in a more efficient manner. One of those plans now regulations. Regulations, of course, they are when they review some of them. We get them more robust when they go hold in present day context. So that's what we are on. Like I said when I came, the Act 2012 was reviewed and accented by President. That's what we are working on now. So there are a lot of reform measures I have put in place. Let me address the question for Madam. Lands, of course, even in this demolition exercise, lands they go to identification. Lands that are responsible for that because then get the coordinate, then get every other area. And then you do identification for say this for go, this for go, this for go. They go do notification to the occupants that you are in our landscape. From the geo landscape park, you are in our landscape. So we notify when I say do you when I get for move, come where lands don't say when I get inside. We give them time. I can always get community engagement. And each time when I get community engagement, the communities and they say, although then they can't move with but waiting executive to talk to me. It don't make me hard on cold. Right through the communities in the peninsula. So even with that wire, now so we can sit on this with the jokes, what you talk to me, we don't talk to we don't gladly. So therefore, there are those measures, lands that are identified, we will notify. If we fall within and the structure don't become demolished, if you get legal paper where lands may give you, not to when I say legal, not to where you go and check in at the system, you know the deal. When you go and check in at the system, you did it. Lands will get in your way, how it is.
Okay.
Yeah?
Alright, thank you. I think we already address parts of my brother question. Because one, I think Ministry of Lands put out a press release saying you will get legitimate paper the day in the process of verifying. So the claim what you make as a community or a private land over time, if we're able to support that claim, we go. Clearly the conversation about them. I think you said not good deny say Apostle we care about the they say encroachers and all that. Many encroachers. But while the video very clear, look at the images of videos how they today, it's huge. So that way I think clear, but now we get legitimate paper, and I think Bala mentioned say he even get concerned for private citizens where they don't already buy the land, where they don't get the land for years, through legitimate means. So no one try for use that issue there for undermine legitimate facts. Because this is a fact where they deal with your survival, we all will survival. So I think this question of engaging the community, right, is something that we don't just then say it's been done. And then the second part of the question around business. if you as a local and your incentive for creates your business, I think as long as you follow the laws of Salon, we suppose for supports that, we suppose for going local content, of course, and suppose for people for do that. So I think follow the right steps for do that day in terms of getting the necessary clearances and sitting down with even the Minister of Tourism, the Minister of Lands. I'm sure they're following people that we like for listening, the idea that we talk about, but they're very legitimate ideas. Bala, there was a very direct question for you about how you will assess government's role. We camp, a big question again. Yes, you see, how you will assess government's role. We camp, I think Jaffa asked for protect the coastal protected areas. How you see government's role? Go ahead.
I think first of all, one of understand say Bala na western area forest is still within. I no get mandate to go do anything about coastal area. I no get that mandate. You get National Protected Area Authority, and then they manage the wetlands there. You get EPA, get several laws. So I think that question will go to them, and they will address that. I think that's the question came from radio democracy. So that's clear. You need to address the institutions. And the other one, my fellow Regentonian from grammar school, your concerns are very valid, sir. I think what is important, like what the minister said, now they have asked everybody to go with the paper, they should look at it. And if you have a genuine claim, and they have given you a paper genuinely, and I think, just like any other citizen, probably government will compensate you. I don't doubt about that. But if it was something done in a dubious way, that's also happening sometimes. You may be somebody from Bathurst, you have a genuine paper. There are other land grabbers who have come into that area using the community to get some fictitious papers. I've seen all kinds of papers. But you also have a right, just like a citizen. Once that area has been declared as a TDA, a tourism development area, ministry must look at every application to see. If you want to go do something, you want to have your orchard, you want to have something, why shouldn't you do that? I think that is for the ministry to look at that and do that. And I would be happy to see some indigenous are also doing that. Plus, I'm not going to be here for another 30 years. I've done it for 30 years. It's nice to see new people coming in.
We'll keep you here for that same one. We'll be alive. We'll keep you here. All right. A very serious set of questions about the updates of police investigations. I've been on the radio yesterday and provided some updates. But on this platform, we find out also just share with you now. Now, since we last Kaya on this question of the alleged identity of a certain Just Slider cast, where the police say, then we look at the picture there from open source, the name where they gets Omar Sharif. Father Family will say some updates in the happen. One will be announced two things. One will see the investigation of for ascertain first identity of the individual. Two would also make clear, say, just because an individual this alone, they don't say don't commit crime and another country will not just arrest them as alone. That's not how it works. That's not how the law works. That's not making it work sooner, that country not making it work sooner. Okay? So the country is supposed for reach out to me officially. One of the things that will be frustrated with Naya are the fact that the other country not be don't contact Salon officially. But I can report now clearly for report to us, they don't contact Salon. We may not make clear, so we will follow the law and we will follow the process of the law. Alpha announced to now say the person that will be in charge of this entire process are the learned, distinguished Attorney General and Minister of Justice, the Right Honorable Alpha Sisi. Well-known, well-respected international lawyer, human rights lawyer, one of the top legal minds of this generation, and in charge. In commitment is clear, he could follow the process of the law. Now, I will explain the step within the extradition agreement. I have to make clear to us, I can confirm now, say the Dutch government don't send to reformer papers that will include some details, a lot of papers. The AG in the past week don't review all their papers, okay? And now the Dutch government don't officially ask for don't talk with the Sierra Leone government. Now, we tell me they talk today, this is how it's supposed to happen. When something happens, you reach out to the company, exchange documents, when I discuss, when I figure out the solution. I don't want to let family know something. Salon gets a very long history for collaborating on international crime. We are always willing to collaborate. Even if we don't get extradition agreements with the country in question, in this case we don't have an extradition agreement with Netherlands, but you know they stop we for look at the facts and follow the process. Just for remind family. The government ain't making money no more. Elect them can give me evidence say this person don't go kill, don't commit genocide. God forbid. You know we can no more arrest the person, lock and jail. That's not really happening. Huh? What that? Huh? What that? Okay. The country not they just grab and do that because law they protect you the individual as well. And what will they do in this case? The AG they determine say the document they don't give, the evidence will defend the person by. The person commits crime at the country which side the crime happened. The crime where he commits they supposed to also be crime as alone. In this case, it's transnational crime. So if the evidence then the AG they make the determination. See, based on that evidence, the AG they go courts. They go apply in a courts. Say we get evidence now where the government don't determine so for put this person a crime also society for hand over. What go courts, as in all court cases, the person get right for get lawyer. When the AG presents, the person, your lawyer get right for defendants. I will say, no, I don't want to go for various reasons. When the back and forth don't know the lawyer, they don't go through the process. The judge will rule. When the judge rules, say we don't meet the threshold, so for hand this person over, the AG still get the power for make a determination based on public interest, public safety, public security, and what's in the best interest of Salon. For let now execute that request. Why make I can take me time to explain this because the media will go ahead and talk say, oh this person so Salon for just left all thing out the entire police. In fact, somebody can either they ask and say they want to film the manhunt. I say man waiting. So we now the police will left all things we do now. Salon police will put all things now we want we do a fair person, not also the work. These are diplomatic steps that must be followed, but I want to make something fairly clear. His Excellency the President is clear. Salon will become a hub for transnational crime. Human trafficking, drug trafficking will not agree. You mentioned a few incidents that were very important. Actually, we support this position what they make. For months now, Salon, almost every month in the last year, now we airport, we were arresting people who really try for smuggle drugs. If we not be conniving, now we arrest. Huh? So we arrest. Consistently, now we airports, now we different ends reports, no government, months in, months out, we arrest people and confiscate, we burn the drug them publicly, we don't hold press conferences, we don't do the drug and they burn them. By the way, the question we say do the money. Whenever money like that is found, the law very clear when return money to the consolidated fund. Maybe we're nobody pocket. Yeah? So all the investigation, when they say the investigation, they mentioned the Guinea incident. When the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs go Guinea, they sign an MOU with the Guinean authorities, so collaborate on the investigations. Now you're talking about the cross-border investigation. Also something they just make things to I can't tell you everything that happen. Sometimes it takes a long time, it's a sophisticated investigation. But also important, the president's commitment is so clear. They don't immediately relieve the minister, the ambassador with the Guinea. As soon as he come back, they don't relieve, I don't send the new ambassador to Guinea. That as somebody really talks, I know for connect nonsense. Or anything, even the idea of it. In the investigation, they go. The time when I say the ambassador will call a camp so that you can answer questions. And that process takes go on. The reason we put IG in the camp every day, obviously the IG get plenty work for them. Sometimes if the news not reach the threshold, they share with me. And I'm a job down there for Canada and go across the media houses as well for explain. When it reach a threshold, as far as the cocaine, Josh, or my Sharif issue is concerned, it is now a matter that is led by the distinguished Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Honorable Al-Fasisi, and Honorable Al-Fasisi, they touch with the counterparts in the Netherlands, then they have conversations. Now, on the processes and the steps that they want to take. One thing clear, still the IG not inform me, say they don't find this Omar Sharif. I cannot confirm or say, oh, they don't know side. The IG last point to begin is still the point. The reason why the AG they continue this process is AG no need for fair person before they can go seek extradition. Now the law say if the other country reasonably believe say the person they say, they will not need the person, they will go already go get the judgment. They will look for her. Oh, see, I will let the hand alone now. Time not waste time not again. Or we can go through the process for say IG accelerates now that process because now we get an official because in the past it's official because the media reports will follow. Yeah? So if I let all man understand that process and knows how they. Time up, but I want for do justice and just take the last set of questions and do it up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Let's go.
Okay, so me and Justice Salon from Sierra Fox Media. This question is first go to the minister. Last week, one of the followers asked question, and one will repeat them again when I'm concerning the former ambassador to Guinea. They try for asking waiting at the how the investigation did not end and what the mind going.
I'll just answer. I'll just take me 10 break and the dog.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. So, to Professor, sir. So now, one for know what are the accumulative numbers when I don't generate in terms of suspected cases of mpox. And
that never can answer. Yes, sir. Fox, not trying to do.
I think everything though I just ask him.
Now, the man starts with cumulative number 38. Answer. You are fast,
I'm brother.
Yes, exclusive. Mr. Kamara, you say you don't begin this exercise almost a year now. You can tell me how much most them don't look since you asked the question. And Minister Ba, somebody who can see the case there where normally they allege somebody say you don't do this as a minister or any other government official. They know they sack that person in the instant. They suspend them, do findings. But in this case, they sack the ambassador. I really want to know waiting at reasons why they sack him. And you tell me, say, when they come with the ambassador, and the brain can allow see him. You want to know if you can, you didn't a feature here, so that our brain can follow the interaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Voice of Salon Radio. Madam Minister, in the area of the environment, now we don't lose one dam already. We're at the Charlotte Dam due to somebody who being house day. And also Guma Valley Dam from Bobo to Guma Valley now a 400 meter remain. From mile 13 to Guma Valley now a 5 mile remain. From Biobari to Guma Valley now a 500 meter remain. It's obviously correct. And now, in the area of the environment, we will try to talk with the man and Mr. Kamara and NDAA. How then people they do encroach on that place day? When in the statistics we WFP show from 2023 to 2024, we get 550 hectares of land who we don't lost to land grabbers. How then people they encroach on that? Then one. And what you want to do for protect water source area in the country, because we also don't lost Lake Sunford, where people they don't coach, they don't mind they don't mind at the Lake Sunford where they don't be able to really provide water for
Thank you, sir.
I'm able to bring Galaxy.
Yes, Galaxy, go on, sir. Inside of the listen. Yes.
First of all, I want to know how many acreage of land we took about yeah. Then Professor, the issue of the government workers, the risk salary. How far the payments with regards to the risk allowance? I guess as much we get to talk about. The risk allowance, the government the risk allowance. How far the payments?
We don't get the questions.
Then, Madam Minister, the issue of sand mining problem in this country. Maybe now it's a twin question. When the Sidon, the good beach and the beach inside sand. That sand, you did not see this particular building at the end of the day destruction. Just like wearing a land.
Question. Time
they do. How much you don't try for pay attention for make sure see sand mining. You can left for who mine sand, now the water side, and make sure see you save life. The last thing. No.
Next. Yeah, you want to get on with 3. Yes, last question. Okay.
Mohammed Kamara, the Watch. Deputy Minister, sir, just 3 weeks ago, the African Development Bank doled out millions of dollars to 3 African countries: Sierra Leone, Mozambique, and of course Djibouti. Who's our environment crisis as beneficiary? Information Minister, sir.
Sir. The
President of the Republic of Sierra Leone gets executive powers for hire and sack anybody in field without asking questions from the General Republic. Now, can I ask you, in front of the camera, where does the sacking of the the ambassador in Guinea comes into questions about reasons for sacking? Diplomatically, sir. Thank you.
What's my camera? You answer the question. Wait, I've been giving this woman the mic. Go on, I'll get the mic. Yeah, let her ask him a question.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatma Bamura from newspaper. My question will go to Professor. I want to know what I signed them for inbox and how it affects people.
Thank you. Public health question. Let's start today. Professor, yes, wait, then there was another question for you, by the way. They asked me now, 2 radio stations that I go recently. I've been promising I will check with you, I will not forget, so I'm happy with the ask her. Question of risk allowance, and I think 117, and on a number that they see the worker and the strike for payment issues. You are clarify that issue quickly. Malone, listen, please.
The first one of risk allowance. Really, I don't know who would not sign any agreement with any health worker for the risk allowance. So it's new to me. Okay? Or everybody will do like your mandates, your work where they do, where they sign for now they do. So only two they do, will they give people them incentives, put them gonna fail. Like for example, provide lunch for them, provide fuel for the vehicles. But for saying we'll sign a contract with health workers for risk allowance, no. That is out of the question. Then number 2, the signs and symptoms of the signs of mpox. Definitely, we don't come in contact with somebody who get mpox, that the water will inside them, till them before boil, touch you, whatever. It will take like 7 days or so, 7 to 10 days. Then you will begin to get fever. When you get fever, you will get body aches. Body aches, you will begin to get swelling of lymph nodes, crying and whatever. Then at the end of the day, you begin to get blisters. Body. So at the science center day. Then the issue of 117. 117 an outfit to inherit. Government establishes outfit together with international NGOs during the Ebola response. So CDC, Japaibo, other international organizations, and then they pick up 10 people then for actually pay them. But government finance was saying it's not sustainable at all. Therefore, government don't take proactive steps. Because then people they support them, and NGO they will pay them. But then NGO they say they don't continue that any longer. But because of the function that they do, very, very vital, government decide to take on this body for make sure they put them on the government payroll. So the Ministry of Health, the Deputy Minister of Health and they did that process, they define the process now for make sure then people that they provided with gold and they integrate them.
you very much. Bala, what's the acreage we talk was that was your question for Takugama and that area there. The protected area, sir.
Okay, the real question is, if I understand what's Takugama Day. Takugama Day is the national park. That means Takugama is situated within 17,000 hectares, which is the national park. Now, inside the original document where they gave me before we established 31 years ago, there was 200 hectares allocated to set up the sanctuary within the park, with chance to expand because it's already within the national park and the sanctuary is not private, it belongs to government. So that answers. What is next is what was declared and handed over to Ministry of Tourism. That was as recent as 1.5 years ago, which is about 3,000 hectares of the buffer zone. That is to protect the whole catchment, starting from Takiyama all the way down to Congo and going up to even very close to Motambile. That steep hill you see for us, that has been handed over as a protected area.
Thank you, sir. So we got some concrete factual information moved against Naya. I hope it will be reflected in the news. We're really way out of time, but Mr. Kamala can tell you quickly. You get a few questions about how many hostels were demolished. If you begin updates on land rights now, and then how they protect water sources,
Yeah, water sources. Like last year, President gave a mandate. Of course, he talked now with town hall meeting. He said that he say fear don't inside the machine there. He said, but I don't refill them back. When I meet me, what I go say, when I broke them. So this campaign started April 30 last year. For many people destroy all makeshift structures, foundations, as you may want to call them, whether they along waterways and catchment areas. And that basically the military, the task for carrying on the operations. Most of the structures that we see in the peninsula, along waterways, are makeshift structures. You don't call them houses. It's that foundation near water. We they scatter. It's that palm body. When they see me in the game guards and they cut palm body, now try chance. Then people are so okay. If they can't force, you can't make small palm body. Yeah. If they see say nobody know touch them, maybe one week, 2 weeks, 1 month, it begin that palm body with small foundation. So gradually it will end up with a building. So most of what we have destroyed are intentions to put up structures and in those areas. Must not say the park starts right at the highway, but development not take place over the years. Till to the point, even this Benta World meeting, now we have to come up with what? A clear green belt. Not we tell the police and the green belt. It's not our intention to shift it anymore, but what we tell them, say, yeah, nobody will go beyond. You go beyond, we destroy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Madam Minister, you also get similar questions. Akama, you mentioned about some new World Bank, African Development Bank, specifically I will tell you, say normally, as you know, African Development Bank funds given to Ministry of Finance. So the Ministry of Finance and the CPN and get that compensation. When they know who sets up, they don't cancel the system now, they call it respective ministries there. We are also at this stage. Correct. So for now, a day with the Insurance Minister, one time for respond. Minister, I don't think there was another question for you. I think sand mining, yes, sand mining. Yes, so whether you pay attention to that. Just quickly, because we don't really go fast time.
Thank you very much. Well, as I say, this goes circular where we do so. And one of the things, the reasons why we repeat this event as to now, for we with awareness, continue for awareness. This is my business here, so now I will therefore try for sustain for stop and campaigns, and also for make people able for understand the alternatives they need. Instead of go use the beach sand, other alternatives that they way people can use. And inside we go circular events when we get down with the beach communities, we express all that and then a lot of valuable ideas as how we then take as communities and take ownership. Because I say everything here now we all get them, not just the Ministry of Environment. Now we all get them. Because when you do Ministry of Environment, you go talk, but if you decide to go you decide saying that Sansan, when they can go people that will take Sansan, and if you the people that will face you go pay the money. Not the government send you, not the Ministry of Environment send you. Now you say self-goal for yourself. So this activity that we go for raise awareness, let people know, but say this beach Sansan road that they go take. People that visit at the best Sansan and for people. Simply because it's slightly cheaper. If I watch difference not there between that beach Sansan pricing and the riverside Sansan, much difference not there. But what people that understand say there's a lot of risk when you use beach Sansan for vehicles. One, the iron ore they already use is so much where they inside it. In the boiler, in the whole outing. At the end of the day, you see the host then they collapse, host then they collapse. So that will avoid all that today. Yeah. So the alternative they will sell is that one, we can able to use the riverside, number one, even use clay blocks as well, and then quarry dust. Now very good one for build hostel, but they build a very strong house, it will last you for long. So we intend for really go on promote a campaign, for this kind of year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. The final question and the question to me about the ambassador. I think the brother say we need to win the ambassador Kale Lucia. I remember making that kind of mistake. I remember no more say, but I can also confirm to you, see the ambassador is alone. And right now, as far as right now concerned, the ambassador are private citizen. Because in position, when at the ambassador to Guinea, currently no that position there because they don't please the fountain of honor, the supreme executive authority, emanating the singular power by the constitution of this country for hire and fire. And by the way, any and all positions, now thanks to the Supreme Court's decision in the case of Alhaji Samsumana and the Attorney General Minister of Justice of 2015, no position anyway protected. His Excellency the President, he wake in the morning without question, hire and fire anybody at will as His Excellency the President. You not only make the law, they are really explain to what the law say.
Including Vice Presidents.
On that very high note today, I have to take this opportunity for telling about thank you. As usual, these conversations are also all the benefits for them. This is a part of President Leone commitment really for them to create a culture of civic engagement and openness, for them to interact with each other. I remember the time for doing these sometimes difficult conversations, but in an engaging and fun way, so family and ourselves will see that this government is not getting nothing for hide. So I want to tell the Honorable Minister, Madam Slbc Tv, plenty thank you, Deputy Minister. Minister.
That's for really now for me. And the hope say we all really know so we all understand what they happen with the environment and we also take up what we say and say in as much as how we report news, let will also be the campaign people for drive the environment in case moving forward. One, let we campaign against beach Sunday. Let we campaign against plastic pollution in this country as well. Let we campaign against cutting these trees and outside not supposed to.
Thank you very much.
That will be
so, we allow join the minister for law campaign for protect the environment.
Exactly.
Thanks to you, Mr. Thomas Kamaya, Executive Director of National Protected Agency, Mr. Authority, sorry, Mr. Bala Abaya Sikala, founder and program director, Professor General Fonisa, Executive Director for the National Public Health Agency. Thank you to all the partners of ELCOM, VSO, Venture Studio, Life, Sierra Leone, and you are able to Afro-Cell, with consistent supporter, UNDP, Venture Cities, Facebook Nights, together with TV and all that. The Chinese government will also help with technical support as well. And now all, with the Kaya, will participate, will Venture City. We need to people across the country, or we'll meet again next week as well.
I mean this. Each one, and don't answer me, I'm in the same boat as you all are and will be. What do you want to get out of Ramadan, at the end of Ramadan? The day tomorrow is Eid. And believe me, it's going to be like a blink of an eye where you're going to hear the announcement, tomorrow is Eid. What did you achieve? And this question I always ask myself every single year. All the millions will be fasting, so I didn't do anything special. Most of the millions will be in the masajid, walillahi alhamd, praying Taraweeh. So I didn't do something special. Most of these people will continue to work or go to school or have exams, take care of their families. Whatever their usual life, it's going to continue in spite of adding the Ramadan requirement. So what I'm going to do special, as Ustad Majid was saying, and came to my mind, when I am going to be meeting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He's going to be looking at me, and this is for everybody, we're all going to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as an individual, alone. What did I bring to Allah? As we say, what do I have on the table from this Ramadan that no one else has, or everybody has, but not the way I did it? So this is a question as we are preparing. There's less than 10 days. I normally get a little bit of anxiety when this becomes, because I don't know if I'm going to be alive. And I really want to be alive, not to enjoy this dunya, but because this is an opportunity for me to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala after Ramadan as a better person, as a one who is more confident that I did my best to please you. You know, we just heard a beautiful talk about love, which most of us don't know what this even means. Allahumma inni as'aluka hubbak, wa hubba kulla man yuhibbuk, wa hubba kulla amalin yuqarribuni ila hubbik. Ya Allah, I ask you for your love, and for the love of those who really loves you, and the love for every deed that will get me close to your love. So each one of us need to ask herself and himself, young and old, what is your goal in Ramadan? You know, we are very good in planning. Every person I speak, especially since I moved to California, you know, it's an IT state, and everybody talks about planning. which is nothing wrong with that. And every time somebody talks to me or mentions planning, I ask myself this question: what is my plan for Akhirah? What is the plan for Akhirah? I can't guarantee anything. I know Allah is generous. عند مليك مقتدر الرحمن is one of the most beautiful ways of learning how to connect the end of a surah with the beginning of the surah. If Allah was not Rahman, we will all be in big trouble. But alhamdulillah. So what is your goal? Do you want to say the goal is taqwa? And we have heard, alhamdulillah, beautiful thing about taqwa. I'm going to share two things with you. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept number one and make me speak the way pleases Him. What does Ramadan mean? What does the month mean? The name of the month mean? Does anyone knows that? There's more than 10, 15, some says even 30 meanings of the month of Ramadan, the word itself. When I learn the word, I learn the meaning, I learn the goal. And one of the meanings, and I'm just going to share one, is from Ramadan. It's from extreme heat. You live in Florida. I was told in the summer it gets very hot and very humid. So you feel the heat even more, as we call it heat index. So why Ramadan is called Ramadan? What does it has to do with heat? And it's not hot. Beautiful weather today. I came from California. Actually, it's what's cold for California. And one of the scholars says, what does heat does? It melts things. First goal, I'm going to just share some goals and you pick and choose. Let's make Ramadan the month that will melt my sins. How many of us have piles of sins? Show me hands, everybody. Let's be honest with Allah. He knows. It's piles. Small, big, major, minor, you call it the name. I didn't mean it, it just happened. I love it, I enjoy it. I was forced to do it. It doesn't matter, I did it. Let's make Ramadan the Ramadan of the righteous. So I'm going to talk about a little bit of the Ramadan and a little bit of the righteous. Let's make one of my goals that this Ramadan is going to melt my sins two ways. The ones already piled, and I'm not going to add to the pile. I am not going to add to the pile. You know the number one cause of adding piles or sins to the pile? Please forgive me, correct me if I'm wrong, is in the masajid during Taraweeh. True or false? And I'm going to share some experiences. And I've seen this even in the haram. 8 rak'at is done, and half of the masjid follow the sunnah that Taraweeh is only 8 rak'at, and there is no extra. Alhamdulillah. So what do? Now, I would love to say they walk and go home and sleep because tomorrow they need to be ready. They start, and this is men and women, no difference. Stand outside talking. Well, you just said it's only 8 rak'at. And Quran is being recited. And I am in the month that will melt my sins. And what I am talking about, Allah knows. Don't pile your sins in a place meant for you and me to melt my sins. 2, and I learned this from one of my teachers actually, especially if any of you is going to be in Mecca or Medina in the Haram during Ramadan, one of the most challenging times. And she said, and I love this every Ramadan, I remember this word. She said, when you are in that masjid, or even here, because here also there is multinational people, multinationalities. When you are sitting there, and someone comes and sits next to you, young and old, what do you feel inside your heart? If she is from this or from that, or she is not like what I want, or I kept it for my friend, or I want this person to come and sit next to me. She said, look inside your heart. That's a sin. That's kibr. I am arrogant. I'm looking down at the person next to me, although كلكم لآدم وآدم من تراب, all of you from dust. all of you from Adam, and Adam was created from dust. Don't pile. Don't pile. Third, and beautifully, Sheikh Abdullah just shared with us beautiful things about the Quran. I hope it melted your heart, right? And some masajid here in the States, they have this like habit of having Quran recitation before the Taraweeh. And some of us go early because we want to go early to get a good place. Alhamdulillah, run. And the Quran is being read. And what do we do? And talk to me about love. What do we do? I'm looking at my phone. I'm talking to my friend, right? I'm listening to something else. And the words of the beloved is being recited. I'm piling sins. I'm in the masjid. I just broke my fast. I ran, especially mothers ran. I know some mothers run. Actually, they have their iftar in the car because the masjid is a little bit far or there's no parking and all the difficulties we go. And we are piling sins. And this is Ramadan, right? And what the ahadith that you all gonna hear repeatedly again and again and again. And one of them that's close to me because it's related to Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam and to Ramadan. And the meaning of that the person who will leave Ramadan, Eid day, and he did not achieve one of these three, if not the all three, he's a loser or she's a loser. And what's these three? And one of them is about Ramadan, one of them is about Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam, and one of them is about parents. And he said, is a loser. He was actually getting up on a mimbar and they heard him saying, Ameen, Ameen, Ameen. And it's like, what is that? They asked him, Ya Rasulullah. And he said, Jibreel said this to me and I said, Ameen. Ta'isa, or is a loser, the person who reach, and this is for the youth and not very young, especially living in this country. When one of your parents get to old age, with all the challenges of old age, and you did not get to Jannah because of them. You did not take good care of them. Rather, let someone else does that. Second, and he said, "Man dhukirtu indahu lam yusalli alayhi." When my name is mentioned in front of him or her, Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam, and he didn't say alayhi salatu wasalam, I don't hear it. And the name is mentioned repeatedly in all the speakers. Make it a habit. How much it costs you, that's how I tell myself. Not even a breath, but this is my path to Jannah. And the third is what we are talking about. Who comes through, live through Ramadan, leave Ramadan, and he was not forgiven. وَلَمْ يُغْفَرْ لَهُ. What is your goal? What do you want to get from Ramadan? Don't tell me I want to do this, I want to cook, I want to invite people, they are all nice. But that's not the main goal. What is your goal with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? What is your goal with the Jannah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And what is your goal with the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Let's be lofty people. We all at work, in business, in dunya, we want to be the best. I say this to myself all the time. Want to be in the best house, want to be in the best job. I want my children to be in the best colleges. Alhamdulillah, there's nothing haram. But why not in Jannat al-Firdaus? Why don't I make this as my goal? And there is nothing cheap and nothing easy in dunya, do you think, in akhirah? So look at Ramadan. Number one, as this is your last one. Someone came from Allah, gave you a letter, exactly like what Sheikh Abdullah said about Sayyidah Fatima, who Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam told her, you are the first one to follow me, and she smiled. Someone come to you and says, that is it. No more Ramadan. How are you going to look at it? What are you going to be doing? Keep it this way, number one. Number two, taqwa. So I'm going to connect both the title. Ama ya muttaqi? First question. Everyone can claim, am I really a muttaqi? And one of the definitions of taqwa, alhamdulillah, I didn't hear it, so I can share something new with you. Is Talq ibn Habib, he said. This is one of the most famous definition of taqwa. What is taqwa? What is this word that everybody hears and we all get scared when someone says, ittaqillah, have Allah taqwa. He said the following. Taqwa is تعبد الله على نور من الله ترجو ثواب الله وتترك معصية الله على نور من الله تخشى أو مخافة عذاب الله. You do what Allah told you, but who said so? You know your deen. Don't tell people this is haram and it's not haram. And don't say to yourself this is haram and it's not haram. And that's knowledge. You need to learn. Put a goal, second goal, plus the sins. Every day in Ramadan, I'm going to learn something. One thing, practical, one thing. One thing about this deen. You choose. Make it the month I'm going to learn about the Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam. It's going to be the month I'm going to learn every single day one verse from the Quran well, not like a bird. So you need to learn. Do it for Allah because you want His Jannah. Not to please people. Not to look for praise. But I want Him. I'm teaching myself not even to want Jannah. I want Him. I want Him to be pleased with me. I want Him to look at me and imagine all of us. And Allah looks at you and says, نِعْمَ الْعَبْدِ إِنَّهُ أَوَّابٌ. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to the prophets, especially Sayyidina Ayub, what a servant of Allah. Allah says this, what a servant, what is a she-servant of mine. She always comes back to me. Make it a goal. Every single day. Don't waste too much time at food and eating and cooking. Alhamdulillah, things are easier these days. But every single day, I'm going to learn something new about Allah, about this deen. And third, which is the opposite of the taqwa, stay away every single day. Because I don't know if I'm going to live again of this month. And I told myself this is the last month. Every day, I'm going to stay away from a sin. And I'm being very generous, if you want to use the word. No sin. Ask yourself this question. What will happen if I didn't disobey Allah just 24 hours? 24 hours. Don't backbite. Don't look down at people. Don't look at haram. Don't listen to haram. Don't eat haram. Don't waste time, food, energy. What will happen? Wallahi, nothing. On the contrary, you will see what Allah will give you. And I'll share this verse, which is, as one of the scholars says, one of the most verses that was given to Muslims, and many of us don't know it. وَمَن يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَل لَّهُ مَخْرَجًا وَيَرْزُقْهُ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَحْتَسِبُ. Staying away from the sins is basically taqwa. You want Allah to be pleased with you, and you want to go to Jannah, and you don't want to be punished. So taqwa, what will happen if I do that? And this is the verse. It's in Surah Al-Talaq, by the way. The chapter of Talaq, divorce, is a very short surah. It's only 2 pages. But the highest word frequently mentioned is taqwa. Because rejection, as you heard from Ustad Majid, is very hard on the nafs. And it's hard for me to practice taqwa. So here you go back. What will I get if one day only, and please, Ya Allah, forgive me, but I'm trying to be practical and realistic. One day only, I'm not going to disobey Allah. If I smoke, and I normally smoke after iftar, I'm not going to do it that day. If I normally go and watch whatever I watch after iftar, I'm not going to do it that day. If I'm going to be speaking this way, I'm not going to do it this way. And then everybody look at their sins. No one is perfect. يَجْعَل لَهُ مَخْرَجًا. He will open the doors for you. How many people in this room, show me hands, want to go to Jannah? Actually, 2 hands. Right? Then practice taqwa. Because one of the meanings of makhraja is an exit, actually. See, they put the exits in red because it will save me. Makhraja, one of the meanings is Allah will give you Jannah. One of the meanings of makhraja, exit, He's going to make the next act of worship easier. And He's going to make the next act of disobedience harder. The best way, Allah bless me and you, if He makes me hate or dislike disobedience. I don't like it, then I'm not going to do it. And this is one of the du'as you have to do it for yourself. Ya Allah, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, Habbib ilayna al-iman. Ya Allah, make us love faith and beautify our hearts with it. وَزَيِّنْهُ فِي قُلُوبِنَا وَكَرَّهْ إِلَيْنَا الْكُفْرَ وَالْفُسُوقَ وَالْعَصْيَانَ. And make us hate and don't like the kufr, rejection, ungratefulness, and fusuq, immorality, public disobedience. Ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, one good deed you do, consciously, and especially if it is difficult, and see what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you with it. It's together, because they say, وَمَن يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَلْ. It's right away. Practice it. It's a big word. Most of us think it's very difficult. Wallahi, it is not. It just needs practice, needs focus, needs desire. I want to do it. I want to go to Jannah. I want this Ramadan to be the best Ramadan in my life. Then I need to do something different. I say this to myself, one of the goals is I'm going to want to do something. Ya Rabbi Ameen. 99% of the people can do it. Like I always wish one day I stand up all night like Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam and I say, أَفَلَا أَكُونُ عَبْدًا شَكُورًا. Just stand up all night, read the Quran. And the feet aches, but I'm going to say, I want to be grateful. And if Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam can do it, Allah will make it easy for us if I really wanted. Be a person of a goal this Ramadan. Be a person who will start the change this Ramadan. And the change is number one in you. Don't ask anyone to change before you change. Don't ask your children to change before you change. Don't ask your spouse to change before you change. وَمَن يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَلْ لَهُ مَخْرَجًا. Last thing about taqwa, there's so many things about taqwa, but I'm going to share one last thing. Our biggest problem in Ramadan, we say it's shaitan. Well, shaitan is chained, right? But still we disobey Allah. And Allah taught us something in Surah Al-A'raf, the end of it. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ اتَّقَوْا. People of taqwa. That's my goal. إِذَا مَسَّهُمْ طَائِفٌ مِّنَ الشَّيْطَانِ تَذَكَّرُوا فَإِذَا هُمْ مُبْصِرُونَ. If I am a person who's going to practice taqwa from today, practice. And Ramadan becomes a habit. Every single day, I'm going to do something to obey Allah, based what He taught me, to get to His Jannah, stay away from a disobedience, based on what He taught me, because I don't want to get the punishment of Allah. And when I fail, or I am weak, but I am a person of taqwa, Allah will send something to me and you, and we will remember not to do it. That's not my words. That's His word. Tadhakkaru. They remember. Allah will make the disobedience difficult for you. Allah will make you don't like disobedience. You remember. فَإِذَا هُمْ مُبْصِرُونَ. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Ya Rabbi Ameen. First dua I make to myself and to everybody. بلغنا Ramadan. Don't take it granted. No one knows. I could die as I am standing. Anybody can leave. Anybody on the chair. We don't know. So number one, Allahumma balighna Ramadan. Ya Allah, give us life till we live to Ramadan. 1, 2, make it the best ever. You make it, Ya Allah. I'm telling Allah I can't do it alone. It's not me. I'm weak. I don't have the energy. I don't have what it takes, but Allah can. Al-Qawi yuqawwini. The strong can make me strong. And number 3, make me live till the end of Ramadan. And I will be of the people who balighna laylatul qadr. That I will live and I will hopefully please forgive me, know the night of Al-Qadr, and I will give it its due right. And when the day of Eid will come, and I'll share this with you, it's a true story. I was in the Haram in Mecca, in I'tikaf, and there was a woman next to me, sometimes behind me, did nothing for the last 10 days other than Quran and Salah, Quran and Salah. And obviously she was hafidha because she was reading and reading. So how do you know when you are in the Haram that tomorrow is Eid? and this was before the time of the internet, there was no Taraweeh. So when they call for Isha, no more Salatul Qiyam yarhamukum Allah. So we knew tomorrow is Eid. Wallahi, and Allah is my witness. This woman started crying as if she lost her child. And I kept looking at her, and she does that. It's done. It's finished. Because right away, the cleaners comes in, they ask you to leave the haram, because they need to clean it for the Eid. She was crying like a baby. I looked at her, and I said, Ya Allah, what you gave her, give me. So when Ramadan leave, my beloved left me. The awaited guest left. Not tomorrow is Eid, and we go back to where we are. Ya Rabbi Ameen. This is not difficult for Allah. We just need to be honest, sincere, and Allah will give us بإذن الله. جزاكم الله خيرا. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك. أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت. أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه تسليما كثيرا.
شكرا يا ربي شكرا هديت قلبي شكرا نورت دربي شكرا شكرا يا رب شكرا يا ربي شكرا هديت قلبي شكرا نورت دربي شكرا شكرا يا رب يا منزل القرآن يا خالق الإنسان يا ربي يا رحمن شكرا يا رب يا منزل القرآن يا خالق الإنسان يا ربي يا رحمن شكرا يا رب شكرا يا ربي شكرا هديت قلبي شكرا نورت دربي شكرا شكرا يا رب شكرا يا ربي شكرا هديت قلبي شكرا نورت دربي شكرا شكرا يا رب أنا بصلاتي أسلم وبسعادتي أنعم أفخر بأني مسلم شكرا يا رب يا خالق الأكوان يا ربي يا رحمن أكرمني بالغفران شكرا يا رب يا خالق الأكوان يا ربي يا رحمن أكرمني بالغفران شكرا يا رب شكرا يا ربي شكرا هديت قلبي شكرا نورت دربي شكرا شكرا يا رب شكرا يا ربي شكرا هديت قلبي شكرا نورت دربي شكرا شكرا يا رب نور يا ربي دربي واستر يا ربي عيبي واغفر يا ربي ذنبي دوما يا رب دايما دلي ضمان أكرمني بالإيمان واغفر لي يا منان دوما يا رب دايما دلي ضمان أكرمني بالإيمان واغفر لي يا منان دوما يا رب شكرا يا ربي شكرا هديت قلبي شكرا نورت دربي شكرا شكرا يا رب الله الله يا الله 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 يا الله 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 يا الله 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 يا الله الرحمن يا الله الرحيم يا الله الملك يا الله القدوس يا الله السلام يا الله المؤمن يا الله المهيمن يا الله العزيز يا الله الجبار يا الله المتكبر يا الله الخالق يا الله البارئ يا الله المصور يا الله الغفار يا الله القهار يا الله الوهاب يا الله الرزاق يا الله الفتاح يا الله العليم يا الله القبيض يا الله الباسط يا الله الخافض يا الله الرافع يا الله المعز يا الله المذل يا الله السميع يا الله البصير يا الله الحكم يا الله العدل يا الله اللطيف يا الله الخبير يا الله الحليم يا الله العظيم يا الله الغفور يا الله الشكور يا الله العلي يا الله الكبير يا الله الحفيظ يا الله المقيت يا الله الحسيب يا الله الجليل يا الله الكريم يا الله الرقيب يا الله المجيب يا الله البصير يا الله الحكيم يا الله الودود يا الله المجيد يا الله الباعث يا الله الشاهد يا الله الحق يا الله الوكيل يا الله القوي يا الله المتين يا الله الولي يا الله الحميد يا الله المحصي يا الله المبدئ يا الله المعيد يا الله المحيي يا الله المميت يا الله الحي يا الله القيوم يا الله الواجد يا الله الماجد يا الله الواحد يا الله الصمد يا الله القدير يا الله المقتدر يا الله المقدم يا الله المؤخر يا الله الأول يا الله الآخر يا الله الظاهر يا الله الباطن يا الله الولي يا الله المتعال يا الله البر يا الله التواب يا الله المنتقم يا الله العفو يا الله الرؤوف يا الله مالك الملك يا الله ذو الجلال والإكرام المقسط يا الله الجميع يا الله الغني يا الله المغني يا الله المانع يا الله الدار يا الله النافع يا الله النور يا الله الهادي يا الله البديع يا الله الباقي يا الله الوارث يا الله الرشيد يا الله الصبور يا الله
يا رسول الله وقدوتنا لن ندع الغرب يدنسنا لن نرضى أبدا ذلتنا يا رسول الله يا رسول الله وقدوتنا لن ندع الغرب يدنسنا لن نرضى أبدا ذلتنا يا رسول الله سنحطم قيد مآسينا وندك حصون عادينا ونزنجر وسط عادينا يا رسول الله رجل قد جمع الإحسان بالحكمة والصدق ازدانا وبه ظهر الحق وبانا برسول الله يا رسول الله وقدوتنا لن ندع الغرب يدنسنا لن نرضى أبدا ذلتنا يا رسول الله يا رسول الله وقدوتنا لن ندع الغرب يدنسنا لن نرضى أبدا ذلتنا يا رسول الله لا ندري كيف تجرأتم وتماديتم بعداوتنا لن ندري كيف تطرقتم لرسول الله شلت أيد بتماديها قد حفرت قبرا يحويها فيما قد رسمت هادينا ورسول الله ورسول الله وقلوب 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 أبدا لا تنسى وقلوب أبدا لا تنسى من أصلحها فهدى ترسى سهما روحا سيفا قوسا لرسول الله يا غرب اعتبر بماضينا كم دسنا رؤوس عادينا وسنمضي اليوم كماضينا لرسول الله لرسول الله يا غرب سيسطعكم نور قد شرق فوق روابينا لن يبقى الإسلام سجينا يا رسول الله يا رسول الله
يوم مولدك محمد يوم بركات وعيد تجري فينا يا محمد مجرى دم في وريد سيد البشرية أجمع أنت ذو مقام رفيع أنت تأمر نحن نسمع أنت نعم من نطيع في داني آمين نورا بشرى بالخبر السعيد جئت بالخير بحورا بالفضائل كم تفيض محمودا أحمد محمد كاظم الغيظ حنين لك وحي يوحى نشهد نتبعه نستقيم صلوات الله سلام الله عليك يا حبيب الله صلوات الله سلام الله عليك يا حبيب الله نحن بالشوق امتلأنا محلى رؤياك يا حبيب أنت أعلى الناس شأنا أنت شمس لا تغيب جئت للدنيا يتيما مالك الملك رعاك سرت في الخلق عظيما تعفو حتى في أذاك طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله داع أيها المبعوث فينا جئت بالأمر المطاع جئت شرفت المدينة مرحبا يا خير داع
هي شفاء الصدور هي نور على نور ذكر ربك الغفور لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله هي حصنك الحصين هي درعك المتين ذكر رب العالمين مولاي إني ببابك قد بسطت يدي ما لي ألوذ به إلاك يا سندي مولاي يا مولاي مولاي إني ببابك قد بسطت يدي ما لي ألوذ به إلاك يا سندي مولاي يا مولاي يا مولاي يا مولاي وطرقت باب الرجب الناس قد رقدوا وبت أشكو إلى مولاي ما أجد وطرقت باب الرجب الناس قد رقدوا وبت أشكو إلى مولاي ما أجد لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله عليه صلاة الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله عليه صلاة الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله عليه صلاة الله وقد مددت يدي بذل مبتهلا إليك يا خير من مدت إليه يد وقد مددت يدي بذل مبتهلا إليك يا خير من مدت إليه يد لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله عليه صلاة الله مولاي إني ببابك قد بسطت يدي ما لي ألوذ به إلاك يا سندي مولاي يا مولاي مولاي إني ببابك قد بسطت يدي ما لي ألوذ به إلاك يا سندي مولاي يا مولاي يا مولاي يا مولاي
مصطفى مصطفى منبع للصفا سيد الأنبياء مشعل في الوفا كان في عطفه لليتامى دفا مصطفى مصطفى منبع للصفا سيد الأنبياء مشعل في الوفا كان في عطفه لليتامى دفا حن قلبي له فاض شوقا إليه ليس أرجو سوى شربة من يدي الصلاة عليه والسلام عليه للسماء ارتقى فأتى بالنقاء وغدا وجهه نيرا مشرقا كان من عفوه حين حان اللقاء قال فلتذهبوا أنتم طلقا مصطفى مصطفى منبع للصفا سيد الأنبياء مشعل في الوفا كان في عطفه لليتامى دفا مصطفى مصطفى منبع للصفا سيد الأنبياء مشعل في الوفا كان في عطفه لليتامى دفا كان في هديه منهجا وسطا كانت تسعده بسمة البسطاء سيد في الكرم قمة في العطاء مصطفى مصطفى منبع للصفا سيد الأنبياء مشعل في الوفا كان في عطفه لليتامى دفا مصطفى مصطفى منبع للصفا سيد الأنبياء مشعل في الوفا كان في عطفه لليتامى دفا لليتامى دفا
معنا في المحشر والجنة تفتح بيديه. اللهم صل عليه اللهم صل عليه اللهم صل عليه اللهم صل عليه.
صلوا عليه وسلموا حبيبي جد الحسنين إن صلاتي على النبي والله تقر العين.
اللهم صل عليه اللهم صل عليه اللهم صل عليه اللهم صل عليه.
بالجنة تقترب إليك تشعر بالبركات لديك تجلس بجواري يا من أكثرت الصلاة عليك.
اللهم صل عليه 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 اللهم صل عليه. رمضان يا رمضان 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 رمضان يا خير الشهور فيك المحبة بلا شرور فيك السنة فيك الضياء رمضان يا خير الشهور رمضان يا خير الشهور فيك المحبة بلا شرور فيك السنة فيك الضياء رمضان يا خير الشهور رمضان يا رمضان رمضان يا رمضان رمضان يا رمضان رمضان يا رمضان الله يا الله الله يا الله الله يا الله الله يا الله في أولك رحمة وفي وسطك مغفرة وفي آخرك عتقنا من نار رمضان يا خير الشهور في أولك رحمة وفي وسطك مغفرة وفي آخرك عتقنا من نار رمضان يا خير الشهور رمضان يا رمضان 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 الله يا الله الله يا الله الله يا الله الله يا الله
لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر محمد رسول الله يا حبيب الله لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر محمد رسول الله يا حبيب الله الله إبراهيم خليل الله إسماعيل ذبيح الله علم للخلق الله لا إله إلا الله ونوح مع أهله واستوت على الجود ما كان يقوله لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر إنك أنت العليم الحكيم الله أكبر الله أكبر إنه هو التواب الرحيم الله لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر محمد رسول الله يا حبيب الله لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر محمد رسول الله يا حبيب الله الله
In the Democratic Republic of Congo after a boat capsized in River Congo on Sunday. Russian Foreign Minister and U.S. Secretary of State discuss soaring tensions over Ukraine. And study suggests children in sub-Saharan Africa are dying of COVID-19 at a higher rate than other parts of the world. This is Africa Live. Hello and thank you for joining us. I am Penina Karibe. With me in studio is Uche with a sneak peek of what's coming up in business.
Thanks, Penina. And here's a look at what's coming up on Africa Live Biz. A drop in egg production in Tunisia pushes prices up as much as 50%. And we look at how Nigerians are reacting to news of a Pan-African payment system. Of course, all that coming up within the program. For now, back to you, Penina.
Thank you, Uche. We begin the hour in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where reports say that search efforts are underway to find people believed to have been on board a ship that sank in the Congo River in the northwestern part of the country. According to survivors, the vessel was overloaded with about 600 passengers at the time of the accident. Joseph Bayoko Lokondo from a civil society group tells us more from Bandaka.
We are very saddened by the news of the shipwreck with several dozen missing and loss of human life in the Bomongo territory on the Congo River, 105 kilometers from the city of Bandaka in Equator province. We have experienced this before. It is a recurrent situation in the province of Equator, and this is due to lack of public policy on the regulation of water transport in the province. The lack of means of transport that will allow the population to move around easily is also at the root of this situation. According to information from security along the river, we are told there were only 2 dead while the survivors tell us of several dozen missing. This is why we as civil society call for independent investigations so that the truth can be found on this affair. We also call for the care of the survivors who are deprived of what they had on board. We are calling for help for survivors to be repatriated or brought back to their respective families. We request the Congolese government to take measures to help people traveling from one point to another with easy traveling to avoid this kind of situation in the future.
Let's get you more on this from CGTN's Chris Chamringa, who joins us live from Kinshasa. Chris, there seems to be conflicting reports about the number of those missing. What updates do you have on that incident?
That's right. We haven't got any official communication yet from authorities in Bandaka city, although one of the leaders there issued a clarification. He said that they have found 180 people. People who were rescued from that boat accident. Earlier in the day, we reported that there were 180 missing. He said that's not correct. There were 180 people who were rescued. But some of the locals, are disputing these officials, the records from the leaders in that area. I earlier spoke to an eyewitness there who said he saw 30 bodies that were found from the Congo River, the accident there. But the officials have not yet, they haven't denied or confirmed this figure. So there's still a lot information that is not being given out, and that's because in the past some of these officials in the provinces have been reprimanded by authorities in the capital here, Kinshasa, for revealing some of these numbers, especially when there are very many people who have died in these accidents. So we are waiting. The search and rescue teams are still ongoing. We are waiting to hear from the government officials about the latest toll of this accident.
Okay, so then there are reports, Chris, that this particular ship was carrying 600 passengers. Is there any confirmation about that number? How many people were on board?
Well, the River Commissioner of Mbandaka City declined to confirm or deny that number, although the witnesses, some of the people who survived this accident, were saying there were more than 600 people. And so we have, to just go with what has been given by the authorities. The officials, that the people who were traveling on this boat were saying, confirming that there were more than 600 people, and a number of people have called also confirmed that figure, but then the government officials have not given us any indication about the number of people. But what is for sure is that the DRC has had this problem. Very many of these boats are in a very poor condition. They're very old and they're overloaded with passengers and cargo, and so it happens very often. Accidents happen because of overloading. The officials in that area have warned the boat owners quite a number of times against overloading these ships, but it hasn't been happening. Passengers have been allowed to travel without any life jackets, and when they drown, they die. It's a very sad situation in the DRC because there's a lack of enforcement here. The central government has promised to do much more, but it hasn't been done so far.
All right, Chris, thank you for that update. Chris Chamringa live in Kinshasa. So let's head to Ghana now, and authorities there say they have embarked on a probe to investigate a massive blast involving a truck transporting explosives and a motorbike. The explosion that happened in a mining region in western Ghana killed at least 17 people, according to local police. The explosion happened after the truck and motorcycle collided in Apiate near the city of Bogoso. The truck carrying explosives was on its way to the Chirano gold mine owned by Toronto-based Kinross. Video posted on social media showed widespread damage to property. Ghanaian President Nana Akufo-Addo, in a tweet, has described the incident as truly sad, unfortunate and tragic. Local police, in a statement, say most of the survivors have been rescued and taken to various hospitals. Police have appealed for calm, saying reinforcement have been deployed to the scene and people near the blast asked to move to nearby villages. Now, Nabil Rufai is live for us in Accra for more on this. Nabil, footage from the scene shows almost an entire town leveled after explosives delivery truck crash. Can you tell us more about that incident?
Well, Penina, preliminary investigations by the police suggest that, this particular accident happened when the truckload carrying explosives was on its way to the mining sites in Apiate in the western region. Now, on its way, it actually collided with a motorcycle. Now, the impact of the collision, according to the police, ignited the explosives, and that's what led to the massive explosion that was experienced in that part of the country just yesterday. Now, we are also told that just beside where the incident occurred, there was also an electricity mast that was also, affected by the blast. And we are learning that about 500 homes have been destroyed as a result of this accident. Now, at the time the explosion occurred, many of the people in that particular town had gone to work or their farms, and school children are also left home for school. So a lot of people, were not in that, community when the explosion really happened. But then those who actually saw the initial blast were rushing to the scene to watch what had actually happened, and they were also caught up in the whole action when the explosives also, ignited, and the massive explosion really occurred, killing at least 17 people. Penina.
Okay, so we've had a statement from the local police saying that most of these survivors have been rescued. They've been taken to various hospitals. What kind of state are they in? Talk to us more about those that were injured.
Yes, the police actually, in a statement, said the injuries that have been sustained by the 59 people are actually very severe, and they've actually been sent to neighboring hospitals within the region, within the town where the accident occurred. Now, because the entire community is now in rubble, residents have actually taken shelter in classrooms and churches in neighboring communities after this incident. Now we are learning that those who have really sustained the severe injuries are being taken care of in their hospitals, and the police are hoping that they will actually recover from these injuries that they have sustained. But the situation is that the injuries that have been sustained is actually very severe, Penina.
Okay, Nabil, thank you for that. Nabil Rufai, live for us in Accra. In Liberia, there is 3 days of national mourning following the death of at least 29 people killed in a stampede at a Christian worship event known as a crusade. Attendees said Thursday's stampede started after a group of armed men rushed the crowd in an attempt to stage a robbery. President George Weah had earlier visited the scene of the crash in New Freetown. He declared street gangs an increasing problem in Liberian cities in recent years. Chamgono tells us more.
My sister and I were heading outside. As soon as we reached the gate, we saw big crowds of people. People were pushing each other, falling on others, and that's when we decided to go back. But we could not. They had already closed the gate. People started stepping on others, and I saw people dying. People were stepping on my back and my chest. I fainted only to wake up and find myself in hospital.
I want to see her. I want them to show me she's there alive. If I see her, I believe she's okay.
This has been the situation since the stampede at a church in New Freetown in Liberia on Thursday. Families coming to identify bodies of their loved ones. Liberian President George Weah has ordered an investigation. One person has already been arrested. Bands of Liberian street gangs, known as Zogo, are believed to be behind Thursday's incident. Zogo boys is a local term for young criminals.
What really caused the people to start running was the men who were at the entrance. They were attacking the people that were leaving the service. When the service finished, there were people that were going home already.
In the highly religious country of Liberia, where a majority of the population of 5 million is Christian, crusades are common. Accidents are also relatively common. A stampede at a similar prayer event in the center of the country in November 2021 killed 2 infants and hospitalized several others. Chamgono, CGTN.
Let's head to Tonga, where the United Nations says 84,000 people, more than 80% of the population, have been badly affected by an undersea volcanic eruption and subsequent tsunami. The UN has called access to safe water Tonga's biggest life-saving issue. The natural disaster has destroyed all houses on Mango Island. Properties on the west coast of Tonga Tapu, the country's main island, are severely damaged. The UN, Australia and New Zealand are sending crucial aid and relief supplies. So the United Nations says 84,000 people, which is more than 80% of the population, has been badly affected by that eruption and the subsequent tsunami in Tonga. Tongan Olympian Peter Taufa Tofua has raised over $500,000 to deliver aid to his country. CGTN's Nicole Ng sat down with him to ask what the people of Tonga need right now.
So what we need probably the most is water, desalination, water filtration, solar electricity, food supplies, so basic, flour, rice, that sort of thing, and equipment for PPE equipment. So things to help clean up a whole country that's covered in ash without everyone getting sick. So masks, for example. If anyone out there has spare ventilators, there's everyone's in Tonga's breathing ash, and if anyone has spare ventilators, so hospital equipment as well.
Right. And it must be a really difficult time right now to be away from your family, to be in Australia. Home must seem really far away. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I still haven't heard about my father, but we're expecting news later today. Is kind of what the expectation is.
So the entire time you haven't?
Just, probably the biggest thing has been communication, the communication lines, but also for some reason he just went off anyone's radar. So we have to figure out what that is. I'm optimistic that he'll be fine and he's out there working, but we haven't heard directly from him just yet.
And since that interview, there's been good news that Peter's father has been found safe and sound. He had travelled to Hapai to help with the first aid operation. And so as Tonga is still reeling from devastation wrought by a volcanic eruption and tsunami last Saturday, our reporter Sao Bing talked to Ann Kolkwan, the United Nations humanitarian official, on the damage of the country and support from the international community.
How big are the challenges, and do we have the report on the damage?
Yeah. So Tonga is currently undertaking an initial damage assessment and we're anticipating the results of that. So far, we're aware that most parts of the country, including remote and isolated islands, have been visited by Tongan assessment teams. We're also aware that all agriculture sectors, including crops, livestock and fisheries, have suffered substantially. So that affects approximately 12,000 households. And we're also aware that the cleaning of ash continues. We're aware that the airport is now open. And we're also aware that at least 5 communities have been identified as having suffered significant damage to households in coastal areas. There are at least 31 houses completely damaged, 72 severely, 46 moderately and 23 minor. But that's a work in progress. We're still getting from UNISAT, the UN satellite, the detailed images of the devastation. These are available online and they're showing significant ash coverage across the islands. We're also aware that there's still very limited internet connectivity, but this is improving. And I know that the Tongan government is working with the UN's International Telecommunications Unit and New Zealand and Australia and Digicel and other partners to improve connectivity, because this is a critical communications tool.
Currently, the international community are also sending their condolences, of course, to the country, dispatching all those daily necessities onto the ground. What are your comments on that?
It's great to see that the world community is standing by and ready to support Tonga. Yesterday, we had a coordination meeting with a range of donor partners around the region, and many of them made pledges of support to Tonga that are absolutely significant. And I want to reflect also that China has given already $100,000 through the Chinese Red Cross Society and has flagged that it may provide more assistance based on need in Tonga.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and US Secretary of State Antony Blinken are in Geneva to discuss soaring tensions over Ukraine. Both sides struck a pessimistic tone as proceedings got underway. The talks come after a string of meetings over the last week failed to reach common ground. Russia has massed tens of thousands of troops on its borders with Ukraine, and Western states fear Moscow is planning to invade its neighbor. The Kremlin has denied this, but has indicated it could take unspecified military action if a list of demands given to the US and NATO are not met. 18 minutes into the hour. This is Africa Live. Let's take a short break. Coming up. Study suggests children in sub-Saharan Africa are dying of COVID-19 at a higher rate than other parts of the world.
People know me as Kanu the footballer. Of course, we love them to know you are somebody who cares and who have come all out to help others and save lives.
No mistake, order restored.
You see yourself being fit, and then somebody came up to you and then said that you're not really okay, you have some problem.
Africa is a continent of diversity, with varied climates and enchanting geography, and a people so distinct, but with a shared enduring spirit. We are at the heart of the continent to bring you the untold stories.
Let's have a look.
We celebrate Africa as it shapes its own destiny.
Tunis, Cairo, Juba, Johannesburg, Ethiopia, Tanzania.
Africa Live. Find your voice.
Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni has demanded better representation for Africa on the United Nations Security Council. Museveni was speaking at the 9th meeting of the African Union Committee of Heads of State and Government. Leon Sanyanga reports.
Uganda's president says Africa needs adequate representation at the United Nations. Yoweri Museveni was speaking to foreign ministers from the African Union Committee of 10 Heads of State and Government, also known as the C10. The committee was set up by the AU to advocate for a stronger African presence on the UN Security Council. The Ugandan president demanded 2 permanent seats with veto rights for African countries.
We demand our right of having permanent seats, not seasonal ones allotted to us by the president, and fair system on the UN Security Council.
Reforming the 15-member council is a debate that's been rumbling on for decades. Currently, the 5 permanent members are the United States, China, Russia, France, and the UK. The council's 10 other seats rotate among members who serve 2-year terms. Gabon, Kenya, and Ghana are among the council's current non-permanent members. Leon Sanyange, CGTN, Kampala, Uganda.
South Sudan's armed group that broke away from the party of opposition leader turned Vice President Riek Machar have started arriving back in Juba. The group broke away last August, and the 2 camps have been involved in clashes in the northern part of the country. But the breakaway group has now signed a peace pact with President Salva Kiir's governing party in Khartoum. CGTN's Patrick Oyet reports from South Sudan's capital, Juba.
The fighting between forces of the opposition leader Riek Machar began in August last year and continued until last month. The splinter group is headed by General Simon Gatwech Dual, the former chief of general staff of Mr. Machar's forces. They are fighting in the northern part of the country in what is known as Upper Nile region, was threatening to derail the country's 2018 peace deal. But an agreement has now been reached aimed at ending the clashes.
All of us, we have to put our hands together so that we can take this country where we actually want to take it. Because this is not the country that we wanted. We didn't want a country that full of wars. We wanted a peaceful country. And that didn't happen because we disagree. But now we have to come together.
The opposition leader, Riek Machar, who is also South Sudan's vice president, has welcomed the peace deal. Mr. Machar has ordered his forces to cease any hostilities against the breakaway group.
The Upper Nile is going to be very peaceful and everything will be okay. Our people who are refugees came in Sudan, they will definitely return back. They were very happy when they heard that we have signed a peace.
The breakaway forces are now scheduled to join the government army. President Kiir has issued an amnesty for the breakaway armed opposition group its government signed a peace deal with. While many here are welcoming the agreement, its critics say it sets out a bad precedent that might encourage other groups to break away from their main parties and seek for negotiations with the government, which may derail the implementation of the country's 2018 peace deal. Patrick Oyet, CGTN, Juba, South Sudan.
South Korea's President Moon Jae-in made his first official trip to Africa on Thursday. It was part of a Middle East tour that included the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Moon and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi discussed expanding ties and witnessed the signature of 4 MOUs between the two countries. More with CGTN's Adel Mahroui.
President Moon Jae-in's visit was widely celebrated in Egypt. It's a rare visit by a South Korean president to the North African nation. Moon is the first South Korean president to come to Cairo in 16 years.
나의 아프리카 국가 첫 순방이자
This is a special visit, as it is my first to Africa and Egypt as president of South Korea. Egypt is a central and pivotal country in the Middle East and Africa. It enjoys a rich history and has a geographical advantage as a connector between 3 continents. It has a wide variety of trade agreements that extends to many regions. Youth represents a great proportion of the population, and there is abundance in natural resources. These are the resources for development.
Economic ties between the two countries have been growing significantly in recent years. Both leaders discussed how to develop these relations further. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and President Moon witnessed the signature of 4 memoranda of understanding in the fields of finance, transportation, cooperative development and information technology.
Our discussions have also investigated the partnership opportunities between Egyptian corporations operating in Africa and Korean companies to promote investment in Africa, specifically in infrastructure. We've highlighted the great opportunities provided by the commencement of work in the Continental Free Trade Zone.
Trade volume between Egypt and South Korea has been growing steadily to reach $2 billion in 2021. Korean investments in Egypt are a record $800 million from 33 companies, including electronic giants like LG and Samsung.
The two countries are seeking deeper and wider cooperation in fields like renewable energy, space sciences, artificial intelligence and green economies. I believe this will enrich investment opportunities and ties between Egypt and South Korea. Both leaders are encouraging extending ties to include cultural exchange, which will strengthen the social connectivity between them.
Sisi and Moon discussed the possibility of establishing a branch of the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology in Egypt, a step that will significantly develop Egypt's technological capabilities. To remain an attractive option, Egypt promised to provide facilitations for South Korean companies and investors to come to Egypt. As for military cooperation, the two leaders have commended the efforts exerted in recent years to transfer technology and domesticize military production in Egypt. Adel Mahroui, CGTN, Cairo.
North Africa is one of the main regions of the Belt and Road Initiative. China had earlier signed MOUs with 5 North African countries: Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia and Libya. While Morocco has been the first of these countries to sign a final implementation agreement this month, the others have been already active in their cooperation with China. Yasser Hakim looks at the importance of the Belt and Road Initiative for Egypt.
Egypt has been one of the first countries in Africa to sign up to the Belt and Road Initiative in 2016. The Egyptian president had made it clear that being a member is vital for the North African country.
The initiative entails essential sectors that are priority in our plans to achieve Egypt's Vision 2030 for sustainable development, such as infrastructure projects in transport, energy and information technology. It also goes hand in hand with our priorities of stimulating economic growth, increasing manufacturing, and raising bilateral trade and financial cooperation.
The two sides had inked agreements for various Chinese projects on the Belt and Road Initiative.
China and Egypt signed more than 30 MOUs in different sectors, including health, education, transport, the electric train, and more. Egypt is considered an important player. The initiative builds on the country's location to add value to the Silk Road.
The Suez Canal, a main waterway linking the east with the west, makes the North African nation an attractive destination for Chinese businesses.
The Suez Canal Development Project is based on establishing an industrial, trade and logistical center that provides promising opportunities for Chinese companies, the BRI members and countries worldwide to benefit from Egypt's strategic location to become a center of manufacturing and re-exporting products to the rest of the world.
There are a lot of Gogos, they never ever seen elephant. What the elephant is doing, the Gogos are doing the same. They are head of the family. I'm Lynette Sitol. I'm staying at Akonuk, Timbawat. I came here at Akonuk in 1976. Once I came, I was so surprised because I didn't see anyone, especially women, going to the field, doing every job, what I was doing at home. So here, I managed to change people's life, showing them that if you are a woman, you have to do something for yourself. My father was a farmer. He taught us how to do everything, especially plowing, care of our cattle, and everything that we're supposed to do at home. He was saying that the animals is like you. We have to take care of everything that we come across, whether it's a tree or everything, we have to take care of it. That's why he was teaching us, I can say it's a nature conservation, because you don't want to kill some animals. There was no fences for Kruger National Park when we were still young. We used to have lions and different types of animals. They come to our places in our communities. We didn't have any problem. When they demarcate the fence, they started Kruger National Park. It's where we didn't see those animals anymore. There are a lot of Gogos that they don't know this elephant. They never ever seen elephant because of those fences. The whole of families, they've never been in a Kruger, except those who have got money. Gogos are in need of more information. Our kids must have information. They must learn more about the animals and everything in the bushes, because it's life. Tomorrow we're getting to the camps to see some animals, especially the elephant. And also I'm going to teach all those Gogos who are getting there. And most of them, they've never been in the reserve. I'm going to tell them that once we're on the way, we have to be free.
We have a project called Ndlovu Gogo Project. which is Elephant Grandmothers. It's a 3-day camp, and then we do different activities like game drives, morning game drives and evening game drives. And some different activities according to the ages of the grannies. We do a storytelling session at night around the fire because we want that olden style from the grannies to happen at Korokem so they can think about the way they've been living before technology, because now everyone is busy on their phone at night, so there's no storytelling of something of that kind. We exchange knowledge amongst each other, but the main aim is to teach them about the elephants and to show them the parallels between them and the elephants, because the grandmothers are the leaders of the family, it's just like the elephant matriarchs.
The GOGO program, I would say, started with a journey to Mozambique. There was an elephant, a bull elephant, which was injured, called Matambo. And every time when I go home, my mom and my grandmother, they would ask me, how is Matambo? And they have never seen this elephant.
And then he told me on this trip that his mother is sending him an SMS every day asking him about this elephant. If somebody's mother can feel so much for an elephant that she's never met, what are we doing not taking those people to meet the elephants that we know?
And that's how it actually started, and it never stopped.
So at the very first GOGO program in 2019, Nanette was there, and she's a keystone individual. Just because she's so full of life and she's got a sense of humor around her, and she just gets all those gogos going, no matter what, if it's dancing, if it's looking at plants, if it's sharing her knowledge. We've been working on elephants and working with elephants and working with communities for 28 years. But as these elephants started moving out of protected areas with such a long-term monitoring study, we soon realized that we should be pitching our focus on human-elephant conflict. For conservation, you have to connect people to their roots, because many of these people were used to seeing wildlife on a daily basis and interacting with wildlife, and now they've been isolated through 6-foot electric fences. So we wanted to rekindle that by introducing them to elephants. The gogos are like the moral fiber, and they can instill those old value systems of living in harmony with wildlife.
Ana na pfukile vito ra meme Roni bongono wa ka Makukule se swi tele nyana sweswi nga ta va hi swi endla, mara namuntlha siku ra namuntlha ngopfungopfu i siku ra ku hi ya mi dyondzisa hi tindlopfu. Tindlopfu letiwa a vo va tindlopfu njheni, i tindlopfu ta ku ti fakiwe mabandi. Se namuntlha hi ta ya lava gap indlopfu leyi nga ta ya yi lava le makhwatini. Today we're having gogos that are visiting us, and we'll be taking them out to Timbavati Private Nature Reserve, where we'll be teaching them about elephants' behavior and how we monitor elephant on our daily basis.
Elephant stand for good things. Once they said that you are just like an elephant, is that you are so strong. Even if you got some challenges, you have to stand firm, because elephant always strong. It's okay. Okay. She said, Sissy, her first time to see an elephant. She's so happy. I was working at Beretta School. I used to take those kids from Beretta School to Kruger National Park. It's where I met Joe. He was coming there most of the time, but that day when he came, he wanted me to join them because they've already started this program of go-go's. Yeah, I'm so happy, man.
Kale, ma'am.
Kale, man. Long time.
From the way it was growing, there was a need to involve as many other villages as possible. And the first village that came to mind, it was where Lynette stayed. And I could see the dedication that she has, not just for the kids, but for the community at large. She knows the community.
So after they identified me, I became a part and parcel of this go-go program because of Joe. And even now, I'm still working there. And also the knowledge that they're giving us, I'm happy because I'm passing this knowledge to other go-go's that they've never been there.
We are here at Koro Camp. Actually, we host the communities which are adjacent to the reserves. And these communities are, I would call them previously disadvantaged, but even now they're still at disadvantage. So it is from the poor communities around the reserves. Their forefathers have been staying in the reserve, and they were moved outside, and then the big fence, and the fences come with entrance fees and all those kind of things, and they can't afford to do that. If you can think of it and look at the community where we come from, the Gogos, they are left out. They are the leading group of individuals in the community, but whom have been forgotten. So Koro is giving that opportunity to this group of people to come and see nature on its best, so that they can be able to protect something which they know, to protect something which they understand. Because now they are being asked to look after the environment and the wildlife, but they've never been out there. You would see when they get here, first time when they see the elephant, first time when they see lions, first time when they see these animals, it is like a blanket which has been just taken off their eyes. So, nakokwan, I ndlopulia I ektevu maakyaner. Leswi na wehe loko u vona xilo xa ka u nga xi twisisi ka vatukulu va wena kumbe ka vana va wena u maka kanjhani?
Se I very xi n'wi protecta ngopfu makhiluya, because n'wana loyi a nga se tiva ku kumela yini. A ku ngo va ndlela ya ku kwata liya, ku va ndlela ya ku hi komba ku ri hey mi nga ze mi tshunele leswiya swa ngopfu hi mhaka ku ya swa ki na n'wana wa yona loyi a nga ntsongo.
Ni twa se ku boha xikhongelo. A ku vitiwa wa le henhla.
Jesus. Some they take their blankets and do like this because they say, If we die, I don't want to see myself.
Nditwa ntsakile kubona ndlovu letiya ndzi ti voneke kwa titwa ndzi ri kahle moyeni navela na ku vona swin'wanyana leswi nga siyazeki.
Swi nga hi tsakisa ngopfu i ndlopfu leyi nga yi kuma yi ri na n'wana hi ku se hi yoho leyi nga fika yi hi tsakisa hi ku hi te yi ku hi chava hi ku yi ta hi dlaya. Sweswi hi titwa hi ri kahle hi ku hi vona ndhawu leyi wa kokwani wa hina va tshama koho se hi yo mhaka leyi na loko va ku hi tala loko se hi fika hi buka hi kuma leswaku swilo swa ku hi leswiya swa khale a va hi qoqela swoho swa ka va tshame so na so la mananga se hi yo mhaka nina hi twaka se hi tsaka wa swi vona hi twa swi hi khoma kahle futhi hi twa hi tsakile wa swi vona.
Elephants also have what we call the senator effect, where they allow these older post-reproductive individuals to be really integrated into society because they are these repositories of knowledge. Because of this mentoring role or this reverence for older individuals within elephant society, to me that's a really wise way of handling things. So elephants have always been wise to me. You know, you can't look past it when you meet these gogos, that they are just these wells of wisdom. So I sort of coined this phrase, when the wise meet the wise, because it was the linking of these minds of knowledge across generations and across species, which is so touching.
This game actually is to help create communication skills to different people, to see if people can communicate efficiently.
You have to listen attentively, and if you direct someone, you have a strategy that now, listen to me, go straight, go left, turn to the right. Here we are in the dancing floor. We are going to dance for refreshment, showing that we are so happy since we came here. You have to dance, you have to sing, you have to do whatever you want to do. Most of the songs were teaching about our God so special. And I'm the one who started that place. We call it dancing floor. So we just entertain each other. I love to sing and dance because once I sing and dance, it makes my heart so happy. That's why even if I'm so angry, once I started to dance and laugh and sing, I'm stress-free.
That's all right. elephants, a lot of them are coming down to drink.
In our area where I grew up, we always find some lions, lot of them. The roaring of lions have different story altogether. It reminds me a lot of things because my father will tell you now that those lions are hungry.
Mara la, lunga kuna 10 la ni wana. Shula shop kuna 3 sat. Let go.
Sunguna anjhava mara ni bendi relax amandi tibona ukuthi tite ati tlaku kuti watle tititwa ntsakeka tibonile tijabulile sha.
The gogos were shivering next to me, but I said to them, they won't harm us. Yeah, they won't harm us. We are not here to die. We are here to experience the life that we never ever had in our lives.
Tutatsa mona mina kusukela ntatswala vatukulu va mina leti leswi a ni ni komba le ka TV se ni ya swi tiva nda se azi ni swi vonile hinkwaswo
I'm so happy when those female lions roars. You know, it makes me happy. I still remember those olden days when we were still young. My father taught us a lot of things, knowledge that she gave us when we were still young. I'm also adding my experience through what my father taught us. That's why each and every day we are building a new experience, new experience, new experience.
namuntlha hi loyi tinde ta swi vona leswi vakokwani va nga hi byela swo se na vo hi vatukulu va hene vana va hina hi tshemba swa ku va nga ha ta va ta tirhana ku tiyimisela ka voho
a swi navela
fana na vo vana a swi navela kuleni ka hina a ku rimiweni masin'wini ya ka Mapunda se a hi fambeni a hi ri kokwalaya xikolweni yana kokwalaya kumbe wu le xikolweni se hi suka hinkwenu hi vona hi ku hi nga swi tivi hi ya vona laha ti nga dya kona laha ti nga foyelela makhala matla hi minenge ni lomu ti nga dya kona se ni majambu a va famba va ya le masin'wini leyi va tshivela ndzilo hi masimu loko se ti fika ti sungula ti ku popotlopotlo va teke swisana ni timbyana va teka mhalamhala va be mhalamhala liya va swisela hi timbyana ti gcina vhele tindlopfu ti va ti nga ha ri kona kahle ti tini malembe man'wanyana endzhaku swi swa ku taniya mara ti gcinela se tindlopfu ti nga gcina se ti nga ha ri kona hi mhaka ya madradi lawaya ya ku tsemiwa lawa ya ku pfalapfala ma swi vona
Yes. Here, yes. The whole community are in need of more information so that they can protect the animals and everything, but not animals only, even the trees and other stuff in the bush. Done.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And I'm happy because I'm passing this knowledge to other Gogos that they never been there. Hello, minjani wakaina, my family, njangwa mina minjani. Me right? Yes. Shasha. We famba ya kumatindlovu. My one and le. Yina sungwana na maswa yile nani. Look you yibona. Yita lo. Look yita ane sungwana le shayo sharitso. Say it to me like protect that sungwana le shayo. Say look say Baba satle so ba chavisa so. Bangwe ba teka swinchana ma ku ba kokwane. Bangwe ba betana Jesus. But
it brings the love and the joy and the storytelling which the Gogos used to do back in the day to their grandchildren and their children. So it creates that opportunity, and that way it infiltrates to so many different roots in the community. Through the storytelling, you get to get morals, you get to get your ground, you get to understand who you are, where you're coming from, where are your parents coming from, and where are you going.
Tindlovu ma, tindlovu, yangunawe, tindlovu. Tindlovu leta hitilava. Ati ngatalanga. Mara, ye atukuma tungwata to. Loko se hitikuma. Hitikuma ilandiri. Loko hitikuma. Tindlovu leti. Mbari atiri na mavito. Mavito ya to tin'wana. Ai lava gap. Na induna.
Yes.
Say, ifike ifamba ilava. Se loko ifamba. Ndu lwewa gap iyangena kun'wana. Se ayinkumanga.
Yo, Hilly. My older sister is Lynette Stolle. Lynette Stolle, the Lanzata ye. In the year go camp, last year, 2022. Swi na nkoka ngopfu swa vakokwani va ya va ya vona eswiharhi tindlopfu leyi hi ku khale tindlopfu loko ti vona tindlopfu ntsena a hi nga swi tivi swa ku ina ti na nkoka wa ku fika kwini a wu vona nkarhi n'wana loko tindlopfu ti ta makaya hi ti tlherisa na vusiku loko ti ta ti fika ti nghena makaya ti tlhela.
I've learned a lot that elephants are so important to us. They're part and parcel of our life. Our grandchildren, they have to go and learn something about nature. Where are they going to get there? But we have to take care of the nature so that the nature can take care of us. African woman.
And I just think it's beautiful. I think more people, if they want to pay it forward, should allow local people to have access to their land, their conservation land. I think that's critical.
It brings the change in a way that people start to look at the Gogos differently. They start to give them their respective seat in the community.
This changed my life, and I'm also willing to learn more so that I can give more to our kids, to our communities. They say the wise meeting the wise. If we consider it, that words can take us far.
What a great joy as we join you to celebrate your 85th birthday on the 5th of March. A caring, loving and beautiful mother, grand and great-grandmother, sister, aunt and friend, the Reverend Honorable Marie Ansane, first president of the Female Parliamentary Caucus in Sierra Leone, founder and director of the Christian Faith Rescue Orphanage in Freetown and the regions, member of the founders of the 50-50 group, the Women's Forum, one of the founders of the International Women's Day, founder of the National Organization for Women. Now, as you celebrate your birthday on the 5th of March, may God Almighty continue to bless and keep you in good health. Enjoy your day, mommy. Eat your favorite food, dance to your favorite music, and enjoy your day with all the goodies. Have lots of fun with relatives and friends on your special day. Cheers to your new age as you turn 85. From your children, grand and great-grandchildren, and the rest of the family in Sierra Leone and abroad.
It is well with my soul.
The death is announced of Mrs. Elfrida Sandra Spencer of Taylor Street, Kisii, formerly of House 45, Upper Faculty, FBC. She died on Monday, the 3rd of March, aged 60. She is survived by children Ayo, Gloria, Juliet, and Angela. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 088-838-789 or 078-144-764.
My helpless estate, and I shed his.
The family announces the death of their father, uncle, grandfather, and friend, Mr. Albert Francis Johnson, which took place on the 1st of March. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at the family residence, 6D George Book Dwazak, or call on mobile numbers 078-952-803, 076-218-765, or 079-918-881. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
I sin not in part, but the whole.
The death is announced of Sub-Inspector Bundu Sombi of Block J4 Grafton Place Barracks and of the anti-land grabbing Ross Road Police Station, who died on the 23rd of February, aged 49. He is survived by his wife, Rebecca T. Joe, children Alfred Muke Sombi, Martin Nakoma Sombi, and Paul Sombi, brothers, sisters, cousins, nieces, nephews, in-laws, and the rest of the family include the Sombi and Joe families, the management and staff of the Sierra Leone Police Force, and the rest of the family and friends at home and abroad. Sympathizers may call at his residence, Block J4 Grafton Place Barracks, or call on 078-486-058 or 034-139-520. He will be buried in his hometown, Blama, Kenema district, on Saturday, the 8th of March.
Even so, it is well with my soul. It is well with my soul, my soul.
Luminous Infant and Preparatory School mourns the death of their director, Mr. Alex E.J.K. Masuba, whose death took place on the 24th of February. Funeral services on Thursday, the 6th of March at St. Anthony's Church, Brookfields at 1 p.m. Burial at the Kingdom Cemetery. Sadly missed by the Luminous family, may his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. The Fode family announces the death of their brother, uncle, cousin, and grandfather, Mr. Sumaila I.K. Fode, formerly of the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development and the Ministry of Finance. He died on Thursday, the 20th of February, aged 70. He survived by his wife, Nancy I.K. Fode, in the UK, son, Mohammed I.K. Fode, several brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. The body will be conveyed to Segbema on Friday, the 7th of March, followed by a vigil at the Fode family compound at 8:30 p.m. Funeral services on Saturday, the 8th of March, at the Methodist Church Segbema, burial at the family cemetery at Mano Menima at 1 p.m. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 076 604 260 or 078 737 363. The family of the late Madam Agnes Jusu wishes to inform her friends and loved ones that there will be a 40th day ceremony in remembrance of their beloved mother, grandmother, and friend on Sunday, the 9th of March at Our Lady Star of the Sea Parish, Juba, at 9:30 a.m. There will be a repast immediately after the service. There will be a vigil at Mary Kaba's residence at Majetown, Goderich on Saturday, the 8th of March at 6:30 p.m. Those who wish to attend the service in honor of their beloved mother may contact Mrs. Mary Kaba on 079 498 652. Madam Agnes Basi Jusu will love you, but Jesus loves you more. Rest in eternal peace till we meet to part no more.
The King of love, my shepherd is, whose goodness faileth never. I know.
To the glory of God for a life well spent, the death is reported of Mami Sita May Kuko Kouma, commonly known as Mami Queen of Cemetery Road, Kondolo, Rukel Village. She died on the 23rd of February, aged 90. She has already been buried. She is survived by grandchildren Mustafa, Junior, Yankai, Mommy, Abi in Lebanon, and Sama, stepson Mr. Blackie Conte, brother Mr. Teokoma, sister Mrs. Titi Sori Willie, several cousins, nieces, nephews, daughters-in-law, and the rest of the family and friends at home and abroad. The entire membership of the National Pentecostal Church, Sierra Leone.
And on his shoulder gently laid, and home rejoicing brought.
One day, but it's come too soon. But this is all up to all. He sent his angel.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. The Wuri family of Binti announces the death of their mother, grandmother, sister, cousin, and aunt, Mrs. Adama Yayo Kwoli Wuri, which took place in London on Sunday, the 2nd of March. She served as a civil servant in the Ministry of Social Welfare, Parliament, and the Office of the President, aged 75. She survived by her sons, Salu and Aki, the Cole, Sierra and several relatives of Binti. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 35D Old Railway Line Wilberforce between the hours of 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. or call on mobile numbers 076-602-089 or 079-627-878.
Please forgive me. I need you.
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. It's with heavy hearts that the family announces the death of Mrs. Cherno Mafora Toure Ni Fofana, which took place in Philadelphia, USA on Thursday the 27th of February, and formerly of 14C Hennessy Street, Kingdom, Freetown. She survived by several children at home and abroad. Several brothers, sisters, grand and great-grandchildren, in-laws, and close relatives at home and abroad. Janaza prayers will be held at the Masjid Al-Amin, 5722 Elwood Avenue, Philadelphia, PA 19143, USA, on Friday the 7th of March after Juma prayers. There will also be a reading of the Holy Quran on the same day at the family compound, 4 Slbc Street, Kabbalah, after Juma prayers. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers +126 726 64323 +23276 931070 or +23279 330612. May Allah grant her Al-Jannah.
I'm calling up, they don't hear me, but I know life goes on, they will leave me. Only this dust and silence surrounds me. These tears are falling down, but they're not me. Ya Ilahi, please forgive me. I need you. Ya Ilahi.
The death took place on the 25th of February of Miss Gloria Tani Macaulay, age 60. She survived her mother, Pamela Williamson Taylor, in the United States, daughter Yvonne Hannah Harding in Freetown. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on 076-279-975 or call at our residence, back of Girls High School, Freetown.
It is well with my soul.
The death is reported of Mrs. Geoffrey Momi Kamara, who died on the 2nd of March in Ghana. She survived by her husband, Mr. Ayo Kamara. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 52 Cape Road, Aberdeen, or call on 034-020879 or 076-332-266.
That Christ hath redeemed us estate, and
The death is reported of Mr. Hassan Dalton Conte, former husband of Mrs. Violetta Hawa Conte, who is residing in the USA, and the current husband of Mrs. Isata Kanu. He was formerly residing at Mogweba by CRSG Grafton. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on the family at Mogweba by CRSG Grafton or call on 073-272-481, 076-573-577 or 076-996-499. burial took place on Sunday, the 2nd of March, of Mrs. Cynthia Kayode George of 11 Madongo Town, Congo Cross, aged 81. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 11 Madongo Town, Congo Cross, or call on 034 773 838 or 076 605 057. The Kamara and Tarawali families at home and abroad announced the death of their beloved mother, grandmother, sister and friend, Mrs. Rebecca Mabinti Kamara and Tarawali, which took place on the 20th of February in Waterloo, and the descendant of Mayopo village, Tonkolele district, aged 83. She survived by children, Baba and Hannah Mabinti Tarawali, Mariama, Alfiu and Samson Kamara. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at Liberia Camp, Kisi Town, Waterloo, or call on mobile number 099 157 342.
With my soul, peace be still, my child. Peace be still.
Funeral service for Mr. Muhammad Moses Samura, aged 41, formerly of New Englandville, Mount Carmel, will be held at St. Anthony's Church, Sykes Street at 1 p.m. on Friday, the 7th of March. Burial at the Kingdom Cemetery. The body will be laid out on Friday, the 7th of March from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. at his residence, Aberdeen, back of Bintumani Hotel. From 11:30 a.m. to 12 noon at the Teaching Service Commission TSC office, Edward Street, and from 12 noon to 1 p.m. at St. Anthony's Church, Sykes Street. Mr. Mohammed Moses Samura is survived by his wife, Monica Samura. Sons, David, Simeon, Daniel, and Joseph Samura. Brothers, David and Idrissa Samura. Sisters, Marie, Agnes, Asatu, and Poses Samura. Father, Pa Kaba Samura. Mother, Mami Fatu Samura. In-law, Usman Fofana, and several relatives and friends at home and abroad include the Samura and the Fofana families.
Peace be still. Peace be still, my peace be still, my child.
Funeral service for Mr. Prince Moses Gaba, who passed away in the USA on the 13th of February, aged 52, will be held on Saturday, the 8th of March at the International Christian Faith Ministry, 981 Marshall Avenue, St. Paul, Minnesota, USA. Burial at the Mount Cemetery, Brooklyn, at Brooklyn Center. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Zainab Gaba, children Frederica, Bernadette, Marion, and Samantha Gaba, all in the USA. Brothers and sisters at home and abroad. Several nieces, nephews, cousins, in-laws, and the rest of the family and friends include the Gaba, Conte, Fona, Abu, Samura, Kamara, Abdullah, Nabe, Bagura, Hardin, and Johnson families, all in Freetown, USA, Kabbalah, Bo, Connor, McKinney, and Banjo, the Gambia. A memorial service will be held in Freetown the same day, 8th March, as the Church of Pentecost, 77 Circular Road, opposite Tabernacle School at 1:30 p.m. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
Gently laid, and home rejoicing brought me. In death's dark veil I fear no ill, with thee, dear Lord, beside.
In loving and affectionate memory of their dearly beloved mother, grand and great-grandmother, Ama Sophia Regina K., who changed time for eternity 4 years ago on the 4th of March 2021. She was 90 years old. Time sure flies when you're gone. As a family, we give thanks to God Almighty for all the mercies she received on this earth. Your race will always be an inspiration to your family. Thank God for you and a very good race, Mama. Your children, Sylvia, Valerie, Gerald, and Ada. Grand and great-grandchildren, the K, Longdon, Boo, Jones, Jarrett, and Williams families. Sleep on, Mama. Continue to rest in perfect peace.
Within thy house forever.
Tell me what's happened. So many voices in my head.
The death took place on the 25th of February of their lovely mother, grand and great-grandmother, Madam Mercy Tengbe, aged 102. She survived by children Christiana Mami Tengbe, Chief Superintendent of Police, Morana Eric Kamara, LUC Cambia, Assistant Commissioner of Police Martin South Tengbe of State House, Mrs. Margaret Kamara, and Mrs. Christiana Baby Kanu, twin sister Mrs. Lucy Gina Bokri, several brothers, grand and great-grandchildren at home and abroad. The body will be conveyed to Mano Sewalu, Kalaun district for burial on Thursday the 6th of March. Sympathizers may call at 52 Quarry off by Bure Road, Kisi, Freetown, or call on mobile number 076 931 947, 076 254707, or 076 821 415.
This is all up to all. He sent his angel.
Where bright angel feet have trod with its crystal tide.
The death took place on the 1st of March of Reverend Nathaniel Olatunji Vincent of Greater Evangelism World Crusade Sierra Leone and of Calvary Assembly of God Church Moyamba, age 67. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 20 Andrew Street, Moretown, or call on 076 280
On the margin of the river, washing up its silver spray, we will walk and worship ever all the happy golden day. Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful river. Gather with the saints at the river that flows by the throne of God.
The death is reported of Mr. Alex Emmanuel John Kome Masuba of 20 Pratt Street, New Englandville, Freetown, former head teacher and director of studies, Illuminous Infant and Preparatory School, Signal Hill Road, former teacher at the King Herman Preparatory School, Tower Hill Kindergarten, Freetown, and Leon Preparatory Schools, a member of the Knights of St. John International Commandery 458, president of Lectors Ministry, former commissioner, a member of the Gentlemen's Conclave, former president of the Catholic Youth Fellowship, an executive member of the Archdiocesan Catholic Lectors Ministry, a member of the Old St. Andrews Students Association, OSAFA, former cadet organizer, Commandery 458, and former Grand Cadet organizer, Freetown and McKinney. He died on the 23rd of February. He survived by his wife, Mrs. Martha K.A.C. Masuba of Freetown Secondary School for Girls. Children, Elizabeth, Alexia, and Alexina Masuba. several uncles, aunts, cousins, nephews, in-laws, close relatives and friends at home and abroad. There will be a vigil at St. Anthony's Parish on Wednesday the 5th of March at 7 p.m. Laying out is at his former school, Illuminous Infant and Preparatory School, on Thursday the 6th of March at 10 a.m. and at St. Anthony's Parish Hall at 12 noon, followed by a requiem mass at St. Anthony's Parish at 1 p.m. Burial at the Kingdom Cemetery.
Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine, heir of salvation, purchase of God, born of His Spirit, washed in His blood. This is my story.
A memorial service for Mrs. Abi Hanura Suma, who departed this world 1 year ago on the 7th of March 2024, will take place on Sunday the 9th of March at Winners Chapel, Freetown Drive, Goderich at 9 a.m. There will be a vigil on Friday the 7th of March at her residence, 1 Oranto Close off Raymond Street. And take this part back here. 1 Oranto Close off Raymond Smith Drive by White Pole, Goderich at 5 p.m. She is sadly missed by her husband, Mr. Mohammed Suma, mother Aminata Bangura, several children and grandchildren, siblings, nephews, nieces, business associates, neighbors and other relatives and friends, including the Bangura, Kamara, Ture, Panda, Koma and Conte families, Dr. Kande Yumkela, Ambassador Fode Yumkela, Dr. Samura Kamara, Chief Sam Sumana, all paramount chiefs of Samu Chiefdom, Cactus Global Limited, Winners Chapel Church, All People's Congress, Goderich Community, the four ruling houses of Samu Chiefdom. Sympathizers may call on mobile number +232 33 935 101.
Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine, heir of salvation, purchase of God, born of His Spirit, washed in His blood. This is my story.
Ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
As mama, I always want waiting best for me picking them, especially when it comes to waiting them for eat and drink. Now this make I always they choose Sierra juice because they make come from with local foods them and nutritious and it gets less sugar than the other drinks them. Not to me say so.
We lab test show say Sierra juice gets 50% less sugar than the other drinks them na the market.
Because we mama they know what's best for we picking them, now you make we always they choose Sierra juice. Sierra juice, a nutritious, a healthy, and a sweet. Sierra juice, not the taste of Salone.
Me, for can go na junction for go buy EDSA credit. It want money.
Say you want for Gona Street. Because the last EDSA credit when me buy na ya asidom where I buy am.
This one hard for believe.
Na true. Dial star 363 hash with QCell and tell me what it say.
It say buy Q Power, get last 3 tokens, register meter and exit.
Easy.
But I no get QCell money.
Now it make it sweet and easy. Just top up your QCell and buy extra credit. No mobile money, no problem. It will be one day na salon.
Okay.
Pass with QCell.
Make a try, man.
Hey!
Lights on car! Yes, use your QCell top up and buy extra light anytime, any size. Just dial star 363 hash and follow the instructions. Make sure say you register your meter number before you continue.
For more information, dial 111. Terms and conditions apply. QCell Salon Pride.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmi Uba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on SLBC TV, Channel 31 with Asmi Uba.
Bottom Line on SLBC TV, the program you can't afford to miss on SLBC TV, Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on SLBC TV.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send us letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self PF for being the use that you area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I got use.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind of program where you for spend time for watch. Now the kind of program where you for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it me I don't learn for my and I wonder you say for life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We dey build and maintain relationship. This na program we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
For help make we all enjoy love and peace.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Today Inside Ramadan. Welcome to Today Inside Ramadan. This is a special program where they tell you about all what you need for know but the blessed month of Ramadan. So join me every weekday as we engage big Islamic scholars then we go tell you about Islam and same way so Ramadan. So don't forget to tune in every weekday for learn and grow your knowledge inside Islam. Don't miss this program. Be part of this enriching Islamic program only on SLBC every weekday. Today Inside Ramadan.
Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man istanna bi sunnatin ila yawmiddin. Amma ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Sheikh Al-Haji Musa Mansari, the Chief Imam of Plastic Bilal. Today, inshallah ta'ala, we will talk about forgiveness and then iftar. Forgiveness and the importance of breakfast with tamam. Inshallah ta'ala. Forgiveness are one of the instruments in Dawandi where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala they use for clean way from within sin. Forgiveness are one of the instruments again where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala they use as a means for provide for me. Forgiveness are one of the biggest means again where Almighty Allah they use for put you inside Jannah. So forgiveness inside this Ramadan are one of the golden of Allah. As the name implies, so when they say Rama, something they come for can wipe off. They come for can wipe off. They clean you from the sin. They make you become noble. They make you become perfect personality. They make you become attractive to the Creator when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And at that Ramadan camp, at that really Ramadan camp, And if Ramadan don't come, for let Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala come forgive sins them. Let us focus on things them where they make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive me. Let us focus on that things. As the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, Salatul Maktubat wal Jum'a ila al-Jum'a wa Ramadan ila Ramadan mukaffiratun lima baynahunna. He said the 5 daily prayers that we will perform. The Jum'ah Salah that we will pray from one Jum'ah to another Jum'ah, from one Ramadan to another Ramadan. That one day it is served as a means of forgiveness, provided if we avoid sin, provided if we avoid major sins then. So Ibadallah, this is not the moment, this is not the time where we all for focus, for let we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for forgiveness. Ramadan come, now for let it come for can clean we from we mistakes them, from we sins them, what we don't do for 11 good months. Now that Ramadan come for. So therefore, let me try hard for let me engage yourself into good work them. We will enhance we for let we gain the forgiveness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Almighty Allah says in the Quran, فَقُلْتُ اسْتَغْفِرُوا رَبَّكُمْ إِنَّهُ كَانَ غَفَّارًا يُرْسِلِ السَّمَاءَ عَلَيْكُمْ مِدْرَارًا وَيُمْدِدْكُمْ بِأَمْوَالٍ وَبَنِينَ وَيَجْعَلْ لَكُمْ جَنَّاتٍ وَيَجْعَلْ لَكُمْ أَنْهَارًا. He said, when I seek Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in forgiveness, if we make istighfar plenty, Almighty Allah will send abundant rainfall. He will give una plenty wealth. He will make una born perfect and pious speaking them. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He get the power for one. He get the power for increase somebody in wealth. He get the power for increase somebody in children. He get the power for increase somebody in good health. Make you in that good conditions. So we expect a good family then. This is not the month is where Almighty Allah don't send for can clean me from my sins then. For can wipe off all the mistakes then. Ramadan come. At one time, Imam al-Hasan al-Basri, one of his students them, he can request. He say, "Ya Imam," he say, "I know when." Then the Imam tell and say, "Now for make istighfar." Another person self come, "Ya Imam, I had up." He say, "Make istighfar." Another person self come, "Ya Imam, I want picking, I not get picking." I tell and say, "But make istighfar." Another one come, as how then they can, they give them one treatment for different sickness. And one of them carried and say, student sick. He say, I don't observe, say, so many people in Nonka with issues. So many people in Nonka with complain for different problems. But now one medicine now use for cure them all. How then they possible? I got this ayah inside Surah Nuh, where they say, فَقُلْتُ اسْتَغْفِرُوا رَبَّكُمْ إِنَّهُ كَانَ غَفَّارًا. He say, una seek forgiveness of una Lord, because Almighty Allah is ready for forgiveness. If una do that, you will say, السَّمَاءَ عَلَيْكُمْ مِدْرَارًا. This water business will tranga. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you abundant water. Allah will give you abundant water. وَيُمْدِدُكُمْ بِأَمْوَالٍ وَبَنِينَ وَيَجْعَلْ لَكُمْ جَنَّاتٍ وَيَجْعَلْ لَكُمْ أَنْهَارًا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will increase una in wealth. Allah will increase una in children. Allah will give you abundance. Who does seek Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give mercy. So this nation need for engage in tawbah. sincere repentance to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If we want for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to change this nation to a better country, if we want for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to increase we in wealth, let us make it still fun. More especially we will be inside this whole month of Ramadan. Almighty Allah give you Ramadan. Now for let we not die, we go meet her with sin, because somebody with sin need to enter inside Jannah. Somebody with sin need to enter inside Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in heaven. We don't prepare for pious people. Allah get for wash you away from his sins. So that make fasting important. One of the greatest goals of fasting, not taqwa, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, kutiba alaykumus siyam, kama kutiba ala alladhina min qablikum, la'allakum tattaqun. The goal of fasting, now for let we gain the degree of piety. Let we gain the God consciousness. And when you don't gain God consciousness, automatically your status they increase. Automatically your level it go right up. Just like how the Malaika then did. They're sinless, they don't get any sin, and that makes Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala consider them as one of the greatest creations them when he makes so far. Ibadallah, Allah servant them. Ramadan, he come for we, for that he come wash away all we sins them. Now, fasting not only limited to restraining oneself from eating, neither drinking. No. Things that they will serve as a means of forgiveness as well. One of them, now for let you go to share to others. One of them, now for let you go to engage in the recitation of the Quran. One of them, now for let you go to engage yourself for the pray, you 5 daily prayers. One of them, now for let you go to engage yourself for make sure say you pray tahajjud, nanet. This all will serve as a means of forgiveness. Ibadallah, Allah servant them. Not allow let Ramadan start till it go, that you not get any benefits from the Ramadan. As the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam say, "Wailun man adraka Ramadana falam yughfar lah." It's a woe to somebody, punishment day upon person when Ramadan they come. So till it go, they you not gain any forgiveness. You not gain any forgiveness. So punishment day for that person day, waiting at the benefits for the Ramadan will come. So till it go, then Allah not forgive you. You're able for change anything from you. So this is a big punishment. As the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Rubba sa'imun laysa lahu min siyamihi illa ju', wa rubba qa'imun laysa lahu min qiyamihi illa sahar." He says some people in the fast for the whole day, but that they're fasting day, they don't consider them as fasting, they consider them as ordinary angry. Wa rubba qa'imun laysa lahu min qiyamihi illa sahar. Some people understand, they pray Tarawih, Nafila. Some people understand, and they pray Tahajjud, night's prayer, but they don't consider them as worship, and just consider like we do soccer, ordinary soccer, without any reward, but again, it accumulates sin for yourself. So not be one of them people like that. Fasting comprises of, you start your day in the morning with suhoor, as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Tasaharu." فَإِنَّ فِي سُحُورِ بَرَكَةً. He said, when I eat suhoor, when I eat sukoli, he said, what? For eat sukoli, this is not a big blessing. So they say fasting, but they not say feasting. Take time as how you eat, let you not eat per smack, we go hamburg you during the day. Just take a tip, and then you drink small water, for let at least you be part of the barak. And also, fasting full of breaking of fast. for cutting fast. What are the things the way the Prophet ﷺ permits we for let we go cut fast with force? Because if you go to some homes then, they meet so many things then. Some man for this part of the country, some man na ebe, some man na pap, some man na water, some man na tamaru. As the case may be, what's available for them, may they use for breakfast. But what's in the sunnah of the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam? What's in the Prophet advice for let we cut fast with force whenever we're ready for cut fast. Not forget where you cut fast. Make sure say measure the dua, the supplication for cut fast. Not be hasty. You are not part of this ummah, and this ummah will be part of them. You are blessed. Other nations they wish for them to be part of this ummah, which they will not even know the ummah we will be. Will not even know the value. Make sure say you recite the dua. ذهب الظمأ وابتلت العروق وثبت الأجر إن شاء الله. What does this mean? Meaning the thirsty we been there for me, it don't go away because I can't break my fast. The veins the way we don't so weaken, then they can't slack now because I can't get more strength. And the reward for fasting, something we guarantee. Now sure. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, if I fast sincerely for his sake, now he says self they reward me. So therefore, inshallah, now so it be. Then, you only food na your right hand. Don't forget as a Muslim, all the time go to eat with your right hand. Now for the eat with, not eat or drink with your left hand. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam advised me, he said, la ta'akulu fi shimal. We will not eat with our left. Fa inna shaitan يأكل في الشمال ويشرب في الشمال. He said because shaitan now he left the use for eat, now he left the use back for drink. So take your advice. If you're able to get that fresh tamarode, you can use the dry tamaro. If you're able to get the dry tamaro, you can use a tip of water for break fast, and then you pray Maghrib. From there now, you continue to cut fast. Must make this Ramadan it be a means of forgiveness for we, this world, and Yawm al-Qiyamah. Me we cover this program to Nasir inshallah. My name is Sheikh Al-Hadi Musa Mansari, Chief Imam of Masjid Bilal. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Today inside Ramadan. Welcome to Today Inside Ramadan. This is a special program where they tell you about all what you need for know but the blessed month of Ramadan. So join me every weekday as we engage big Islamic scholars then we go tell you about Islam and same way so Ramadan. So don't forget to tune in every weekday for learn and grow your knowledge inside Islam. Don't miss this program. Be part of this enriching Islamic program only on SLBC every weekday. Today inside Ramadan.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the radiance of life danced in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown!
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 Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Now pass we all they pass like stranger them, but we all don't dare from them. Come here and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Kuleni guy. Se I found the say suka yinkwene yebona yikwanga sithi yayabona lathi ngajako mara tigcinela sethi ndlovu tingagcina se tingahari kona imhaka ama-drug lawa yaya ku tsemiwa lawa ya ku pfalapfala uswivona.
There are a lot of gogos, they never ever seen elephant. What the elephant is doing, the gogos are doing the same. They are head of the family.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Wara ni nitari ma damas aya ka in ay ba ko chachi ko ko para se achi aku ko ate kham em kai
You are told you are Motswana, you are Motswana. Yeah, that is your nationality. Yeah, but why bring the Tswana culture on us? Being like my identity is like who I am. I am Naro. I'm a Sen.
In the country here, we have got about 15 different kinds of sand communities. One thing which differs us is the geographical landscapes. Others with somewhere in the sand, somewhere on the rocks, and the languages also differs. So if somebody from here, when he speaks, people from the Sand Caribbean, they cannot hear, they don't understand him. And the hunting skills, what I've learned is that they are just the same, so it's not much different. But you can't practice culture without land. You can't have any economy without land.
Nakota kapo kana arata tadi din kwene khane dis kris kwana khuni khane di berasa khani ko ana khai kha ini hana in meni kwene kabo din ikam kana hanaka khani tsakoni khane di ko khai kha kwene hana ko sita ngita na rota dis kris khasi ija ta ko nem naiba da sita.
So what the government does was that, they introduce mobile clinics, they introduce bouncing of water, they introduce special hunting license. So everyone have to come and get a license before I can go and hunt. So all those things bring us together, and some of us get used to that. So when they started removing us, they said that, you are not going to get these services if you don't want to go to where we want you to go. So they cut the medical services, they stopped the school, they stopped the water bouncing. So the first group went. And Hansi and surroundings go to Dika and other areas. They speak the Naro. They're called Naro people.
Gaskus geschiedenis namas noemdis. Gaskus geschiedenis namas editorodis. Gaskus geschiedenis unresa. Gaskus geschiedenis nasa. Gagoed dem kara. Kotuan ko tamaskus ko ihu ara kaisa sekutuan. Tiri tuan sine tiri tuan ni ko kaiteji ko jiji. Nis ngau sita disa, taus na sita kuot na sita disa. Aku ekas ka casa I. Nis tuma casa I kama. Antus casa I. Isko uso sa kuka. Kas ka is kusa tsiri. Hadama ka ninitam ka. I kau tsumme na kay kuoto ka na kasitaw etama. Tura ka kwasa.
As a hunters and gatherers, if you are found hunting without a special license, you have illegal hunting, and you find a sentence of a year in prison or a sentence of 2,500 pula. So these laws and policies makes us difficult, and we are intimidated to believe on them.
The system, the way it's designed, Everything is prison now. You do your culture, you go to prison. You are a poacher. And the government will never allow us. Like, for example, look at CKGR. They have safaris and stuff like that. But that is not their ancestors' place. It's our ancestors' place. You see.
Sesa ngurukuru ako kaska kung ikaw sa khums stesi khums tuisa da kukuru mo khums tuis tamasi asus khai kauta sasi Ormeta chawata gui na kiata ngarimata ka khoi ka huse ka khoanya ka hata disqisku hadon kai ko kwan twinga iko kwan chawna dika durwa mase wes ko kamba kurmase hormem kham ka khoi ka huse asus ga kursa sasi
Khaj khoja cheko ki kuri cheko ma toangi ka hoe ma alko skole ka ba ha kuris baba ha kuris kha baba be skole ka kha sa bam ko ma bam ko be aku bam kha si skole sa ma skole su akha che hoe ha jano achi kwa me cheko aza ha ko kwa sokola Aquachingo wa sokola. A high tangu to trade kuka, hache high tahoha. Jake ka kamesa to equal to tokaja two so. A quack to tokaja two sa, jingo. Jahakona ka aya. Jano hamka chocolate, go gee kahoban, a go gee white. Jiwe go. Kitiro ko kuri a ads khoziwe ka khoromen tebe kwa mi jua koma yita hads khoza ho
kweso kaduka takwa mwarbe ikumistaka twis khasaka takata kaka kuri ko ini hako hata abnuska kukai kam kukochi ikhwan ka tam khaftus ka bakar ko tam kiti ye kuwe yarodima ye tata ye
mi khate ko ita masita dik en ka ka ita ko kuren ta ko kam ita ko boza ka kung a khaba khata ko tsibi khatam
In Botswana, some will have to say Mosara, some will say Mosara Shin, sorts of names. Obviously, these names, they are associated with some negative things. they mean something negative. Those who don't own anything, those who do not own, that's what it means when you say Masaro. When you have your mindset believing that one is nothing, you can call him anything. You can say this dog, but it doesn't matter. When you are financially struggling, you normally have to be exposed to negative things. So if you can imagine most of the young people not employed, just roaming in the village, you should expect many negative things.
You think about the same thing all the time. You do the same things all the time. And the people around you, they do the same thing as you are. Sitting, playing a small game, then it's already dawn. Tomorrow, the same thing. Same place. Going to house, checking friends, and then you forgot your life. When are you going to absorb other things from outside and bring them into your community?
Guru Development Trust is a trust owned by San people. It's an organization for self-development, to make us believe in ourselves, to know who we are, and to move forward as we are. This trust has programs. We have Guru Museum, Guru Game Farm, Guru Art Project.
Ke ore msari mkorko are khaqqa setamara yano khwa qawtini khonyana khwa kwa khwan ka khoine yano tire ko tirse artist ko khwa ngerika adom garo drawing ko ai ore ngi khoyane kaya xa kumtamo khoyesa ningirika wan ko zar ko sino nor ko si khoji kuru qonge tamo ko sin ai khore tutsa khuskar ko khoisa ara kaba ngiska di khoyan zar ko ngaino ko si khaji khoji ngi kuru ko ko sin ai khore tutsa khuskar ko khoisa.
Chuta or karkumati, hun kamakuma sira, or galat kata kakumati, kalukum, nadir kama siri kata, kaka ini kuhun kayu. Najuji kama tsara juji, khatang kuhana kamun kuante.
Tôi bảo cái người khu mà em cả một cái cả
Tam có cái này.
Là cái tam vào.
이거 톰.
내가 맞대 톰네 봐. 이거 가지고 어떻게 가?
톰에 작아지.
Agora kusir druan utuau. Ama ikuponi. Ama itama ikoni. Kama atama kiasi murfu.
Ngeske ikase kana ngeta mina masheqateka kun ku ukini khoyibude amakuje asitopisa saboncinga isawusanqoko lapho bukuntu bahalapha intwa arqwa ibo aye nciko liboshi khakir kuruta waqarshi inkosana kwesa istakambisa khaskosa kose je I ordre kompu poro kosibo je u maltwa ko kwata ko mata khata ahu
Hunting and eland, dus daai klein paintingkie wat jy gemaak het, Bruce het hom gekoop.
Ja.
4,500. Jy kry 2,522. It's cash money. Cash, okay. Klein bietjie moet gaan weg. 401 poes.
Harika kera kona go dira album cause go batla madi. And this time around we are still struggling. We are financially down.
Management. Just like Messi.
Messi,
All he do is he trains.
Yeah.
Everything is handled by the management.
So what
Toro ne how ka ke wa ikona ole wa. Toro ke ga go na how ka ke wa ikona ole wa. Because you dream big, so you have to look for
other people
to assist you.
Dika is the only land owned by San people in Botswana. Dika is a commercial farm. It's not a tribal land. So Dika is managed by the church. It's both good and not good because government wants to take Dika. So they will say they will not provide certain services to Dika because Dika is a farm.
Stui khangasate masea asa ku khastim qoiba uwa masea khasku khasti tabu twan kamba yano khai tuiska khai kasi tabu iska tite ailo hor daran ku hana hor nyame natata gama kai ta dara kuwa kana ai ngok au ku te au ka dara ya butuka hai nas kam hangan khaba amaka ko kar khorma tisku tu ata we tata to khaya erti ku kuma bo ha
There is no how government can assist the people who are living here. Because like if you go to other settlements, the government builds houses for old people. brick houses, old people, and even cattle. Government is giving some cattle to other people who are staying in the settlements. But for us here, they say there's no way we can graze our cattle, so it's very bad for us here.
Ha o batla bonnete ka motho ya go batla bonnete jo tirong sa gago e se mo go sena se buang hela bana motho wa maka o tla mo tshwara ka bonako ha o e a buang e sa duma le sa tsamaelane le se a se dirang.
Government say that give us the land, we want to develop you in the land. And the church is that the land belongs to us and we to our people. If you want to help them, come and just do the help. Do everything you want to do for these people here. If you bring everybody to come in there, they will come there, people will come with power, with money, with everything. They will buy out the land from us, and they will not have any reverence. You go to New York, there's a beautiful clinic. There's a beautiful school. There are teachers there. There are nurses there. They teach, but if you go to the rates of different kind of diseases, like tuberculosis, drinking, and people drinking every day, that's the disease which I see.
Yeah, the older people, they feel bad about the way the younger generation now, they use the substances and the alcohol. Even smaller children, younger children, they drink, and then they misunderstand each other. They fight, kill each other. These things we didn't do in the old days. We didn't know of such things.
Ba ko tshikgweng ga ke go kwa ka qi skhoreletsa kiri e ko tswi gorgomenteng go ka tja patika tshasa ke go tleriha a mngom a go ke go amtshwa sa magdon ke ga tjwa nga ga tjwe ga a ka go bane gorgomente mga e gorgomente ka gore gorgomente be ke go ikotjwa ama nwe ya me ke kwa tshiteo gamtsang abe ndom a go ka ke go ama dom magaengo
Alko kizina ikitsiko kwa ari ke da ya zikwa yemi chuche bkhulu priz ma ka da chira ka twa gwesha khana ke jeme zi priz ari ko chema em esna ko kishka janu ngi luba ka tena kishko zikwa kring te che pri kare
Kweka trom harandizi kuru kweka khatana khosea eka kondi kwa bin kwerandizi yane dikanqoze yana okanqoze eze
Gormente sa go gore kgogantšiza zikawi ka bane kiri a tse a kgonga o tloen tsusido kam zikaita ga ke sa ke me ite ke twega tse tleko kare a ita go sa kwange gormente se sa tsetse a gormente se go ngai ka ite kwa tsha sa ta ga ite ke tse tleko se go tšwa wa se tsuzi ko kego ziwe ko tšwa tsuzi ko gare se go za corridor wa a ko gare za onana.
Hello, I'm Wanko Kanu. I've scored many goals for my country.
He's a player that everybody wants to see in the pitch. Plays with his head more than his legs.
No mistake. Order restored.
You see yourself being fit, and then somebody came up to you and then said that